Chapter 790. At the gate of heaven, shrouded in mist. Ah, is this heaven? Great, I'm finally in. The pockmarked knight laughed wildly with a hideous face. The seven hells, why are you here? Is the evil god Lolo going to attack heaven? The king of Aegon was so excited that his mouth was full of nonsense. Ah, why are you here? Where's the great sparrow? The pockmarked knight turned around and saw an old acquaintance. He was immediately embarrassed. Reluctantly, he showed an extremely ugly smile and quickly walked to the guide. Seeing the hideous smile, the king of Aegon seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. It was Richard who threw him into the fire that day. He shuddered and ran away. As he ran, he yelled at the top of his voice, "Holy Mother, Holy Sparrow, Warrior, help, help, the evil god Lolo's follower has sneaked into Mountain Paradise." Hey, stop yelling, I'm not a follower of the evil god Lolo anymore, I've turned over a new leaf and returned to the embrace of the seven gods. Richard quickly shouted. What? The king of Aegon stopped, not because he was fooled by the evil god's followers' flowery words, but because he suddenly realized that this was the gate of heaven. If it was really an evil god's follower who had sneaked in, the great sparrow wouldn't have asked him to come down as a guide. What's wrong with you? Are you Richard Hope of the Stormland? The king of Aegon sized him up in surprise. He was lean, with short black hair, a face full of pockmarks and old scars, and a blazing red heart pattern on the armor in front of his chest. He was right, this was Stannis's knight, a follower of the Red God, and his direct killer. It's me, I'm Richard Hope, we've met a few times before. Don't doubt, I was indeed bewitched by the evil god of darkness, but now I've returned to the right path, and the Holy Mother has accepted me, the pockmarked knight said awkwardly. The king of Aegon didn't comment, but asked with a straight face, you didn't even change your clothes, how did you go to heaven? Clothes? The pockmarked knight lowered his head and saw the pattern on the armor. Sigh, I'm dead. Did this ancestral armor follow me to heaven? This means that you still approve of your outfit, Aegon said coldly. No, I don't agree. I believe in the seven gods. Richard shouted excitedly. Before he could finish, a miraculous scene occurred. The pattern on his armor blurred, then turned into the heptagram of the Church of the Seven Gods. Look. He pointed at his chest and said excitedly. You really changed your faith. What happened? How did you become a saint so quickly? Aegon was surprised. I only returned to the faith of the seven gods when I saw Lolo's true face after my death, Richard mumbled. After death? Aegon's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You've already seen Lolo. How can you still ascend to heaven? It's the Atonement Scroll. I've contributed greatly to Her Majesty Dany Rise, so she gave me a Atonement Scroll. After I die, I'll be able to ascend to heaven. Atonement Scroll. One Atonement Scroll can ascend to heaven. That's too cheap, isn't it? Aegon almost lost his mind. Sigh, if you knew what I did, you wouldn't say that, Richard said bitterly. What did you do? Sir Quincy asked curiously. Richard Hope was also from a famous noble family in the Stormlands. He was even a knight squire in the Red Keep. If not for Cersei's tricks, he would have become a Kingsguard. Of course, such a person was not unknown. When he came to Paradise Island, including Quincy Cox and a group of night watchers, everyone knew him. They also knew that he was a fanatical knight of Red Heart. Naturally, everyone had the same doubts as Aegon. Richard looked at his comrades from Eastwatch and said, Do you still remember how you died? That day at Eastwatch, dozens of night watchers died in the hands of the Minotaur. Now, they met the pockmarked knight again in Paradise. I killed that painted skin monster. Sigh, it's not a painted skin monster. It's a clone of the evil god LoveLore. Richard felt like he was chewing a bitter gourd. Tisk, are you sure that the Minotaur is LoveLore? A middle-aged night watcher with purple curly hair looked at the pockmarked knight with a pale face. His eyes were filled with sympathy. He was a knight and had ancestral armor. After his chest was scratched by the Shadow Fiend Tiger Claw, he lasted longer than the night watchers with white equipment. Therefore, he knew about the pockmarked knight's glorious achievements. It's him. That evil god doesn't even let go of the souls of his believers. Forget about the legendary wine, garden, and girls, he dragged us directly into hell. Richard gritted his teeth and said, "Well, you were dragged into hell because you did something blasphemous, right?" The Laver Night Watcher's mouth twitched. "No, my good friends and comrades were all dragged into hell, and their souls were forged into chains." Richard recounted the situation with lingering fear. "Tsk, I thought LoveLore was the Light King. I didn't expect him to be so evil." Everyone was shocked. "So, you can understand the mercy, justice, light, and greatness of the seven gods, right?" The Holy Sparrow's expression was solemn as she began to preach. "I have no regrets about the seven gods. I'm proud to be a believer of the seven gods. Being born under the glory of the seven gods and growing up in Westeros is the greatest fortune of my life. Long live, the glory of the seven gods will spread across Westeros." The believers of the seven gods who went to paradise expressed their opinions loudly. "But isn't the atonement scroll a little too exaggerated? Does the Dragon Queen really think that paradise is owned by her and that she can just casually give out atonement scrolls? This is too unfair to us saints," Sir Quincy complained. Just as he finished complaining, he felt a cold wind rise from his back, as if some monster was staring at him. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Old Quincy looked left and right, up and down, but he didn't find anything amiss. "Blasphemy if you don't taste it." Aegon roared and said with a serious expression, "Now is a special time. The long night is coming, and the seven gods should save the world. As the only remaining holy child of the seven gods, what's wrong with strictly following the teachings of the seven gods?" He looked down on this old knight. All he did was talk bad about Aunt Dany, but in front of the Holy Sparrow, he would flatter her as if it didn't cost him anything. "Archbishop." Old Quincy didn't dare to refute King Aegon. He could only look at his backer with an aggrieved expression. "Sigh, this should be my responsibility." The Holy Sparrow looked up at the sky and sighed, her thin face full of regret and annoyance. "The night is long, and danger is everywhere. Only the seven gods can save the world. This is the mission that the Holy Mother gave me a long time ago. But I died in an accident because of the power struggle at King's Landing, so this burden fell on St. Dany." Sir Quincy nodded and sighed. "I see. With the Archbishop's great spirit of justice, even if he has the authority to give out atonement scrolls, he definitely won't abuse it. What a pity, what a pity. Maybe the atonement scrolls can't be given out for free. We should charge some money to subsidize the poor believers," the Holy Sparrow said hesitantly. "Archbishop is merciful." Sir Quincy praised with his thumb up. The pockmarked knight approached the middle-aged night watchman and whispered, "Seems like there are also factions in paradise. There are also people living in paradise. Where there are people, there are factions. Compared to the secular world, this place is already very peaceful. The saints just don't like us who came in through the back door," the middle-aged night watchman replied in a soft voice. "Then I will also live with you at the edge of the third ring?" the pockmarked knight asked. On the way to Paradise Island, King Aegon had already explained the basic situation of paradise to him. "Richard, are you willing to join the church's armed forces? If you become a Saint Seiya, you can live in the first ring, which is the villa area around the Grand Cathedral, the Holy Sparrow said. There are also churches' armed forces in paradise. Who are you fighting against? The pockmarked knight asked in shock. There is no war yet, but no one knows for sure in the future. I saw many records in paradise called Earth. There were some fallen people who had distorted their worldview. They couldn't stand justice, order, and beauty. Not only did they fight against the Church of Light, they even fought their way to paradise. They were too arrogant. There were also some evil gods who thought that God takes turns to sit on the throne, and today it's my turn. They wanted to attack paradise and steal the throne of the 7 gods. There were also some crazy people who shouted, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want all the gods in paradise to disappear. They destroyed the whole world. So, we have to be prepared. We can't always rely on the 7 gods when the time comes, the Holy Sparrow said in a low voice. Stealing the throne of the 7 gods, destroying paradise. That's too scary. Richard's ugly face turned pale. He said in fear, I'm just an ordinary knight. Can I fight against those evil gods? You've killed an evil god, and Danny Rise called you the Devil Hunter, the Holy Sparrow reminded him. Okay, I'll join the Son of War. Richard thought about it. He knew nothing but fighting. He had no other pursuits other than pursuing glory in war. At least the treatment was good, and he could live in the most central ring of paradise. The envious and jealous eyes of the night watchers said it all. Not the Son of War, but the Saint Seiya. The Saint Seiya who protects the 7 gods in paradise, the Holy Sparrow said seriously. Unfortunately, Richard had just received a set of golden saint armor personally blessed by the Holy Mother at the cathedral. He didn't even have the time to show it off in front of the night watchers before he felt a powerful suction force pulling him in. Hey, what's wrong with me? Your Excellency, save me. The pockmarked knight was wearing a dazzling golden armor, but he was covered by a beam of white light from the sky. He couldn't move at all. It's the resurrection spell. The Holy Sparrow was shocked. You're being resurrected. Resurrected. The pockmarked knight was confused. I finally came to paradise. Who's so wicked to resurrect me? Whoosh. The next moment, he disappeared from the arena of the Holy Church. Ouch. The Holy Sparrow stomped her foot and said in annoyance, It's over. He's resurrected, but he didn't take off the Saint Seiya armor. Ah, what will happen? Aegon exclaimed. Maybe he can become a god of war in the mortal world. The Holy Sparrow was uncertain. That's too much. Aegon couldn't believe it. That's the Saint Seiya armor made by blacksmiths, enchanted by warriors, and blessed by the Holy Mother. There are only 12 sets in total, the Holy Sparrow said in frustration. Chapter 791. Who's reviving Sir Richard? Quincy asked curiously. It should be Danny Reese. She's the only one in the entire Westeros who can use the resurrection spell. The big sparrow sighed. That's too much. One moment, she's sending people to heaven with atonement scrolls, and the next moment, she's reviving people without warning. She's treating heaven as her own castle. She can do whatever she wants. Quincy began to criticize Saint Danny in front of the Holy Sparrow out of habit. Bad-mouthing another deputy minister of the same department in front of the deputy minister would definitely please that deputy minister. This was the valuable experience Quincy had gained from his decades of life as a small noble. Yes, the 7 gods were the ministers. But before he could finish, a familiar cold wind rose from his back, and he felt cold all over. This time, it was different from before. There was a circle of milky white light surrounding him. Looking at it, it was similar to the scene when Richard had left. "Ah, Archbishop, what's going on?" Quincy yelled in shock. "You're leaving heaven." The big sparrow's expression changed. "Oh, who's reviving me?" "Archbishop, I'm about to be revived. Can you give me a set of Saint Seiya armor? I swear, I'll be a god of war who glorifies the 7 gods in the human world. I'll do my best to kill deviant ghosts, protect the people of the 7 kingdoms, and help the 7 gods' child Danny Reese to end the long night." Quincy looked at the big sparrow with a longing expression and shouted excitedly. But as he shouted, the white ball of light around him slowly disappeared. I didn't leave heaven." Quincy was confused and regretful. Heaven was beautiful, but it was also boring. If he could return to the human world as a god of war and come back after a glorious death, wouldn't that be better? Turning around, the old knight saw the big sparrow's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a deviant ghost. "What's wrong?" he asked in confusion. "Why did my resurrection fail?" "No." The big sparrow picked up his jaw from the ground and said with a complicated expression, "You weren't resurrected. Your piety was lowered, and you're about to be expelled from heaven." "What? Expelled from heaven? Why?" "I didn't do anything to blaspheme the 7 gods." Old Quincy was scared out of his wits. "Maybe you should read the 7 Stars Bible a few more times, and then slowly recall your daily actions, words, and thoughts," the big sparrow said seriously. Actually, he didn't know what had caused old Quincy's faith to suddenly plummet. He had clearly been saying normal things before. The big sparrow also felt that the Dragon Queen was treating heaven as her home. He had even asked the Holy Mother about this, but the Holy Mother only asked him one question: "Compared to you ruling a magnificent paradise island alone, what is Danny and Liz putting a few people on your island?" That's right, the entire Paradise Island was under his management, and the Dragon Queen was only lending him a piece of land to house a few idle people. Now that she had become the only divine child of the 7 gods, she had to end the long night and save the world. In the end, it was still his fault for dying too early. Sigh, if he was still alive, he would most likely be showing his divinity in front of the sparrow people, giving out atonement scrolls, reviving people. Speaking of which, could the atonement scrolls be sold for money? Wouldn't it be too cheap to give them away for free? The big sparrow's imagination ran wild. Why wasn't he banished? King Aegon asked curiously. Just now, his faith suddenly passed the mark. It's very strange. The big sparrow was also very puzzled. That means I'm hovering around the mark of ascension to heaven? Old Quincy asked in horror. He felt as though he had one foot in the precipice, and the cold wind was blowing. It was too frightening. More or less. The big sparrow nodded. Your Eminence, you must save me. I don't want to leave heaven. Old Quincy burst into tears. Don't mingle with the night watchers anymore. Learn more from Aegon. Read the 7 Stars Bible when you're free. He can recite the entire Bible now. The big sparrow sighed. That morning, when Blackie left Winterfell and flew to Carhold City, a group of villagers from Long Lake Village drove a sleigh and escaped to Winterfell along the White Blade River. Long Lake was 300 kilometers long and shaped like a willow leaf. It was the source of the 1,000-kilometer-long White Blade River. It was 500 kilometers north of Winterfell and was at the border of Stark's territory. There were many small villages around Long Lake. In the past, even when winter came, the villagers wouldn't leave their homes. Because Long Lake was rich in resources, they could drill holes in the frozen lake and catch enough freshwater fish to fill their stomachs. Now that the ghouls were harassing their village, the villagers had no choice but to leave. There were no other territories between Long Lake and Winterfell, and the deviant ghost army was very close to Winterfell. That morning, Dragon Queen's Winged Dragon Legion brought the second batch of night volunteers to Winterfell. It was also a military investigation team. Dany didn't want to invest too much power in Winterfell, but she understood that experience could only be accumulated. The long night had to end, and the ghouls, deviant ghosts, and deviant ghost kings had to be wiped out. She couldn't avoid it. Hence, she used Winterfell as a training ground for her subordinates to gain experience in dealing with the deviant ghost army. But when she saw old Bart, Clinton, and the other familiar faces, she started to worry that they would die in Winterfell. For Bronn and Old Crab, she told them to observe more and learn less. They understood immediately and executed perfectly, ensuring that they would survive until the end. Even if Dany told old Bart not to risk his life for Winterfell, would he listen? If he really listened, he wouldn't be the fearless Barristan. Of course, she had prepared a ticket to heaven for them. But even if their souls went to heaven, it didn't mean that she didn't lose anything. Old Bart was dead. She lost a good teacher and helpful friend. She lost an unnamed hand of the Queen. Big Bear was dead. She lost a guardian knight whom she could entrust her life to. Even if Garth, Darkstar, Quinton, and the others died in battle, she would also lose a loyal and powerful subordinate. Hence, when Barristan, John Clinton, Giro Dane, Quinton Martell, and the other silver-blue armored knights climbed down from the back of the pterosaur amidst the cheers of the Northern Territory's vassals, and when Blackie saw the corpse hanging on the flagpole of Cohold City, Dany decided to test out the resurrection spell and deity's descent. Her subordinates could die, but they had to accompany her through the difficult but glorious final journey of the long night. Moreover, if they couldn't even resurrect, how could they be considered a stranger? Stranger was the Grim Reaper. As for deity's descent, based on the runes of the Song of Strength, deity's descent had already been researched by her on the gnome. Originally, if the gnome didn't explode and die after activating it, and if the gnome survived, he could really become deity's descent. Before the long night, this witchcraft would have been popularized on her subordinates. Unfortunately, the gnome had lost contact. Because he was with Jenny all the time, the gnome didn't dare to reactivate the Holy Night Seal, and the power of faith of the seven gods was the energy source to activate deity's descent. Hence, even after researching deity's descent for a few months, Dany still didn't know if it would succeed or if there were any flaws. Hence, the unlucky Sir Richard became the second experimental subject after the gnome to be recorded as deity's descent. The double experiment was to test both the resurrection spell and deity's descent. To be honest, in the beginning, Dany only planned to research the resurrection spell. If the soul and body were perfectly preserved, the Holy Mother Dany could also use the resurrection spell. According to whether the body contained Ian's spiritual substance after resurrection, the Holy Mother's resurrection spell could be divided into two types, perfect and imperfect. A normal living person only had Yang's spiritual substance in their body. After death, a part of the Yang's spiritual substance would transform into Ian's spiritual substance. After a period of death, the yin and yang spiritual substance would reach a balance. Then, according to the degree of decomposition of the corpse, the yin and yang spiritual substance would disperse into the world at the same time. Whether it was deviant ghosts or corpse monsters created by necromancers, such as the Demon Mountain, all of them had their yang spiritual substance extracted or transformed. From the body to the remnant soul, they were all made up of Ian's spiritual substance. Lolo's resurrection spell would extract the most precious part of the soul of the deceased, and then stuff the soul directly into the remnant body. This would cause the resurrected person to become inhuman from the soul to the body. Because the Ian's spiritual substance in the body and soul wasn't removed or transformed, their current body was exactly the same as the dead. Hence, whether it was Catelyn or the early Lightning King, after they were resurrected, they didn't need to eat, sleep, be afraid of cold or heat, and didn't need to urinate or defecate. The scars on their bodies couldn't heal. They didn't have many of the physiological activities of the living. Because the dead didn't have the physiological activities of the living. This kind of resurrection spell didn't require much technology, and the cost was also low. As long as there was the soul and remnant body of the deceased, Danny could do it too. But Danny didn't want to resurrect a monster. If it wasn't for the water song's divine power accidentally extracting the yin spiritual substance, the Holy Sparrow would have died back then. Now that she didn't have the water song, if Richard was resurrected, there was a high possibility that he would become like Caitlin. Of course, Danny wasn't LoveLore. She didn't intend to collect the resurrection fee, so she wouldn't extract the characteristics of his soul. After his resurrection, Richard's memories wouldn't change, and his personality wouldn't change temporarily. Only his body would become a ghost. It was conceivable that without a firm belief, his personality would become a ghost sooner or later. Fortunately, other than the Holy Sparrow, there was another perfect example of a resurrection: the Savior, John. Danny had personally participated in the process of John's resurrection. At that time, LoveLore didn't use the water song. Then, what was LoveLore's method? A person was made up of two parts, the soul and the body. After a person died, the soul and the body would be mixed with the yin spiritual substance. The yin spiritual substance in the body was difficult to remove, but the soul was also more difficult. LoveLore didn't have the water song, so he couldn't bleach Richard's soul in the water song. That's what the Holy Sparrow did. His method was very crude. He separated a part of his soul and destiny from his own soul and merged it into Richard's soul. The spiritual substance in a true God's soul must be extremely strong and yang. Like a ball of fire, it immediately diluted and transformed the yin spiritual substance in Richard's soul. After Richard's soul entered the body, he used the Holy Spirit's soul, which had the characteristics of a true God, to infect the body of a low-energy mortal. Different from Valeglia's radiation magic energy factor, this kind of infection was a benign infection. Therefore, Danny also planned to imitate LoveLore and raise Richard's spiritual substance's level. This way, he could infect the body of a low-energy mortal. How to raise the spiritual substance's level. Wear Saint Seiya's armor. Chapter 792. LoveLore sacrificed a portion of his soul and even gave out Yasura and Yahai's destiny to revive Richard perfectly. Danny was definitely unwilling to make such a sacrifice for Richard. Actually, LoveLore wasn't sacrificing for Richard either. He was renovating his mortal body. Then, she thought of the Vajra Song of Power rune. Currently, Danny only had one witchcraft that could help ordinary people obtain supernatural powers: Deity's Descent. Tyrion's runes were imprinted on the cervical vertebrae and organs. Could she imprint the runes on the surface of Richard's soul? Reality proved that it could be done. At least 30% of the success rate. On the cliff, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. He let out a cry of surprise and began to breathe heavily. Where am I? The sky was gray and the cold wind howled like ghosts, bringing powdery snowflakes with it. Richard was stunned for a moment. White Blade River Mountains. Danny leaned on Whitey's neck and asked curiously, "How do you feel now?" Your Majesty, Danny Alice." Richard turned his head and saw the familiar figure. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then, his previous memories came back bit by bit. I went to heaven. Am I resurrected now? Yes, you're resurrected. Sigh, why did you resurrect me? The night is long, and danger is everywhere. Deviant ghosts run rampant, and evil gods wreak havoc. The lives of mortals are too difficult. I want to stay in heaven. Richard said in frustration. You don't believe in the 7 gods, so you can't stay in heaven. Logically speaking, a stranger should be the one to bring you to reincarnate, but the Holy Mother thinks that you have destiny, so she asked me to find your corpse. In the end, the one who resurrected you is the Holy Mother, not me." Danny's expression was solemn as she talked nonsense. What destiny? The pockmarked knight was confused and couldn't hide his excitement. Revenge. Revenge on who? The knight's mouth twitched. He was a little disappointed. If you didn't lie to me and say that it was a painted skin monster, would I have such an ending today? Oh, that's not right. My good friend Gordy Farland was willing to sacrifice himself for the red deity, but he didn't have a good ending either. Looking at it this way, it seemed that he really had to thank the Dragon Queen for giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf. In his 35 years of life, he had believed in the 7 gods for the past 30 years. It seems that you understand. Seeing the change in his expression, Danny nodded and smiled. Lolo played with your faith, so you should take revenge. The night is long, and the deviant ghosts are running rampant. You should take revenge for the innocent people who died. The evil gods are wreaking havoc in the world. You should eliminate the evil and defend justice, and take revenge for the thousands of poor believers in the world who have gone astray. For yourself, for the 7 kingdoms, for the entire world, you should transform into a malicious spirit and return from hell, dragging all the demons into hell. This is the true essence of a demon hunter. Your Majesty, I came down from heaven. I'm not a ghost. Big Sparrow even made me a Saint Seiya. The pockmarked knight argued. Humph, without the mighty stranger's help, where would you be if not in hell? Without the Virgin's mercy, you would have been tortured by Lolo into the most miserable malicious spirit. The pockmarked knight was stunned. The Queen's words made a lot of sense. Without the help of the stranger and the Virgin, he would have fallen into hell and become a malicious spirit. What should I do? Richard accepted the fate that the Virgin had arranged for him. How do you feel now? Are you cold? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Danny asked. Well, it's strange. I've been lying on the ground for so long, but I don't feel cold at all. Richard hurriedly turned over and got up. He touched his neck, where there was a deep scar. He didn't feel cold, but the white breath coming out of his mouth proved that he still had a body temperature. Alas, the power level of God's descent is still not high enough. Danny shook her head regretfully. John became a normal person immediately after his resurrection because Lolo's soul was at the level of a true god. It was almost the highest level of magic power that Danny had ever encountered. God's descent was similar to God's strike, which could barely be regarded as an extraordinary power. The power level of the magic power was too low. If the power level of the magic power was low, the degree of contamination and efficiency would be low. The half-life of radioactive materials could be used to explain the change of the Yin spirit in the resurrected person. The half-life of polonium was only 2 milliseconds, while the half-life of uranium was hundreds of millions or billions of years. John was probably polonium, while Richard was slightly better than uranium. So John became a normal person immediately, while Richard only had a theoretical hope of becoming a normal person in 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, or 10,000 years. Who knew? What does it mean that the power level is not high enough? What does God's descent mean? Richard was puzzled. Are you still wearing the golden holy garment? Danny asked. Ah. The pockmarked knight suddenly remembered that when he had just become a gold saint, he had received a set of golden holy garment that Sir Quincy was very envious of from Big Sparrow. Well, where is my holy garment? He lowered his head and saw the familiar ancestral armor. At this moment, the huge red heart pattern on his chest made him very uncomfortable, as if a poisonous snake had wrapped around his body. The holy garment is worn on the soul. I will teach you an incantation that can activate it. As soon as Danny finished the incantation, the pockmarked knight impatiently recited it. There was no reaction. The knight's appearance also didn't change. I felt my spine go numb for a moment, then it was gone. Richard was puzzled. That's because you don't have the power of the 7 gods in your body, only the power of the 7 gods can activate the holy garment. It's like a person without strength can't wield a weapon. How can I get the power of the 7 gods? The pockmarked knight asked expectantly. Which of the 7 gods do you believe in? Warrior, Holy Mother, Stranger, I believe in all of them. Have you seen the 7 gods use healing spells? Like them, you can pray to one of the gods, then you will naturally understand what the power of the 7 gods is. I understand. From now on, I will follow His Majesty and serve the 7 gods faithfully. Richard said with a serious expression. After experiencing the hell of LoveLore and the heaven of the 7 gods, the pockmarked knight's faith suddenly became very firm. Now, his piety was at 66 points. After all, he was still a loyal follower of LoveLore last night. Don't follow me, you are a vassal of Stannis. Betraying the monarch is the same as betraying an oath, it is one of the most serious crimes of the 7 gods. Dany shook her head and refused. But he believes in the evil god LoveLore, the pockmarked knight said with a twisted face. The 7 gods are magnanimous, they don't reject the ES god, and they don't care about formalism. The 7 gods represent truth, goodness, and beauty. As long as you strictly abide by the 7 gods' teachings, it's fine even if you wear the crimson heart armor every day. As Dany spoke, her face seemed to emit a holy light. The pockmarked knight was somewhat convinced. Do I have to continue living my previous life? He asked with a troubled expression. Dany shrugged and said with a casual expression, how you live is your own business, every follower has their own life. It's Sir Richard, he didn't die at all. Oh gods, Richard, you didn't die. Oh 7 hells, Sir Richard, are you a human or a ghoul? That night, when Richard rode his pterosaur back to Winterfell, it immediately caused a commotion in the castle. Dany didn't inform anyone when she left, and when she returned with Blackie and Whitey, she didn't say what she was doing. After Richard parted with the Dragon Queen, he waited for a long time at the peak of the mountain. He was waiting for his pterosaur. How did you come back to life? Jon was shocked. Others suspected that Richard might not have been beheaded by Saigon, but he saw it with his own eyes. His corpse was hung on the flagpole, how could it be fake? I had an atonement scroll, and I went to heaven after I died. But I didn't believe in the 7 gods, so I couldn't stay in heaven, and then the Holy Mother resurrected me. Faced with the shocked king of the northern region, the confused Erlu, Aunt May, and the Knights of the Red Heart of the Blazing Flames, Richard hesitated for a moment before he decided to tell the truth. But he wasn't stupid and knew to hide some details. Atonement scroll. Go to heaven. Most of the believers of the Red Gods and the Old Gods of the North were confused. But the other 6 members of the 7 Sons, like Richard, had also received a ticket to heaven from the Dragon Queen, so they understood what Richard meant. Oh Lord of Light, is the Atonement Scroll really useful? Have you been to the 7 Gods' heavens? Why didn't you go to LoveLore's heaven? Heaven. Bah, the heaven that deserves to see deviant ghosts isn't the heaven that's filled with debauchery and 18 true maidens. LoveLore is an evil god. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked in horror at the scolding pockmarked knight as though he was a lunatic. Blasphemy. Richard, this is blasphemy. The bald Sir Cludden Songe bared his brown, rotting teeth as he scolded his revived comrade. Song-gu, listen to me, the Red God isn't you. The pockmarked knight was about to persuade his companion to mend his ways when he was interrupted by Erlu. Richard, come with me, I have something to ask you. Richard looked around at the Red Heart Knights who were glaring at him. He sighed and silently walked out of the hall with Erlu. Although the crowd was curious about the pockmarked knight's experience, the atmosphere was obviously not right. They could only watch as Erlu led his men away and left in whispers. John had an idea and went to the Queen's temporary residence on the east side of the guest castle. "Your Majesty, you did not bring Sir Richard back to life, did you?" he asked bluntly. "That was the will of the Holy Mother. Sigh, the war at Winterfell is imminent. Aren't you destroying the United Ghost Resistance Front by snatching the believers of the Red Gods?" Helplessness said unhappily. "Are you saying that Richard should go to Lawlor's hell? He sacrificed himself to help you clean up the mess." "Why did Sir Richard go to hell? Isn't he very devout?" John's eyes flashed. Dany looked at him deeply. "You know the bull-headed snake monster from the East Sea Watch? Who told you?" "I." John wanted to deny it, but when he saw Dany's eyes, he sighed helplessly and said, "A long time ago, Bran reminded me of the Shadow Devil's appearance and power. After all, I'm Lalo's target." "Hee, you're lucky to have a good brother. Since you know what Richard did, why are you still asking me why I saved him?" Dany sneered. Helplessness was conflicted. "Sometimes, sacrifices are unavoidable. It's not that I'm heartless, but your actions may provoke a war between the gods. But the deviant ghosts are already at our gates, we can't afford internal friction. The bigger picture is more important." Dany nodded in agreement. "I'm the bigger picture. I take the bigger picture into consideration." Helplessness. Chapter 793. From a certain point of view, John was right. Richard's return was like throwing a brick into a rippling lake. The temporary harmony between Dany and Erlu was broken. That night, Erlu didn't attend the banquet held for Old Bart, Clinton, and the other legendary knights. The Red God believers didn't attend either. The next morning, during the discussion on how to build the Seven Kingdoms United Ghost Resistance Command Center in the Winterfell main castle, Erlu was cold and indifferent. He was no longer, he was expressionless. However, Dany could clearly feel that his mood was very heavy. But she didn't care. She and Lalo had already fallen out. Even if they could work together because of the deviant Ghost King, they would fight to the death in the future. If Dany had the ability to kill him, would she do it? Obviously, she would. And vice versa. Moreover, her relationship with Erlu wasn't good. Without the deviant Ghost King, they wouldn't be sitting under the same roof. The king of the northern region spoke first. "Winterfell needs the support of the Seven Kingdoms nobles. The deviant ghosts aren't Stark's problem and won't be limited to Winterfell. The longer Winterfell lasts, the more peaceful the southern kingdoms will be. Of course, it's best to kill the deviant Ghost King in Winterfell." Old Crab glanced at Dragon Queen and said, "On the day the Great Wall collapsed, Dragonstone Island sent out messenger crows to inform the Seven Kingdoms nobles. They replied immediately. Besides confirming the accuracy of the news, they also asked what they should do next. Actually, they are willing to contribute to the war against the deviant ghosts. But the problem is, where should they contribute? What's there to doubt? Of course, it's Winterfell." Brandon Tauha said loudly. The voice of a male duck during puberty was particularly ear-piercing in the hole. He was the Earl of Torrhen City. He was only 15 years old. His father, uncle, and cousin had died in battle for Robb. There were many young counts like Brandon Tauha and Ide Amber. At this time, there were more than 10 youths in their teens and early 20s in the main castle conference room. At that time, they were young and avoided the War of the Four Kings. However, their fathers, ancestors, older brothers, and cousins all filled the huge hole that Robb had dug. Of the 10 earls in the Northern Territory, at least 7 of them were widowed countesses. Speaking of which, Dragon Queen and John were only 18 years old. The older generation had already withered away. Long Night had to rely on this group of young people. Well, Erlu would definitely disagree. He probably thought that he was in his prime and had a bright future ahead of him. Winterfell is too far from the south. The dukes don't know the situation in the north. They can only send out messenger crows to gather information about the outside world while gathering the people in their territory to strengthen the defenses of the castle. The old crab said in a low voice. Barristan continued, the Great Wall has collapsed, the sun has been extinguished, and the deviants are heading south. In the face of such a dangerous situation, there are definitely many nobles who are willing to contribute a part of their strength. However, the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms is chaotic now. The Iron Throne has not expressed any opinion. Everyone is like a headless fly, at a loss of what to do. At this point, White Knight glanced at Erlu, who was clenching his jaw, and the Dragon Queen, who had a calm expression on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, actually, Westeros needs a leader, a hero to unite everyone. Aunt May whispered in Erlu's ear, I've said it before. Take down the King's Landing and command the heroes. Dany rolled her eyes and said unhappily, even if you help him take down 100 King's Landing, do you think you can command me? Conquering the people depends on benevolence. Conquering the nobles depends on brute force. Taking down the King's Landing is only taking down the Iron Throne. How far can the Iron Throne's orders go from King's Landing? That depends on who takes down the King's Landing. The old crab smiled strangely. Your Majesty, you may not know. Recently, Dragonstone Island has received more than 100 loyalty letters from the Seven Kingdoms dukes. They are all great nobles. After the news of you defeating the Allied army at Meereen City spread, everyone began to look forward to you taking down the King's Landing in the Westeros. Crack, Erlu stared at the old crab and gritted his teeth. Dany waved her hand and said disapprovingly, I won't go back on my words. Moreover, there are many who want me to sit on the Iron Throne. There are even more who don't want me to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. For example, Lannister, for example. She pursed her lips at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth on the side. It's better to take the Iron Throne as a reward. Whoever can end the long night will be the destined king. Old Man looked at the gloomy Erlu and understood that the Dragon Queen's words were reasonable. He did not dwell on this issue and asked, no matter what, when resisting the deviant ghosts, it's best to establish a command center to govern the Seven Kingdoms. This is the most urgent matter at hand and the main topic of our meeting today. Your Majesties, Duke Stark, what do you think? Dany smiled and said, there are 7 dukedoms in the Westeros and 1 royal territory. There are 8 kings in total. Let's not fight over who is the king of the 7 kingdoms. Let's be more direct and make an 8 kings council, based on the dukedoms. I will represent Dragonstone Island and the royal territory. Cersei will represent the west. Yuluin will represent the Iron Islands. Randall Tarley will represent the Riverbend. Stannis will represent the Stormlands. No. Erlu unhappily interrupted her and said, Yuluin, Randall Tarley, and Cersei are obviously on the same side. They alone occupy 3 seats in the council. Your 8 Kings Council is completely surrendering to the Iron Throne. Dany glanced at him and said with disdain, you fight for the Iron Throne every day. Why don't you know anything about politics? I put Randall Tarley and Cersei on the same level. How can they be on the same side? So, you put Stark on the same level as me to drive a wedge between us. Erlu said coldly. If you are on the same side, I don't need to drive a wedge between you. If you are on the same side, no one can drive a wedge between you. Also, you have to understand that I am the one at a disadvantage in the 8 Kings Council. You and I. Dany lifted her chin and looked around. She said proudly, be content. Being on the same level as me is already a great benefit that surpasses the Iron Throne. You. Erlu was so angry that his face turned green. John quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Your Majesty has a united ghost resistance front. Why don't you pull in all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? The dukes will be the committee members and the kings will be the chairman. The 7 kingdoms currently have 3 kings. The Iron Throne, His Majesty Stannis and Dany rise. As long as the 3 of you form an alliance, the forces of the 7 kingdoms will join the United Ghost Resistance Front. Chairman. Dany had a strange expression on her face. I will not work with Cersei or Yuluen. Erlu was firm. John was stunned for a moment before he realized that Davos was leading Erlu's winged dragon legion and the vassals of the valley to attack the King's Landing. Barristan looked at Erlu solemnly. A few days ago, Her Majesty had Dragonstone Island send a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting for 100 tons of wildfire to be flown to Winterfell by air. Is there so much wildfire in the King's Landing? Yalishin asked in shock. Barristan nodded and looked at Erlu. Yesterday, before I came to Winterfell, I received a letter from the King's hand, Randall Tarley. In principle, he agreed to hand over the King's Landing wildfire to Dragonstone Island. But now, your King's hand, the Onion Knight Davos, is leading the Winged Dragon Legion to attack the King's Landing. The Iron Throne wants to keep the wildfire for your army. Unless you stop the war and swear not to attack the King's Landing again, Randall Tarley will not give us the weapons to defend the King's Landing. John turned to Erlu and tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, 100 tons of wildfire is enough to kill the variant Ghost King 100 times. Erlu frowned and hesitated. Melisandre reminded him softly, Your Majesty, we need Cersei and Yuluen. Erlu's expression changed again. He attacked the King's Landing for 2 reasons. 70% of it was to take back the Iron Throne of Theon Byra, and 30% was for Cersei and Yuluen. If the Child of Prophecy had to revive the mystic dragon to defeat the variant Ghost King, he would be more willing to sacrifice Cersei to revive Vargol than Shireen. In his mind, taking down the King's Landing meant saving Shireen. I've always heard that Randall Tarley is a righteous knight. Does he not understand that I am the only rightful heir of the 7 kingdoms? If he was willing to lead the Hornhill soldiers to swear allegiance to me, the Battle of the King's Landing could have been avoided, he said resentfully. Barristan's expression was bitter. John rubbed his face helplessly. They all understood Erlu's choice. In Moongate Castle, Queen Cersei and Princess Shireen occupied the palace that once belonged to Queen Sansa. However, this did not mean that Moongate Castle could refuse Sansa's arrival. She was the cousin of Robert Arryn, the Duke of Vale, and his guardian. However, Sansa did not live in Moongate Castle. She moved to the Eyrie next door. Indeed, the Eyrie was cold in winter, but if there were only a few people, there was still enough firewood. Sansa's reason for moving was simple, it was safer and freer. Moongate Castle became Erlu's wife's palace, and the servants in the Eyrie were all Mia Stone's men. In the past few days in the Vale, Sansa had been resting and worrying about the war at Winterfell. After all, Winterfell was her home. Then, she began to divine Winterfell's fate. Sansa was a moon singer. There was no doubt about Stark's innate ability to cheat. Hence, she could really see some scenes in the glass candles. However, it was difficult to ascertain if it was an illusion or a prophecy. Why am I seeing this illusion again? What does it mean? Will Arya really kill the King of Deviant Ghosts? It doesn't make sense. She's just an ordinary girl, only 13 years old. She has nothing to do with being the child of prophecy, Sansa muttered. For some reason, she had seen a scene in the glass candles many times in the past 2 days. A fat girl in black wielded a dagger and pierced the king of deviant ghosts' chest. Although the ugly girl had changed a lot, Sansa recognized her immediately. She was her sister Arya. Sansa had never seen the king of deviant ghosts before. In the illusion, the king of deviant ghosts' appearance was very blurry. However, after Arya stabbed it to death, the surrounding dead people with blue eyes fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Sansa guessed that it was the king of deviant ghosts who controlled all the deviant ghosts. Caw, caw, caw Sansa. Sansa was frowning by the fireplace in her bedroom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the glass window and called her name. She was shocked. She was startled. This was the eagle nest, which was hundreds of meters above the ground. Sansa hurriedly turned her head and saw a large black crow fluttering in the gray sky. It was pecking at the mosaic glass window with its beak. A shapeshifter. Sansa heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 794. Seeing the crow's human-like eyes outside the window, Sansa immediately knew that it was calling her. Thus, she was no longer afraid. There were many things that could make Stark afraid, except shapeshifters. Rickon, is that you? Don't be naughty. Sansa instinctively thought of her brother. I'm not Rickon, the crow said. A silver light flashed in Sansa's eyes. She carefully sensed the soul waves on the crow. Although it was familiar, it was indeed not Rickon. In the next moment, her expression changed. She said in surprise, Arya. It's me. The crow's voice also had a slight fluctuation. Brittany, open the window, Sansa hurriedly said to the roseless iron guard behind her. After King Aegon died, Brittany became a roseless iron guard again. Speaking of which, this was the second time. Last time, she was still a king's guard for Renly. Are you really Lady Arya? Mother of God, I finally completed Lady Catelyn's request and found both of you. Brittany was also very excited. The crow flapped its wings and flew into the bedroom. As it shook off the snow on its feathers, it said coldly, This is not your credit. I found you, not you found me. It's all the same. Brittany didn't care about Arya's attitude. She just grinned foolishly. I don't want any credit. As long as I see that both of you are safe, Lady Catelyn will be at ease. So, I'm relieved. Arya, where have you been all these years? Sansa held her stomach and walked over excitedly. She hugged the crow. Her eyes were sore and 2 streams of tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. I hated you back then, but you don't know how much I've missed you these past few years. No matter how naughty you are, I won't scold you anymore. She cried. I won't be naughty anymore. The crow's crystal-clear heart also had some ripples. Sansa cried for a while and calmed down. Then, she put the crow on the tea table by the fireplace and peeled a few peanuts in front of it. The big crow lowered his head to look at the peanuts, but he didn't eat them. He said, Sansa, I'm looking for you because I hope you can use the pterodactyl to bring me back to Winterfell. Return to Winterfell. Sansa frowned. Where are you now? In at the crossroads of the Trident River, in the woods 100 kilometers west. Why did you go there? Why didn't you come and find me earlier? Sansa complained. Brittany, please go out for a moment. The big raven turned her head and said to the female knight behind her. Before Brittany could react, Sansa said seriously, Arya, Brittany is my guardian knight. She is completely trustworthy. Bryn's mouth moved like a cow's. I swear to Lady Sansa, Lady Arya, she murmured. I will not break my oath. I believe in your loyalty, but I don't believe in your wisdom. Go out for a while. There are some secrets that are not suitable for you to know. The big crow spoke bluntly. Brittany's coarse round face was as red as a monkey's butt. She didn't say anything and hurriedly ran out of the living room. "Arya, you shouldn't have said that," Sansa said with a sullen face. "Did I say anything wrong?" the big crow asked. "You didn't say anything wrong, but you shouldn't have humiliated Brittany. She's my Kingsguard. I didn't mean to humiliate her." "Forget it, when you hear what I'm about to say, you won't think that way," the big crow said. "Go on, I'm listening." "I'm on my way to Rapid Flow City. I saw a large number of commoners and nobles migrating to Crabclaw Peninsula. I knew that the Great Wall had collapsed, and the deviants were coming south. Winterfell is in danger. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you go to Rapid Flow City? Uncle was captured by Lannister and brought to Casterly Rock. I don't know if he's still alive. Didn't you hear?" Sansa frowned. "I thought you could deal with Fry, so I've been looking for an opportunity at King's Landing. But you only did half of it. Since that's the case, I'll deal with the rest." The cold soul ripples in the big crow's voice made Sansa shiver. "How? What do you mean?" "I'll deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry the same way you dealt with Rapid Flow City's Fry." Sansa's expression changed. How did she deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry? Other than the babies, they were all hanged. Don't mess around. Rapid Flow City's army is strong, and Transfiguration isn't omnipotent. You're still young, be a lady. I'll take revenge for Fry. Lady. The big crow's red eyes were dazed for a moment. I'll never be a lady. I couldn't when I was young, and now I'm even further away from being a lady. It's even further than Winterfell 5 years ago. Sigh, I know you've suffered a lot in the past few years. It's all my fault. I was too childish. Sansa's eyes were filled with tears of regret and pity. Don't worry. From today onwards, I'll let you grow up happily like a princess. Perhaps you can marry a prince in the future. A prince isn't as good as a sewing needle. At least a sewing needle isn't fake, the big crow cawed. For some reason, when facing her family, even the powerful Reaper's scripture couldn't restrain her surging emotions. What did you say? Sansa's pretty face twisted. At this moment, that familiar feeling brought her back to many years ago, when she was teased by the troublemaker Arya in Winterfell's sewing room. I don't want to be a prince, and I don't want to be a princess. The big crow didn't continue rubbing salt on her sister's wound. I have a way to deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry. I'm a faceless one. Faceless one. Sansa laughed. Have you watched too many dramas? No wonder, the City of Knowledge has produced many faceless dramas in the past 2 years. Recently, Robin, Robert's nickname, just like Ide's nickname, Ned, and Rickon have started to play the role of faceless one. However, they're only willing to play the role of the inhumane faceless one if they draw the worst draw. The children prefer to play the role of the hero who defeats the faceless one, or the dog who identifies the faceless one and saves the princess and queen. A cold glint flashed in the big crow's eyes. What Sansa said was the truth. The faceless one's reputation was like that of a demon, and it was everywhere in the Westeros and Ursus. However, Arya didn't dwell on this matter and only said calmly. For the past few years, I've been in Bravos as a faceless apprentice in the House of Black and White. Now, I've become a qualified faceless one. The smile on Sansa's face froze, and she said in a low voice, Arya, tell me, you're joking. I'm not, I killed Tommen. The big crow said coldly. Sansa was stunned for a moment, and then she burst into tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, woo-woo. Father was going to send us away quietly, and even prepared a ship, but I went to find Cersei before I left. I'm stupid, I'm childish, I'm stupid, I can't bear to leave the handsome Prince Joffrey, that demon, how could I be so stupid? The big crow's red eyes were filled with shock. She didn't know that there was such a secret behind the tragedy. If it was the Arya of the past, she would have cursed and even rushed up to her sister to pull her hair, slap her, and poke her lungs with her little metal head, but now, seeing her sister so sad, the big crow sighed with mixed feelings. You're so stupid, I told you, Joffrey is a bastard. Whoa, I regret it so much, you've become an emotionless murderous demon, it's all my fault, I've let you down, I've let Mother down. Sansa cried even harder. Damn the scholars, they've ruined the Faceless One's reputation. If she had teeth, the big crow would have gnashed them. Sansa was shocked again when she heard this. She wailed, did you kill Dr. Wargrave as well? Holy Mother, look at what you've done, you killed the world's greatest literary figure. I did intend to kill that old bastard who specialized in tarnishing the Faceless One's reputation, but it was too late, he seemed to have died in the City of Knowledge's internal strife. The big crow shook her head. What, Dr. Wargrave was murdered by the scholars? Why? Sansa was shocked again. I don't know, and I don't care, the target is dead, my mission is automatically completed. The big crow said coldly. Whoa, look at you, what have you become? The Black and White School, they deserve to see the other ghosts, what have they done to you? Sansa was shocked by her coldness and cried even harder. Stop crying, I'm fine, the Black and White School is fine, they taught me the ability to control fate. Whoa. Sansa didn't stop crying, she was even sadder. You've been brainwashed, just like in a drama, you've become a killing tool that only listens to orders, controlled by the authorities of Bravos. Caw. The Grim Reaper's state of mind was completely broken, at this moment, Arya wanted to go crazy. You're still as stupid as before, if I've been brainwashed, would I be standing here talking to you now? Would I have killed Tommen and Coburn, planned to purge Riverrun's Fry? Would I have given up on returning to the Black and White School and planned to save Winterfell instead? Sansa was stunned, there were so many dramas related to the Faceless One, she already knew the rules of the Black and White School, only the benevolent could decide who would be granted relief, the Faceless One was not allowed to kill anyone outside of their mission. So, you haven't been brainwashed. Or is the City of Knowledge deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Black and White School? Her beautiful face broke into a joyful smile. The big crow pondered for a long time and sighed. Dr. Wargrave is very scary, the content of his drama about the Faceless One is true. The Black and White School will brainwash the faceless trainees, but I'm different, I'm a shapeshifter. The small Black and White School can't restrain me, I hunt in the river forest, I wander the streets of Bravos, I soar in the sky, my heart is always free. Looking at the big crow's body, Sansa seemed to understand. Even if you're a Faceless One, there are so many Freys in Riverrun, how can you kill them all alone? Leave it to me, I'll kill them all sooner or later. Aegon is dead, the True Dragon Alliance disbanded, what can you do? The big crow shook his head. Sansa's eyes flashed, and she said confidently, wait and see, it's not over yet. I can't wait, Waldfry can't wait, he's in his 90s. I must let him taste the greatest pain and regret in the world before he dies of old age, the big crow said calmly. Then now you, sigh, compared to Waldfry, I'm more concerned about Winterfell and Jon. Waldfry won't be able to escape in a short time, but whether Winterfell will be destroyed by the other ghosts is a matter of 2 days. Chapter 795. Even if you go to Winterfell, what can you do? Why don't you come and accompany me? At this moment, there's no safer place than the Valley Eagle Nest, Sansa persuaded. I'm different from you. I'm a fighter, the big crow said calmly. You're a fool. Sansa was angry. Have you seen deviant ghosts? You don't know that only tile swords and dragon's hard weapons can kill deviant ghosts. Your sewing needle is really just a sewing needle. I heard that Dany Liz is in Winterfell. Can I borrow a dragon's hard dagger from her? The big crow asked. She's worth 10,000 of you. Don't go back to die. It's not scary if Winterfell is destroyed. As long as you, Rickon, and Jon survive, we'll rebuild our home one day. Sansa's face looked weathered as she sighed and said, all these years of hardship have taught me a lesson. A home is made up of family members. Without people, Winterfell is just a castle. So what if the castle is destroyed? We're reunited. Anywhere can be Winterfell. Is that why you brought Rickon away from Winterfell before the war? What about Jon? The big crow said angrily. Do you think Rickon and I can help Jon? Sansa said bitterly, if possible, I'd like to lend him my pterodactyl. Dany Liz and Stannis have a large group of pterodactyls. If it's too late, there'll be a place for the king of the northern region. You can't help Jon, but I can't, the big crow said confidently. You can't, Sansa's bitter smile froze. An image flashed in her mind. Arya was lifted up by the neck by the deviant ghost king. She switched her right hand to her left hand and stabbed the deviant ghost king's throat. Can the faceless one assassinate the deviant ghost king? She asked in shock. How do you know if you don't try? Sansa struggled. After a while, she looked at the big crow with a bright and passionate gaze. The big crow couldn't help but shrink his neck. Why are you looking at me like that? Arya asked awkwardly. Sansa hugged the raven and said fervently, Arya, you have to swear loyalty to me. I will give you a dragon bone dagger. What? Arya was confused. I'll send you to Winterfell, but before that, you have to pledge your loyalty to me, Sansa repeated. She was still very agitated. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why would I pledge my loyalty to you? The fake crown prince is dead. You are no longer the queen. The big crow shrieked. Boom! Sansa slammed the crow on the table and shouted, Arya, he's your brother-in-law. Why are you so agitated? I didn't say he wasn't, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a fake crown prince. Stop dreaming about being the empress. He's dead, and your short-lived dynasty has come to an end. The big crow also retorted loudly. Sansa stood up angrily, but before she could explode, she sat back down on the couch like a deflated balloon. She adjusted her mood and expression and said kindly, You're still as annoying as before. But you're right, I won't admit defeat. I still want to be the empress. No, as long as you're willing to help me, I can become the empress. You're crazy. The big crow shook his head. Listen to me. Sansa didn't hide anything. She told him about how the Dragon Queen recognized her child as Targaryen and how the Dragon Queen ended the long night as the Empress. I've heard of Dany Rise's vow to end the long night as the Empress, but will she really keep it? It seems like the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms aren't very enthusiastic about it, Arya said doubtfully. Targaryen is a man of his word. Sansa was very confident. Dany Rise has never broken an oath or broken a promise in her life. The Iron Throne is worth everyone's oath, the big crow said. That doesn't include her. I've met her a few times, and I understand her character. She's a traditional knight like her father and Barristan. Honor, integrity, fairness, and kindness. Think about it, if she was like Cersei and the Mad King, would she still help Winterfell? Sansa said confidently without any reluctance. Alright, since I'll kill the Ghoul King eventually, I might as well let you take advantage of me. The big crow hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If they traveled by land, the Bright Moon Mountains would be 1,000 kilometers long from the Eyrie to the crossroads inn. But Sansa had a pterosaur, and after a few hours, she found her sister at the intersection of the Trident River. 7 gods above, you're the Hound. On a hill near the river, Sansa saw 2 people and a dire wolf the size of a horse. The dire wolf with silver-gray fur was lying on a pile of dried grass, and a girl in black leather armor was lying next to it. Another tall man with long hair covering his face was standing by the side, looking up at the pterosaur that had landed. Caw caw, the crow flew away from Sansa's arms, and the black-haired girl on the pile of grass woke up immediately. Little girl, are you really a knight? Can your dragon breathe fire? The tall man took a few steps back and looked at the pterosaur's beak with some fear. Lady is a pterosaur, she can't breathe fire to burn you. Why are you here? They all said you were dead. Seeing her old lover again, Sansa's expression was very complicated. Lady? That's not a lucky name. Hearing that the monster in front of him couldn't breathe fire, the Hound heaved a sigh of relief. The Hound is indeed dead. The person standing in front of you now is the Holy Hound. Holy Hound. When Brittany helped her down the pterosaur's back, Sansa saw the Hound's outfit. His hairstyle hadn't changed, and it was still long enough to cover the entire left side of his burned face. He was still wearing the black steel armor, but there was a huge white heptagram on his chest. You joined the Son of War. Sansa was very surprised. She knew that the Hound despised the gods as much as he despised the glory of the knights. I said, I'm the Holy Hound. I'm a hound, born to be a hound, but being a hound for someone, even if he's a king, will always make me do something I don't want to do. Well, being a dog for a villain or a bastard, I'll definitely become a villain or a bastard. The Holy Hound is different. She's definitely not a villain or a bastard. Being her dog, I'll be at ease and proud. Ha ha ha. The Hound laughed strangely. Although he was laughing heartily, the way he looked at Sansa was very complicated. When his gaze fell on her bulging belly, his eyes became even darker. A trace of regret crossed his heart. He was saved by the monks on the Silent Island. Now he's also a monk. He's a priest of the 7 gods who serves the Holy Hound, Arya said as she walked over. Sansa's attention was immediately attracted by her sister. She was thin and slender, but only a little over 1.5 meters, shorter than herself. She had a long horse face, gray eyes, and black hair combed back into a single ponytail. Very Stark's appearance. If it wasn't for her cold expression, she would have looked quite similar to Aunt Lyanna in the portrait. Arya saw her sister looking at her and frowning. She touched her face and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You haven't changed much. You haven't grown up." Sansa said dejectedly. "What do you mean?" Arya's expression turned even colder. Sansa was stunned. She recovered and said awkwardly, "Didn't I tell you before? I saw a scene in the glass candle. You used a knife to stab the Ghoul King to death. You're burly and fat. You're not as smart and cute as you were when you were young. You're completely grown up. Do you think I can be fat?" Arya sneered. Sansa was silent. In this world, being fat was a privilege that only noble ladies and cooks had. Her sister had lived a hard life in the House of Black and White. It was normal for her to be a little stunted. "Why are you with the Hound?" She changed the topic. "When you flew over, didn't you see the people on Riverside Avenue and King's Lane?" Arya asked. Sansa nodded. The roads were full of people. "Hound and I met by chance 2 days ago on the road." After that, Arya and the Hound talked about what they had been through recently. News of the Great Wall collapsing and the ghouls heading south spread through Riverside Avenue. The lesser nobles who thought they could not resist the ghouls' encirclement brought their families and fled their castles. They either sought refuge in large castles like Riverrun or Hellenberg, went to the valley, or took boats along the Trident River to Terror Cave Castle on Crabclaw Peninsula. If the nobles fled, what could the commoners do? No one cared if they lived or died. So, Monk Meribad came forward and called for the monks and knights of the holy churches in the Three River Basin to enter the villages where the holy churches were located and organize the commoners to move to the valley and Crabclaw Peninsula. Meribad first received high praise from the Dragon Queen. Then, he used the large amount of food she provided to help the commoners. When the Holy Mother descended, he was also one of the first monks to receive the Holy Mother's divine arts. So, the former wandering monk had become a prominent figure in the Three River Basin. The silent island where the hound lived belonged to the Holy Church. It was not oppressed by lords and did not need to serve in the military. Because it was an alluvial plain where the Trident River flowed into Crab Bay, the land on the island was fertile and filled with farmlands. The commoners lived a prosperous life. So, the silent island became a place to take in refugees. Under the lead of the elder bishop, the hound left the silent island with a group of monks. These days, he had been receiving the commoners near the Trident River. Coincidentally, Arya was hiding among the commoners and the two of them met. Originally, the two of them did not get along well when they parted last time. Now that they met again, they should not have gotten together. But after Arya said that she wanted to return to Winterfell to fight the ghouls, the hound seemed to have found his ultimate goal as a warrior. So, he bid farewell to the elder, leading to today's scene. Stop talking nonsense, let's go to Winterfell quickly. The hound looked up at the sky and scolded, after such a long night, I almost forgot what the sun looks like. Now I can't even tell the difference between morning, afternoon and evening. Arya looked at Lady and frowned. Your dragon is much smaller than Deathwing. Can it carry all of us? Don't worry, Lady is a striped pterosaur. Her wings are wide and can carry 400 to 500 kilograms. You guys won't have a problem. Arya asked again, what if we add Nymeria? Nymeria. Sansa looked at the dire wolf that was the size of a small pony. Her eyes dimmed as she stared blankly for a while. If her lady was still alive, she would be about the same size. Her siblings all had dire wolves and were shapeshifters. Sansa was the only exception. Nymeria is too big. We can't carry her on our back. We can tie a rope around her and let Lady carry her on her claws. Carry her on her claws. Won't it be too dangerous? What if she falls? Sansa looked at her sister's face and suddenly frowned. Even though she was worried, her tone and expression were so calm. It's okay. Rickon's furry dog was also flown to the Moongate Castle by air. While the hound went to the woods to peel bark and make hemp rope, Sansa pulled her sister to a corner and whispered, You're very strange. You're like a piece of emotionless ice. What's wrong? Chapter 796. You look very scary now. You're like a piece of emotionless ice, Sansa said worriedly. I'm a faceless one. Arya raised her eyebrows and said calmly. Do you practice any meditation techniques? Sansa asked. That's my secret. Arya avoided the question. Sansa said with a serious expression, the day before Aegon was killed, the 5 of us combined our souls. At that time, a cold and terrifying consciousness followed your mental power, and made Bran suffer a great loss. Right, did Bran contact you? He became the three-eyed crow. Arya hesitated for a moment and nodded. That day, when my soul returned to my body, he came to find me. He really came to find you. Sansa's expression was gloomy. She was very upset. Aegon was captured and burned to death. These were the knots in her heart that she could not solve. The three-eyed crow knew everything, and Jon was crying for help under the heart tree in Winterfell. Why did Bran just stand by and watch the tragedy happen to her? Bran helped Jon and Arya. Why didn't he help her? Arya noticed the change in her sister's emotions, but she thought that she was worried about her. She explained, "My meditation technique comes from the black and white school. It's very powerful, but it has a weakness. I'm half a deviant ghost." Deviant ghost? Sansa was shocked. Arya turned around and looked at Brittany and the Hound who were looking over. She whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't let others know." Sansa walked to her sister's side with a grim expression. She touched her sister's face and ignored her struggles. She put her hand under her collar and touched her left breast. "Your body temperature is abnormal. It's much lower than a normal person's." Sansa's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. "I think it's fine now." Arya did not care. "But you're about to become a deviant ghost," Sansa said anxiously. "I know. I won't let myself become a deviant ghost." "You can really turn into a deviant?" Sansa asked in a trembling voice. "Bran has deduced my meditation technique before. It's very powerful and even involves the Song of the Dead, but its foundation is very evil. Only those with strong willpower would be able to avoid going astray after cultivating. Don't worry, my will is as firm as a rock," Arya said confidently. Song of the Dead. Sansa was a little confused. The law of death can turn mortals into death gods. Arya's eyes lit up. "What if you fail?" Sansa said worriedly. "If you fail, you might become a monster," Arya said seriously. You'd better stop cultivating," Sansa exclaimed. "Ordinary faceless people can't even pass the test of a dog. How can they not practice the Death Sutra? Furthermore, even if he became a deviant ghost, he would be a deviant ghost with an independent will. When that time comes, I'll definitely help you kill Strange Ghost King before killing myself. The deviant ghost king will definitely not guard against a deviant ghost." Arya's eyes were cold and resolute. While Sansa was flying to Winterfell with Arya and the Hounds, Barristan, representing the Dragon Queen, appeared at King's Landing. The king's hand, Randall Tarley, crossed the Blackwater River and met with Old Barton near the Imperial Forest on the south shore. Looking at the surging waters of the East Inflow Sea, Barristan sighed. "Meeting you here in this way is really hard for me. Do you understand what I mean?" Randall Tarley's face, which was as hard as Huang Gongyan's, showed a hint of empathy and awkwardness. The Westeros' current moral decline and immorality all started with the Mad King. Ever since he killed Rickard Stark and his son, visiting another lord's house, negotiating, and getting married have all become more dangerous than going to war. His Majesty Aerys' way of killing Duke Rickard was wrong, but he might have had his reasons. Old Barton frowned and defended his old lord. "If being tortured by the Mad King's genes is considered a reason, then it is," Randall Tarley said with an indifferent expression. "Forget it, let's not talk about this today. The matter between His Majesty Aerys and Duke Rickard will be resolved in the Queen's Council." Barristan shook his head and talked about the purpose of this trip. "Stannis refuses to stop the war, but Her Majesty wants you to hand over 100 tons of wildfire." Randall Tarley's eyelids twitched a few times as he said coldly, "You think I'll give in?" "The Queen said that if you don't agree, she won't mind changing the Iron Throne to a more considerate ruler within a day," Barristan said softly. Randall Tarley could no longer maintain his cold expression as he roared angrily, "She's too arrogant. King's Landing has 40,000 soldiers and hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows. My lord, please calm down and think about it. Who does the Queen want wildfire for? To conquer the world for herself? No, she wants wildfire only to deal with the deviants and to save the Westeros. The full title of the King of the Seven Kingdoms is King of the Undols, Loinars, and the Forerunners, and Protector of the Realm. Who do you think is the Protector of the Realm, Cersei or Yuluen? Old Barton asked sincerely. The anger on Randall's face froze. He fell silent. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Why did she force the Iron Throne, but not Stannis to stop the air raids on King's Landing?" Because Stannis is in Winterfell, and the Iron Throne did not respond to the deviants heading south. It will be hard for me to explain to the council minister if I give away 100 tons of wildfire for nothing. Wildfire will not only burn the Valley army surrounding the city, it will also stop the deviants that might come to King's Landing. Randall Tarley said in a low voice. You want gold and food. Old Barton frowned. I want dragon crystals. I need a dragon crystal weapon for every soldier in King's Landing. Old Barton's expression was strange as he slowly shook his head. Randall Tarley's brows furrowed. 40,000 weapons is indeed a bit much. Then let's make it half, and use them in rotation. No, you misunderstand me. Dragonstone Island is willing to provide 500,000 dragon crystal spearheads to King's Landing, completely free of charge. Old Barton said softly. 500,000 is not a small number. Can you make the decision for Dany Rise? Randall Tarley was shocked. Her Majesty is willing to give dragon crystal weapons to all humans who resist the deviants for free. She doesn't care about money, nor does she care if you are loyal to her. Her only goal is to save the world. Randall Tarley was stunned for a long time. I can transport 100 tons of wildfire, but you have to promise me one thing. Take my son, Dickon, to Winterfell. Are you sure? I want to go personally and lead King's Landing. No, at least lead the Jolling Boys to stop the deviants from heading south. The hand of the King's duty is to protect the Westeros, isn't it? Randall Tarley's eyes dimmed. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Protecting the capital and the king is also the responsibility of the hand of the king. Perhaps Yuluen and Stannis can make peace. Hand over King's Landing to Davos, and Yuluen and Cersei retreat to High Court. Riverbend also needs to be defended. Old Barton suggested. Your idea is good, but unfortunately. Randall Tarley shook his head and said bitterly, last time when the vassals rebelled, Davos led the Winged Dragon Legion to burn Yuluen's camp outside Twilight Valley. He didn't die in the explosion, but I heard that his thing was burned out. How can such a huge grudge be reconciled? Although the temperature had dropped below zero and the sun had gone out, for safety reasons, Dragon Queen's winged dragon knights still transported a batch of Tyrian oil from Dragonstone Island to increase the stability of wildfire. Just outside Riverface Gate, a large group of alchemists were busy refilling the glass jars with wildfire. Every time a batch was loaded, a winged dragon would fly from the south bank to the north bank's pier, carry the wildfire bombs, and immediately fly to Winterfell. There was no delay. Not only the winged dragons, but Dany's 3 Megalosaurus also came. 2 Megalosaurus stood guard in mid-air, while the other landed to carry a ton of wildfire. Hey, Sir, is someone looking for you? Just as Big Black landed, causing a commotion among the residents and sailors at the riverside wharf, a sloppy little beggar with frostbite on his face approached Barristan and threw a ball of paper before turning around and quickly diving into the crowd. Old Barton lowered his head to pick up the ball of paper, opened it, and was stunned. Your old brother wants to go to Winterfell, and hopes that you can give him a ride. Old brother, who is it? Why do you say that so ambiguously? The old knight was puzzled, and unconsciously took a few steps forward, trying to find the little beggar in the crowd. When the common people saw the white knight with white enamel inlaid on his chest and a white cloak behind him, they all gave way with awe and admiration. Even if some people pointed at him, they didn't block his way. Suddenly, a bearded cripple with a tattered sheepskin coat and a dirty face seemed to be drunk. He lowered his head, swayed, and didn't dodge. He just happened to lean towards the left side of Barristan's waist where the sword was hanging. "Be careful, Sir Sammy." Although the bearded man looked like a beggar, he also had a sword on his left waist. The two guards beside old Barton immediately took a step forward and held the bearded man with vigilance. The cripple didn't dodge, and let them hold him. He only raised his head abruptly and met Barristan's eyes. "Ah, you!" Old Barton's expression changed dramatically. He pulled the two guards away, took the cripple's right arm, and walked back. "Why are you here?" Old Barton whispered. "Ha, I didn't expect you to recognize me at a glance even though I've become like this. I was just about to tell you my name." The bearded man limped, and struggled to keep up with the White Knight's pace. "I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes," Old Barton snorted, and unconsciously slowed down his pace. He asked doubtfully, "I heard that your right hand is broken, why is your left foot lame?" "My right hand is broken, and my left foot is also lame," the bearded man said bitterly. Barristan took the bearded man to the large ship carrying the wildfire cans on the Blackwater River. When they entered the captain's cabin on the second floor, he was relieved and let go of the bearded man's right arm. 40 pterosaurs couldn't take away all the wildfire cans at once. The rest would be sent to Dragonstone Island by ship, and slowly transferred to Winterfell. After the two of them sat down, old Barton threw the letter at the bearded man with a cold face, and said lightly, "You're not my brother." The bearded man was puzzled at first, but when he picked up the note and read it, he understood the other party's meaning. He threw the note on the ground and said with a smile, "This was written by Varys. I know myself well. The current me is not worthy of Her Majesty the Queen's Kingsguard Captain and Hand of the King. Jaime, don't be glib. Why are you dressed like this? Why are you looking for me?" Old Barton said coldly. The crippled man with a sloppy face opposite him was the once elegant and powerful Kingsguard captain, Jaime Lannister. Although Varys stuck my coarse beard face to your cold butt, he didn't lie. "I need your help." "What are you going to Winterfell for?" Old Barton frowned. The smile on Jaime's face disappeared. Misery and helplessness were like maggots on the toilet wall, dragging obvious traces on his cheeks and slowly climbing up his eyebrows. "Now, if I don't go to Winterfell, what else can I do? I don't know what to do, but I'm very sure that I don't want to do anything wrong again. At least this time, I can be completely sure that fighting the deviants and protecting the Westeros is absolutely not wrong." Looking at the obvious wrinkles on his face, old Barton guessed that his little brother must have had a hard time these 2 years. He couldn't help but wonder, Cersei is in the Red Keep, and the Lion Army is at King's Landing. "Why are you dressed like this? You seem to be hiding from someone." Jaime's blue eyes flashed with a bone-deep hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "You Luwin." Chapter 797. Yuluin. Barristan was deep in thought. He seems to be controlling Cersei now. Not just Cersei. The Imperial Council, the Red Keep, my Lionhelm Legion, and even the entire King's Landing are all under his control. Jaime was heartbroken, unable to hide his grief and anger. The Lionhelm Legion is all from the Western Territory, and was personally created by Duke Tywin. The middle and high-ranking officers are all Lannister. How could Yuluin control them? Old Barker said in disbelief. Jaime smiled bitterly. The current commander of the Lionhelm Legion is Titus Pegg, my cousin-in-law. He was originally very reliable, but sighed. When he was captured on Dragonstone Island, Dany Rise offered a ransom of 5,000 gold royals. That was an unprecedented sum of money. I can't think of anyone who offered a ransom more expensive than him. Oh, the fake crowned Prince Aegon's ransom is far more expensive than Titus's. But my cousin-in-law is only a knight, not a king. Old Barker was a little embarrassed. The Dragon Queen was indeed not very good at that time. Her Majesty was very angry. Dragonstone Island is Targaryen's land, but Sir Peg was stubborn and refused to surrender when the army approached the city. In fact, she offered such a high ransom just to make Sir Peg unable to pay, and then force him to wear black clothes and guard the Great Wall, he explained. It would have been better for him to be a night watchman. Jaime sighed and continued. In any case, the Peg family could not afford the ransom of 5,000 gold royals, so they could only borrow. Originally, when my uncle came to power, he had already promised that Lannister would help House Titus. But Cersei did not agree. She hated Titus for being incompetent and for embarrassing her. It took months for the Iron Throne to take Dragonstone Island, and thousands of people died. Titus could not even hold on for a day, nor did he cause any losses to Dany Rise. Later, my uncle died, and Cersei regained the regency. Titus had to bear a huge debt, and his family struggled to survive. A person who owes a debt and still harbors resentment is too easy to bribe. Old Ba said thoughtfully. Not only that, Titus is a Riverbend noble. Now that Tywin has taken down Gouting. Tywin is powerful, and Lannister is withering day by day. Titus knows the first rule of power games: always stand on the side of the winner, Jaime added. But why did Cersei give the Lionhelm Legion to Titus? Doesn't she know what she did to him? Old Ba was puzzled. Jaime's expression was complicated. She's more blindly confident. In her heart, it seems that no matter what she does, no one should change their loyalty to her. Just like that Tanya from Meyer, who had betrayed her once before, and now she was summoned back to the Red Castle to become the chief steward of the palace. Tanya was also Yuluin's woman. As the old saying goes, if you want to keep your subordinates loyal, you can be stupid, but you must always win in the game of power. No game player is willing to lose. Unfortunately, Cersei is not only stupid, but also looks like a loser. Lannister has also been losing for the past few years. Old Ba did not want to judge Cersei in front of Jaime, so he asked, Titus is only the commander of the Lionhelm Legion. The mid-level officers should still be loyal to Lannister, right? Unless Titus is willing to cooperate with me and use a trick to take down Tywin and Yuluin, there will be a bloody civil war in King's Landing. Yuluin will suffer, but Lannister will definitely die. In the battle with the Golden Corps, most of the Lionhelm Legion's main force was killed by Yuluin. They are no match for Tywin now, Jaime said helplessly. Why did you suddenly disappear back then? If you had been at King's Landing all along, none of this would have happened, Old Boss said, puzzled. Jaime lowered his eyes and said vaguely, I was fulfilling a promise I made in my early years, and I was useless at King's Landing. Cersei did not listen to me. Cersei is a lying bitch. As far as I know, she slept with Lancel, the brothers Cate Black, and even Moonchild. For some reason, whenever he thought of Cersei, his dwarf brother's cursing laughter would always ring in his ears. Yes, now it was confirmed that she had indeed slept with her cousin, Lancel, and the Cate and Blake brothers. Did that mean that Yutong was real? Jaime's heart was in pain. He sacrificed everything for love, and what did he get in the end? Seeing his gloomy face, Barristan changed the subject. What happened to your leg? It's limping. Can't you see? I know it's limping, but why is it so? I returned to King's Landing a few months ago. At that time, I thought, first enter the Red Keep through the secret passage, kill Yuluin, and get everything back on track. Jaime looked at Old Ba, whose eyes were wide open in shock, and smiled indifferently. Yes, Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen are all my children. You can curse me for being incestuous. But I want to tell you, you don't know how difficult it was for Robert to survive until he was killed by a wild boar. Every time he went to Cersei's bed, he was wandering at the gates of the seven hells. I can't even stand Robert, so how could I allow a bastard from the Iron Islands to play with her? And then you were discovered by the guards, or defeated by Yuluin? Old Ba asked, frowning. Alas! Jaime closed his eyes and sighed. The sigh contained too much grievance and sadness, and the old knight felt inexplicably sad. What's wrong? He asked softly. I didn't reach the Red Keep at all. Not long after I entered the secret passage, I was lucky enough to step on a bear trap. A giant bear trap. At that moment, my left leg bone was as crunchy as a biscuit. It didn't hurt that much when my hand was broken last time. It was so painful that I screamed and fainted. Lucky, you say? Old Ba was puzzled. That's right. If you knew that there were killing traps, wildfire bottles, and poisonous arrows in the secret passage, you would know that you were lucky to have stepped into a bear trap. James's dirty bearded face revealed a hint of relief. I didn't know that the secret passage of the Red Keep was so dangerous. I heard that Varys often used it, and Tyrion also used it a few times. Old Ba was puzzled. Alas, Varys' leg was also broken by a bear trap. He was even worse than me. I was saved not long after I fainted, but he howled in the depths of the secret passage for 2 days and 2 nights. Thinking of Varys' experience, Jaime's mood improved a lot, and he couldn't help but smile. Who buried the bear trap? Old Ba asked. After Tyrion left, my uncle Kevin had people bury bear traps and dig pits in the secret passage. After Varys was caught, he became even worse, and set up even more terrifying and densely packed traps. You should have become Arthur Dayne, but in the end, you lost your hand and leg in the most dishonorable and worthless way. This is the punishment of the 7 gods for breaking your oath. Old Ba's eyes had a faint trace of regret, but his tone was very cold. Bullshit. If the 7 gods had spirits, they would have let me be healthy, have all my wishes fulfilled, and live a life without illness or disaster. You don't even know what happened back then. Jaime roared angrily, waving his right arm that was like a wooden stick. Old Ba said seriously, no matter what happened back then, you shouldn't have killed the king you were protecting. You tarnished the honor of the White Knights, and made the Knights of the 7 Kingdoms lose their faith in pursuing glory. You should understand that the White Knights represent all the Knights of the 7 Kingdoms, and are the benchmark for their behavior. As a White Knight, you broke your oath in the most vile way. Not only did you destroy the reputation of the White Knights and yourself, but you also destroyed the faith of all the Knights of the Westeros. The White Knights were to normal knights and Westeros, what the scholarly sage was to the Confucian scholars and the ancient Celestial Empire. I haven't seen you in a few years, and your eloquence has improved. Jaime sized up the old knight with a strange gaze. Back then, you only knew how to yell at me to take off my white robe and change into black. Now, with a few righteous words, you're able to blame the degeneration of the Westeros on me. Impressive, admirable. I don't want to argue with you. Winterfell doesn't need a cripple who lost his right hand and leg. You can leave. Old Ba turned his head and waved his hand. Cripple. Jaime's eyes were filled with anger. Maybe we can find a more spacious place to practice. You think I'm so old that I can't hold a sword? Back then, you didn't lose your hand or become a cripple. Did you think you were my match? Old Ba sneered. Hee, let's try. I don't know where that guy has been for the past 2 years. He actually practiced a sharp left-handed sword. I think he can still fight, so I brought him to Winterfell. 2 days later, Old Ba explained to the Dragon Queen. Let him come. After all, he's representing the Lannister of the Western region. Dany opened her right hand and put the collapsed soul of the child of the forest back into the pool of faith. With a flip of her hand, another raven landed in her palm. The flames rose and continued to burn. In the past few days, many people came to Winterfell on winged dragons, but she didn't meet them. She didn't even leave the house. She just stayed in the guest castle to practice. She was multitasking. On one hand, she burned the ravens to comprehend the creation of life in fire. On the other hand, she entered the source of the world with the little golden dragon spirit under the Great Wall to practice the Song of Wind. More than 200 ravens had been burned once. She had an additional 53 fire spirits. She was currently burning the remaining ravens into life imprints. Last time, it took her half a month to burn all Fu. This time, more than 100 ravens took turns to burn. She estimated that she would finish burning them within a month. At that time, perhaps she could have a few more wind spirits. Dany was looking forward to it. She was also engrossed in her own practice. Hence, she didn't care about the trivial matters in Winterfell. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was so calm about the news of Jaime's arrival, Old Boss said hesitantly, "Jaime wants to meet you. For Lannister and for Messai." Messai. Dany frowned and nodded helplessly. "Bring him here." Jaime had a new look. His golden hair was slicked in the middle, and his cheeks were shaved clean. The wrinkles on his forehead and the wrinkles between his eyebrows only added to his mature and steady temperament of a successful person. Although he was a failure in life, he did look successful. "You have guts to come to Winterfell and to meet me," Dany said calmly. Jaime dragged his limping leg and bowed to the Dragon Queen. Then, he raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him seriously. He didn't care about her silver hair, purple eyes, and delicate facial features. What surprised him was her temperament. There was no domineering aura. Instead, there was a silence, profoundness, and mystery that shouldn't appear on a Targaryen. A Targaryen should be like a wildfire, raging and passionate, revealing their emotions. They might not be able to touch others, but they must first infect themselves. "My apologies, Your Majesty." Dany rise. "As the murderer of my daughter's father, especially now that I have become the father of a pitiful girl, I feel extremely guilty. But the person I killed was a king who was so desperate that he lost his humanity and reason. I don't regret it, and I dare to face anyone other than you calmly." Jaime's blue eyes had a trace of sincere guilt, but all that was left was determination. Chapter 798. "Tell me, what makes you so self-righteous?" Dany said lightly. Jaime looked around and saw that there were 2 maids beside the queen, as well as Mormont, Garth, Old Bart, and other white knights. Even at the door, there were 4 guards. He couldn't help but frown. "Your Majesty, can you let the others leave?" he suggested. Big Bear and the others had ugly expressions, and the way they looked at Jaime was even more unfriendly. "You are a white knight yourself, right? How can you say such brainless things?" Dany sneered. Jaime was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since you trust them, I will be frank. After the Battle of the Bell, His Majesty Aerys began to worry that Robert would win the final victory. So, when Prince Riga was busy reorganizing his armaments, he gathered the fire warlocks of the Alchemist Guild to create thousands of wildfires. From the bottom of the great Cathedral of Baelor, to the shabby houses in the Flea Nest, to the stables and warehouses all over King's Landing, to the 7 city gates, the Dragon's Den, and even the cellars of the Red Castle, there were a large number of wildfire jars buried. He wanted to perish together with the hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing, and any rebels who attacked King's Landing. As he spoke, Jaime carefully stared at the Dragon Queen's face, not letting go of any of her expressions. If the Dragon Queen was angry and cursed, or directly summoned the Megalosaurus to eat him, he wouldn't be surprised, but her reaction seemed to be too calm. But her white knights, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. It was as if the one he'd slandered was not the Mad King, but their queen. Just as he was wondering, Jamie heard the Dragon Queen ask, "Why haven't I heard of such a big thing from others? Even Sir Barristan didn't know." "Your Majesty, you should know the relationship between my father and King Aerys. At first they were good friends, but later your father became dissatisfied with his reputation and power as the hand of the king, and my father was not easy to get along with. Once good friends, we eventually became enemies who hated each other. That was why Emperor Aerys kept me by his side as a hostage to threaten my father. The other King's Guard followed Prince Leger out of King's Landing either to participate in the Battle of Ruby Beach, or to guard his lover at the Dornish Bliss Tower, which is Lyanna Stark. Setting the King's Landing on fire is too crazy. His Majesty Aerys is not stupid. Other than Rozit, Galgosai, Belize, and me, no one knows all of his plans. Even in the Alchemist Union, few people knew where the wildfire was buried. After killing the king, I killed everyone who participated in the wildfire burning the city plan. Therefore, no one knows about this matter. If you didn't lie, why didn't you tell me or anyone else?" Old Ba asked suspiciously. White Knight's words also asked the question in Dany's heart. She knew that Jamie didn't lie, but the reality was that such a big thing as setting the King's Landing on fire had never been known by outsiders. If Jamie had explained it to others, even if no one believed it, there would at least be rumors of the crazy king setting the King's Landing on fire. Jamie looked at Old Ba deeply, and then glanced at Big Bear, Garth, and the other White Knights' doubtful and contemptuous faces with a complicated look. He said softly, "I thought you could all understand." "Understand what?" "You have to make it clear." Big Bear frowned. "What is the difference between the third and fifth rules of the White Knight's Code?" "Did Sir Barristan teach you?" Jamie said lightly. "Ah." As soon as he said this, Old Ba was the first to exclaim. Then, the other White Knights also widened their eyes and looked at the crippled King Slayer as if they were looking at a monster. The third rule of the White Knight's Code: keep the king's secret strictly. The fifth rule of the White Knight's Code: defend the king's reputation with your life. King Aerys was known as the Crazy King by the nobles, but among the common people, he had a bad reputation, and his reputation wasn't completely rotten. In recent years, natural and man-made disasters have been happening, and many old people above the age of 40 were still talking about the golden age of the Crazy King, when the country was rich and the people were prosperous. In fact, it was the peaceful age created by Tywin. Even among the nobles, there were people who sympathized with the Crazy King's experience. This could be seen from Robert's nickname. Just like how Jamie was called the King's Slayer, Robert also had the titles the Usurper and the King of Hormingers. The title Usurper was enough to show the common people's basic understanding of the Baratheons dynasty. But once the news of the Crazy King setting the King's Landing on fire spread out and was confirmed, then, the Crazy King would become the first fatuous king in history, surpassing cruel Meg. In conclusion, Jamie hid the crime of setting the King's Landing on fire for the Crazy King and shouldered the infamy alone for a lifetime. It was really shocking. The truth was so shocking that many people couldn't accept it immediately. You are the King's Slayer. The first rule of the White Knights is to use your own life to protect the king, but you took the king's life, Jarrow Dane growled. You are just afraid of death, afraid that Her Majesty the Queen will punish you, so you made up such a big lie. Ursa's face turned red in anger. Jamie didn't refute angrily, but only revealed a bitter smile of reminiscence. He said softly, "The young me always thought that legendary knights were just like in stories, living in flowers and sunshine. But when I became a sworn brother of a legendary knight, they taught me to turn a blind eye to the harsh reality. When King Eris bullied his queen, I felt that not only the King's Guard represented by the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, even ordinary knights should have stood up to stop this kind of bullying. But John Derry stopped me and warned me that we swore to protect the weak from harm, except for the king. When Ricard and his son were sentenced to death, I was scared and disgusted, so I wanted to persuade the king. Then Jero Hyder quietly reminded me that we swore to protect the king, but not to judge him. Looking at old Bart, who had an unnatural expression, Jamie smiled and said, "Sir Barristan also taught me. Many times, when King Eris went crazy, you told me that we swore to be loyal to the king, and should be the sword in his hand, not the shield to block his sword." Barristan's blue eyes were sharp and shining, and he looked straight into the eyes of the King's Slayer. He said in a loud voice, "If you don't abide by the oath, not only will you lose your honor, but you will also lose the meaning of your existence. From the day you put on the white robe, you should have understood that as long as our will still exists, our life and soul belong to the king we swore allegiance to." This was old Bart's heartfelt words. He was a man of action and knowledge. The people of the Seven Kingdoms knew that the fearless Barristan couldn't live without a king. Alas, you are all legendary knights that I have admired since I was a child. Of course, I listened to your lessons. But that day, King Eris asked me to kill my father and planned to burn down the king's landing. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to do it my own way, and bear all the consequences. I did it, and I have been a King's Slayer for almost 20 years. I can tell you responsibly that I don't regret it. Jamie's gaze turned from old Bart to the Dragon Queen. No matter what the final consequences are, I can accept them. Danny didn't give him the final consequences, but asked with a curious expression as if she was listening to a story, "Why didn't you let others kill him? Why did you do it yourself? Why did you sit on the Iron Throne afterward? You're not angry?" Jamie was confused by her calm expression. "I'll be angry when you're done," Danny raised her eyebrows and said. Jamie was stunned. "Just because you're the Mad King's daughter, and you have my daughter's life in your hands, that's why I'm so honest and sincere. Can't you give me a little excitement in return? If your mind is as deep as the abyss, that's fine, but you can't be like this. It's like listening to a gossip story." Unfortunately, he was under someone else's roof. Jamie's mouth twitched a few times, and said in a muffled voice, "I'm the White Knight who guards the king. If King Eris really wanted to die, only I can do it. I don't care what others think. When I decide to kill someone, I'll do it myself." As for the Iron Throne, the War of the Usurpers was in full swing, and everyone wanted to fight for the Iron Throne. In order to protect his throne, His Majesty Eris would rather take the iron chair to hell than let others take it. So, I was very curious, what magic does the Iron Throne have? Then I sat on it. Unfortunately, other than being poked in the butt, I didn't feel anything else. I originally planned to deal with this matter during the Great Council, but now that it's out in the open, then, Danny held her chin with her right hand and thought for a moment, then said, "I can declare you innocent. In the War of the Usurpers, you and the other 6 White Knights who were loyal to their duty fulfilled their oath to Targaryen, and also defended the glory of being the role model of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, don't be deceived by him. The Kingslayer is lying." Ursa said anxiously. "He's not lying." Danny shook her head. "Your Majesty, this example cannot be set. If you forgive the Kingslayer today, there will be a second and a third White Knight who thinks he has a reason to kill the Kingslayer tomorrow." Garth said solemnly. "What's the use of thinking he has a good reason? He has to convince everyone. At least, like Jaime Lannister, he has to convince me, and later the king." Jiro Dane looked at Jaime, who was stunned on the spot with a complicated expression, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. No matter how eloquent the Kingslayer is, it can't change the fact that he killed your father. He has a grudge with you for killing your father and destroying your kingdom. Dany was silent. She wanted to say that she had no feelings for the Mad King. Jaime, on the other hand, was starting to admire him. But this could not be said by a daughter. Barristan's expression changed a few times, and finally sighed, and advised earnestly, "Your Majesty, you cannot punish him, but you can't declare him innocent, and you can't admit that he fulfilled the oath of a White Knight. Kingslaying is the greatest crime in the history of the kingdom, and killing the Kingslayer as a White Knight is the greatest violation of the oath." Beevos looked at his sworn brothers, and was a little helpless. He did not know what to say, but in this kind of situation, he felt that he had to express his attitude. "Queen, if this damn cripple is not lying, your father's death is not unjust. But no matter how much he deserved to die, he is still your father." This put Beevos in a difficult position. "Why don't you have a trial by martial arts with him, and let the 7 gods decide your final fate?" When he said this, his sworn brothers, the Centaur Maid, the Unsullied at the door, and even the Dragon Queen, all rolled their eyes. "You want a cripple with a broken arm to compete with the Dragon Queen, isn't this forcing him to die?" Chapter 799. At this time, Jaime also recovered from his shock and looked at Dany with an indecipherable expression. "Your Majesty, your kindness and tolerance once again make me jealous of your White Knights. But they are right. I am grateful for your tolerance and understanding, but you don't have to announce this publicly. It is not good for your father's reputation, and it may also adversely affect the choice of future knights. You are King Aerys' daughter. I only want to account to the daughter of a deceased father, not the king's princess. I don't care about anyone's opinion, not even the 7 gods." Jaime's expression was serious and his eyes were sincere. "You have your persistence, and I have mine. In view of the reality of Westeros' moral decay and broken etiquette, I had planned to convene a great council and conduct a great trial of the 7 kingdoms in the past 30 years. It will be absolutely open and fair. The great trial is a thorough self-reflection. I cannot demand absolute fairness in the great trial while hiding the truth that is unfavorable to Targaryen. That way, the trial will be completely meaningless." Dany said this to Jaime, but when she said it, her gaze swept across the faces of the White Knights. Old Bart's expression changed from disbelief to gratification, and finally he sighed and said, "I understand. Your Majesty, you are right." The other White Knights did not explicitly agree, but they did not object either. But the way they looked at Dany changed again. Full of sincere admiration. In order to help Westeros rebuild their glorious faith, in order to be fair and just, the Dragon Queen was willing to give up the revenge of her father's murder and publicize the great scandal of her father. What kind of spirit is this? Jaime was deeply shocked. The glorious knight that he had been mocking all these years really did exist, and she was a great Night Queen. The Kingslayer had begun to rebuild the glorious knight faith. They did not know about the Dragon Queen's ancestors' plan. Before the Great Trial, the Mad King would become the ancestor of the dwarf's branch of Targaryen. If the dwarf unfortunately died, he could also be thrown to him. "What did you want from me, Messiah?" Dany asked. Jaime was still in shock, unable to react. Dany raised her eyebrows and asked, "I've heard from Sir Barristan what happened to you at King's Landing. If you send Messiah back now, can you guarantee her safety?" Jaime snapped out of his daze. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Earlier, I was indeed worried about Messiah. But now, in Slaver's Bay, she is safer and has a better environment to grow up in. You're even willing to publicize Emperor Aerys' act of burning down the King's Landing. I can no longer hide the matter between Cersei and myself. It's a good thing that Marcella has left the Westeros. Even though the scouts discovered traces of ghouls in the werewolf forest 30 kilometers northwest of Winterfell, the residents of Winterfell were shocked by the 3 pieces of news. At the blacksmith shop in Winterfell. Beside the stove, the hound spirit's naked upper body was only covered by a leather apron. He swung his iron hammer and hammered a red-hot dragon crystal with all his might. Ding ding dang dang dang. With every hit, sparks flew out, leaving mottled charred marks on the leather. Arya sat on a large oak table that was stacked with dragon crystal daggers. Her calves, which were wearing long snow boots, were dangling in mid-air and swaying non-stop. Have you heard? The Dragon Queen not only forgave the King Slayer for his crime of killing her father, but she also called him a Knight of Dawn, White Bull, Barristan, and the other White Knights. She also gave him the title of Grey Light Knight. Grey is between white and black. He killed the king, which is a crime, so it is black. His motive for killing the king was to save the world. He is worthy of the white robe behind him. Black and white are grey. However, he killed the king for the sake of the world and bore the eternal infamy of the king. His actions were so glorious, so the Dragon Queen called him the Grey Light Knight. Her expression was complicated. Ever since she met her family, especially after returning to Winterfell, Arya seemed to have evolved. Her expression became richer, and her cold eyes started to warm up. However, she didn't stop practicing the Death Bible. In other words, she had reached a higher level. She could control her emotions freely. She could be as cold as ice and unperturbed as though she wasn't human. She could also return to normal, talking and laughing, loving and hating. So, the hound's reaction was calm. Arya was puzzled. Aren't you surprised? Everyone in the castle is talking about this. They scolded the Mad King for burning down the King's Landing. They were shocked by Jaime and Lannister's different interpretation of the Great Knights. They also praised the Dragon Queen for her fairness and magnanimity. The hound stopped hammering and sighed. If I had heard about Jaime and the Dragon Queen 3 years ago, I might have been moved. But now, I have found my faith on the Silent Island. Faith of the 7 gods. You didn't believe in the path of knights or the 7 gods. You even blasphemed King Falk and Holy Mother Falk, Arya said. I don't scold the 7 gods anymore, but I don't feel anything towards them. I believe in and practice the 7 gods' teachings. It's like if someone says something reasonable, no matter if that person is a bastard or a saint, I will accept it, the hound said. Arya frowned. Isn't that blasphemy? The hound reached out his right hand and opened his palm. Holy light, he said. A ball of white light the size of a candle appeared in his palm. The holy light was enough to calm one's heart. But Arya was an exception. She felt that the white light was blinding. It was as if she was forced to open her eyes and look at the sun in the sky at noon in summer. It turns out that the Holy Mother is greater and kinder than we thought. She only wants to lead us to light, kindness, and spiritual freedom. She doesn't restrict us with dogma. Even though the hound claimed that he was not devout to the 7 gods, his eyes were filled with love and respect for the Holy Mother. What's that? It's blinding, Arya tilted her head and shouted. You've never seen holy light before. The hound's expression changed. He looked at her seriously. You think it's blinding? Only evil creatures will be hurt by it. Normal people will only feel warmth and peace. What's an evil creature? I've killed people, Arya said in surprise. The souls that wander the mortal world, the ghouls outside the city, Cersei's White Knight Robert Strong, and the dark wizards of Yashur. They're all evil creatures. The hound put the holy light in his palm close to Arya's rough face and asked, How do you feel? Burning, a slight tingling. Aria's gray eyes flashed. She thought of her own meditation method. It was most likely that the Reaper's Bible conflicted with the seven gods' magic. I'm practicing the dark wizards of Yashar. The hound put away the holy light and frowned. Your sister also believes in the seven gods. You can try. Shapeshifters are blessed by the old gods. How can they believe in the seven gods? My sister believes in the seven gods. That's why she lost her dire wolf. She doesn't have the gift of shapeshifting. Aria shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. She waved her hand and looked at the hound strangely. I didn't expect you to be a real priest. I was going to suggest you to find Danny Rise and ask her to heal your leg. She healed the Kingslayer's left leg. She then asked in confusion, You're a priest. Why don't you heal your leg? Before they went to Bravo's, Aria had been hanging out with the hound. Once, they went to the Crossroads Inn for dinner. They happened to meet 3 followers of the Arcane Mountain drinking there. With Aria's help, the hound successfully killed the 3 followers. However, his thigh and ear were injured as well. Not long after, the wound that had not been treated by the scholar became infected. The tall and strong man collapsed and could not even walk. The hound begged Aria to show him mercy, but Aria refused. She left her old friend to die in the woods by the river and went to Bravos to study abroad. Although the hound's body was recovered by the elders of the Silent Isle and his life was saved, his leg was crippled. It can't be cured. It's been too long. The wound on my leg has already healed. Actually, healing spells are the most effective in stopping bleeding on the battlefield. It's better to use herbs for things like colds, inflammation, poisoning, and diarrhea. The Kingslayer's limp was worse than yours. However, Danny Rise healed him, Aria said. The hound shook his head and sighed. She's the child of the 7 gods. She's different from me. I'm not even as good as Archbishop Meribad. Have you seen the pockmarked knight under Stannis's command? Richard Hope, who died once and was brought back to life by her. She received the great resurrection spell from the Holy Mother. Healing a cripple is nothing to her. I heard that the pockmarked knight was a believer of the Red God. However, because he had the atonement scroll that Danny Rise gave him, he went straight to heaven. Obviously, the atonement scroll has no requirement for faith. Anyone can use it. Danny Rise has been staying in the house for the past few days. Maybe she's avoiding the nobles who want to buy the atonement scroll from her. Most of those nobles are believers of the old gods in the north. But you can't blame them for being afraid of death. Even my sister Sansa wanted one for me and John, Aria said with a complicated expression. Did you get it? The hound asked curiously. She said to wait for 2 days. Why don't we go find her together? Aria looked down at his thigh. Ask her to heal you. The war is coming. It's not worth it to die in the hands of deviant ghosts because of a crippled leg. Are you so concerned about my leg because you feel guilty? The hound asked curiously. I didn't hurt your leg. Besides, you should be thankful that I didn't kill you last time. Aria sneered and said, Do you know my brother Bran? He was thrown off the tower by the Kingslayer and broke his spine. I want to see how Danny Rise treats him. Sensing the murderous intent under the little wolf girl's calm expression, the hound asked softly, Jaime is on your death list. Aria and the hound had been together for many days. They did not talk about it at first. The hound kidnapped Aria to get ransom from Robb, but she had a habit of talking about the death list before she went to bed. After a while, the hound naturally knew. He even knew that he was on the death list. At that time, Jaime's name was not on the list. He should be glad that he fulfilled his promise to my mother. He's even with Bran now, Aria said coldly. Where's your brother now? Aria's eyes flashed and she said softly, Bran is not in Winterfell. He doesn't believe in the 7 gods. Sansa said that he can't be healed by the 7 gods' priests. But I want to ask Dany Rise personally. The Hound thought about it and felt that it would be easier to fight if his leg was healed. He took off his hard leather apron and put on his leather armor and a large old goat fur coat. He then followed Arya to the guest room. I'm a believer of the 7 gods. Give me an atonement scroll. Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10 atonement scrolls and bless my family to heaven, I'm willing to convert to the 7 gods and fight for the Holy Mother. Your Majesty, I'm willing to donate 100 acres of land to the church. Please have mercy on us believers of the old gods in the Northern Territory. When they arrived at the training ground in front of the guest room castle, the Hound and Arya were shocked by the crazed crowd. Chapter 800. Soldiers in old grayish-black leather armor, knights in plate armor with various clan emblems, nobles in high-grade fur robes, cooks with sackcloth wrapped around their foreheads, stables with pimples on their faces. Hundreds and thousands of people with flushed faces shouted fanatically as they squeezed towards the castle gate. The crazy scene was like a supermarket being occupied by middle-aged women who were fighting to buy discounted products. Holy Mother, what are they doing? The Hound was dumbfounded. Didn't you hear? They're all fighting for atonement scrolls, a magnetic female voice replied. The Hound tilted his head and saw a voluptuous woman about 1.5 meters tall curiously sizing him up, on the right side of his scarred face. You're the Hound. Everyone said that you were a bandit in Hijin and were killed by the Dragon Queen. What happened? The woman asked. She had olive skin, large black eyes, and glossy black curly hair. She was very beautiful. Beside her were a few tall, charming, and heroic women. They were in their teens and 20s, and their skin was darker than an ordinary person's. When the Hound saw the golden, sun-piercing spear emblem on their chests, he guessed their identities. Dorn Martell. The bandit killed by the Dragon Queen wasn't me, and I didn't rob Salpan Town, the Hound said calmly. Everyone saw it and said the same thing, Yulien said doubtfully. They took the Hound's helmet. He's a priest on the Silent Island. Arya said. The Princess of the Northern Territory and the Princess of Dorne greeted each other before continuing their conversation by the Moon Gate. The Dornese came to Winterfell, and she's the eldest princess. This doesn't seem like Prince Dewang's style, the Hound said curiously. It's not certain if we can defend Winterfell, but if we know the enemy and ourselves, we won't be defeated. The night is coming, but we don't even know what the deviant ghosts look like, the sand snake Abaya, who had a long whip around her waist, said. She was the leader of the sand snakes. She was almost 30 years old, tall and had long legs, but she looked coarse and wasn't as beautiful as her sisters. Glancing at her outspoken cousin, Elaine said, My father had long since prepared to build a defensive line to stop the deviant ghosts on the Bone Road and the Prince Pass. But even if we haven't seen deviant ghosts, based on the legends, we know that a pass that can defend against the living may not necessarily be able to defend against the dead. Hence, we are here to support Winterfell and to test the combat power of the deviant ghosts. What's going on? Hound pointed at the crowd. Do you know what happened in Kaho City? Yulien asked in a low voice. Arya's eyes flashed, and she gradually understood. Count Saigon of Karhold not only sacrificed ghouls, but he also killed the messenger sent by Stannis. Could it be that a second Kaho City has appeared in the north? Just last night, Randall Tarley sent an urgent letter to Dragonstone Island. Yelaine's expression became a little strange. After killing Stannis' men, Saigon immediately wrote a letter to Duke Lusbaden of the Dreadfort to pledge his loyalty. The letter explained the whole process of his sacrifice to the deviant ghosts. Lusbaden was the king of the north appointed by the Iron Throne, so he had a reason to pass Saigon's letter to the Red Keep. So, do you understand the situation now? Fuck. Hound's ugly face twisted as he cursed. People like Saigon and Lusbotten should have been killed long ago. How could they be allowed to live until now? Arya entered the Grim Reaper state again. Her face, eyes, and heart were as cold as ice, making Yulien and the surrounding vipers feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Yulien looked at Arya in surprise and said, "Who killed them?" Stannis tried, but his messenger was beheaded. Your brother wanted to do it, but he couldn't. What about Dany Rise? She has a megalosaurus, Arya asked. Her giant dragon has already been there. It has already burned down Keho City's main castle and burned hundreds of people to death. However, Saigon was already prepared and hid in the cellar in advance. The giant dragon didn't discover him at that time. Actually, Saigon might not be the first dungeon lord to sacrifice himself to a deviant ghost. Duke Stark investigated and found that most of the clansmen in the north of the Wolfswood survived. In other words, as long as there are living humans in the north of Winterfell, they are suspected of sacrificing deviant ghosts. So, Dragon Queen intends to use the Atonement Scrolls to boost everyone's morale? Hound asked thoughtfully. Yes. Yulien nodded. Last night, after news came from Dragonstone Island, Dany Rise informed the members of the Ghost Resistance Committee to discuss a plan to defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven in the Seven Kingdoms. Defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven. Do you mean that everyone who resists deviant ghosts will ascend to heaven? Hound was dumbfounded. Yes, to stabilize the people's morale and strengthen their resolve to resist the deviant ghosts, Dragon Queen decided to distribute the Atonement Scrolls without limit. This morning, Barristan represented her to announce this to the nobles. That's why so many people are gathered here, Yulien said. Arya hesitated and said, if it's so easy to ascend to heaven, won't it make heaven seem too? The night is long and dangerous. Only the 7 gods can save the people. Hound said solemnly, now that the long night is coming, the lords of the 7 kingdoms want to sacrifice the frost god to survive. Their actions have put the world in danger. The Holy Mother is fulfilling the prophecy of the 7 gods to save the humans. It's the prophecy of the 7 gods and the promise of the 7 gods to their believers. Yulien said, the long night only comes once every 8,000 years. There's only one chance to defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven. Arya nodded slowly and agreed with the two of them. There are close to 20,000 people in Winterfell, hundreds of thousands in the northern region, and millions in the Westeros. Are there so many atonement scrolls? She asked doubtfully. Yulien wasn't sure. Let's wait and see. Dany Rise should be coming out soon. They didn't have to wait for long. Less than 15 minutes later, a team of Unsullied wearing silver armor and blue thick wool cloaks came out of the castle and formed a line of defense in front of the crowd. Dragon Queen, who was covered in armor, took the lead. She led a few knights carrying wooden boxes and 2 maids out of the castle. As soon as the queen appeared, the noisy people in the courtyard quieted down. Standing on the stone steps in front of the gate, the Dragon Queen looked at the crowd below and said in a clear and loud voice, the night is long and dangerous. Pity the people of our world, there are so many worries. What joy is there in life, what bitterness is there in death? For good and evil, heaven is the only reason. The Unsullied who maintained order and the knights behind the Dragon Queen had solemn expressions. They recited together, the night is long and dangerous. Pity the people of our world, there are so many worries. What joy is there in life, what bitterness is there in death? For good and evil, heaven is the only reason. A solemn and sacred atmosphere began to spread in the courtyard. Everyone murmured and pondered. A white knight with a big belly walked to the bottom of the steps and shouted, today, the night is coming. Life is not necessarily happy. Death is not as painful as everyone thinks. As long as there is light in everyone's heart, as long as we promote the justice of the world and uphold the kindness of people, no matter what faith we have, we can obtain the final salvation. In other words, the eternal heaven of light. That makes sense. Instead of living a miserable life in the long night, why not fight a great battle and then go to heaven to enjoy endless wine and eternal sunshine? Sans Snake Nymeria, who had her hair tied in a long black braid, murmured. Now, let's see how many atonement scrolls the Dragon Queen has. If Arya's voice came to an abrupt stop. Just as she spoke, the Dragon Queen picked up a box from the side and opened it on the table. It was a wooden box the size of a suitcase. As soon as the wooden cover was opened, a powerful, grand, profound, holy, and dark aura of divine power spread throughout the area. Any transcendent could easily feel the tsunami-like high-grade magic energy waves at this moment. It came from the wooden box. It came from the palm-sized stacks of scrolls neatly stacked in the wooden box. Even normal people could see the milky white and gray light on the surface of the box forming a thin layer of clouds. They could also feel a strange oppressive power inside the box that made it hard for them to breathe. There was too much divine power in the smoke. The high-grade magic energy radiation caused a visible phenomenon in the natural world. The wooden box was the size of a travel bag, and the atonement scrolls were the size of a movie ticket. How many scrolls would there be in a box? And each atonement scroll contained a certain amount of Moke's divine power. 1 or 2 scrolls were nothing, but what about thousands or tens of thousands? Melisandre next door, as well as Jon and Sansa further away, were all alarmed. She's crazy. How much divine power is this consuming? The red-robed woman who was looking out from the balcony exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't she afraid of damaging herself at the crucial moment of the battle with the Ghoul King? Hearing this, Erlu walked out of the room and stood beside Aunt May. He frowned and asked, "Can those scrolls really make the undead ascend to heaven?" "Should be. The divine power is real." The red-robed woman didn't turn around. She stared straight at the Dragon Queen as she took out the atonement scrolls from the box and stacked them neatly on the table. "You said heaven is fake, and that the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood." Erlu bit his cheek. "I also said that Dany Rise is a demigod. She and her Megalosaurus usurped the position of the 7 gods. A demigod can build heaven. Why doesn't the Great Light King have heaven?" Erlu's eyes flashed. Aunt May suddenly turned around and said sternly, "Richard Hope betrayed his faith. Don't believe his words. Wherever the light of fire goes, there will be shadows. That's why the Light King is the Lord of Fire and Shadows. He's the Lord of Shadows in the dark world in the form of a bull. He punishes evil souls, similar to the 7 levels of hell in the 7 gods sect. You know what Richard did now, don't you? He had to enter the dark hell to be punished by the Lord of Shadows. The god kingdom of the Light King and the Lord of Fire is heaven in the Red God sect, and the final destination for us believers. Even if Richard stabbed." Erlu's face twisted. "Even if he blasphemed and deserved to go to hell, what about Gaudy Fallon and the others? My subordinates who died for me all went to hell and were even forged into chains. They became vengeful ghosts with nothing but resentment. What kind of logic is this? Illusion. Everything was Richard's illusion. The Lord of Shadows wanted to punish him, so he had to see the most terrifying scene. Actually, Gaudy Fallon and the other brave knights all went to heaven. What Richard saw was all an illusion." The red-robed woman spoke with certainty. Erlu gradually believed her. Dany Rise only cultivated for a few years, and she built heaven. Doesn't that mean she's become a god? Then, he returned to the previous topic with a depressed expression. That's a fake heaven. How is it fake? Big Sparrow and Aegon both went up, Erlu said. Maybe she's locked those souls in a large-scale illusion. Aunt May frowned and said with uncertainty. Can you expose her deception? Erlu looked hesitant. Chapter 801. Do you see this? The plump and beautiful centaur maid, Jichi, raised a movie ticket and waved it in front of more than 1,000 pairs of eyes. Then, she placed it in the glass beside the tallow candle. After soaking it for nearly 2 minutes, she took out the atonement scroll and spread it open for everyone to see. Ah, the image on it hasn't melted. Exclamations came from below the stairs. Watch me roast it again. Jichi spoke in a very standard Westeros language. The atonement scroll was spread out and waved back and forth on the candle flame. Its surface began to emit white steam. It was the water that had been soaked in the glass. The white steam quickly disappeared. The atonement scroll's temperature rose, but it didn't burn immediately. As it was roasted, the bright red candle flame suddenly changed color. Ah, the candle flame turned gray. No, that's not right. It's still red. What's going on? Everyone exclaimed. The candle was like a scene in a black and white TV series, but everyone still subconsciously felt that it was red. It was a very contradictory feeling. The principle was very simple. The atonement scroll contained the god of death's divine power. When the flame passed through it, it would be pulled into the shadow of the material world. If the naked eye kept staring at the candle, there would be spiritual energy that would follow the candle into the world of death. Simply put, the naked eye saw the candle's red flame, while the soul saw the candle's gray flame. The soul and the naked eye saw the same thing, but the color was different, so it would be an illusion. Boom! Finally, the atonement scroll burned, producing a normal reddish-yellow flame. The candle flame also had color again. The atonement scroll was burned. The audience below exclaimed again. Yes, the atonement scroll is very fire-resistant, but it can still be ignited. My previous actions only had one purpose, which was to teach everyone how to distinguish between the real and fake atonement scrolls. The real atonement scroll isn't afraid of water and can make the flame emit a gray light. That gray light can be seen even by the blind. Remember, don't be fooled by the fake atonement scrolls. Jichi said solemnly. The atonement scrolls hadn't been officially circulated, but the Dragon Queen was already on guard against the fake money. Jichi picked up another atonement scroll, soaked it in water, and roasted it again. This time, the candle's light didn't turn gray. Instead, red light seeped out from the surface of the paper. It was as if a strong flashlight was covered with a palm, emitting a fleshy red glow. Before the atonement scroll burned, Ji-Chi put it away and explained, there are 2 types of atonement scrolls. The first is the Warrior Edition, which is the Grey Light Edition. It is specially prepared for warriors who fight against deviant ghosts. With the Grey Light Warrior Atonement Scroll, one only needed to chant the Song of the 7 Gods 7 times. When the Holy Mother of Heaven heard your song, she would naturally remember your name. At that time, your atonement scroll can only be used by you. No one else, not even the king, can take it away from you. This was the binding of spiritual power. The second type of atonement scroll is the Red Light General Edition. Devout believers of the 7 gods need to chant the Song of the 7 Gods 77 times or pray to the Holy Mother 77 times. The less devout followers of the 7 gods would probably have to chant it 777 times, or even longer. In the end, the Red Light Atonement Scroll will turn into a Grey Light Atonement Scroll. That atonement scroll can be used by anyone. This was charging for the atonement scroll. The purpose of creating the Red Light Atonement Scroll was simple, to save costs. The Grey Light Atonement Scroll contained the complete divine power to activate divine spells, while the Red Light Atonement Scroll only had runes and a weak divine power seed, which needed the power of faith generated by prayer to fully develop the seed. Although a single atonement scroll contained very little divine power, about the same as a priest's secondary healing, holy light, but if there were too many of them, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, even Dani would not be able to handle it. Similarly, a single atonement scroll did not require much divine power. A slightly devout believer of the 7 gods could quickly fill the atonement scroll with divine power through prayer. A devout believer like old Bart, who only slept and did not work for a day and a night and spent the rest of the time praying, could turn 100 red light atonement scrolls into grey light. If the Great Sparrow was still alive, it might be possible to make 2,000 or 3,000 a day. The Holy Sparrow alone could save a small town a day. It could be said that the believers of the 7 gods outside the northern region could make the Grey Light General Atonement Scroll in a day or 2. Lady Jichi, what are the requirements for the Grey Light General Atonement Scroll and the Grey Light General Atonement Scroll? Count Brandon Hattaw asked loudly in front of the stone steps. The northern warriors who fought against the deviants can get a Grey Light General Atonement Scroll. The warriors of the southern neck who believe in the 7 gods can only get the Red Light General Atonement Scroll, just like the ordinary civilians who did not participate in the war, Jichi said. What about the families of the northern warriors? And the people of the nobles' territories, they also believe in the old gods? Bear Yelishin asked. She also had a son, a daughter, and an unknown number of lovers. The northern warriors can ask for the Grey Light General Atonement Scroll from their lords. The lords can count their own people and apply for the Atonement Scroll from me. What about our southern lords? Princess Elaine walked over and asked. They also count their own people and apply for the Atonement Scroll from me, but only the Red Light General Atonement Scroll. Jichi said. There are also families in Hejian who believe in the old gods. Arya reminded. Jichi immediately said, there won't be too many people in a family. You can find a monk to turn the Red Light General Atonement Scroll into a Grey Light General Atonement Scroll. Anyway, it's a General Atonement Scroll. Braun glanced at the smiling Dragon Queen and whispered, Your Majesty, there are mountain ridge tribes in the valley and tens of thousands of tribes on the Crabclaw Peninsula. They are the ancestors who were not assimilated by the Undals in the early years and still believe in the old gods. Let's talk about it after the Battle of Winterfell. The courtyard was very lively, but there were not many people who received the Atonement Scroll. There were almost 1,000 people in the training ground in the front yard, but this was not even 1/10 of the total population of Winterfell. There were still many northern warriors who believed in the old gods who hesitated and watched. They had reason to hesitate because the Dragon Queen had personally said that there was no hell for the old gods. Returning to the embrace of the old gods was not worse than going to heaven. These were Dani's heartfelt words. Returning one's soul to heaven and earth or being sent into a fake world by the evil god to be manipulated and toyed with, which was better? Even the evil god Dani had to admit that she could collect souls now, but she was still far from being able to control the true cycle of reincarnation. However, she did not care about the attitude of the northern warriors because she could not produce 500,000 Grey Light Warrior Atonement Scrolls. She also did not consider the northern territory, which had already fallen, as her main goal. The millions of 7 gods believers in the south of the Neck Swamp were the ones she needed to encourage. Why did she distribute the Atonement Scrolls? Because all humans were afraid of death. Faced with the invasion of the other ghost army, the incident in Carhold would definitely repeat itself in the territories of the 7 kingdoms. Refusing the sacrifice would result in the immediate annihilation of the entire city. Offering the other ghost as a sacrifice would result in revenge. Which option would a normal person choose? As for offering the other ghost as a sacrifice, the long night would be even harder to end. People were already dead, so who would care about the future world? Even in modern warfare, most prisoners of war knew that they would be killed, but they still worked for the enemy and even dug their own graves. At the end of the day, the fear of death was engraved in the human genes. Those who were not afraid of death had died long ago, and their genes had not been passed down. Hence, Danny needed all Westeros to not be afraid of death. Only those who were not afraid of death could resist the sacrifice and kill the other ghost. How could millions of people not be afraid of death? Only the world after death would be better than the real world when they were alive. Seeing that Chi-Chi's work was on the right track, Danny brought the four Unsullied back to the castle. Hey, wait, Your Majesty. Danny, rise. Arya pulled the hound and chased after them. Elaine and the Sand Snake followed behind them. Why are you looking for me? Danny's strange gaze lingered on Arya for a moment longer. Arya pulled the hound's right hand a little harder. Your Majesty, my leg is crippled. Can you treat it for me? I heard that Jaime and Lannister's legs were healed by you. The hound asked dryly. Just as he finished speaking, he added with an unnatural expression, if it's too troublesome, then forget it. I just want to be more agile before the final battle. Perhaps, being crippled won't affect the defense of the castle walls. Danny sized him up and asked, You became a cultivator? Yes, I also received the Holy Mother's healing technique. Previously, when he faced the Dragon Queen who was as bright as the moon in the sky, the hound felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority and lack of confidence. Now, his voice was a little louder, and there was a hint of obvious pride in his tone. If he was facing other people, as one of the few hundred true priests in the Seven Kingdoms, he also had the confidence to be proud. What about you? Danny looked at Elaine. There are only two roads to enter Dorne from the land, the King's Pass and the Bone Road. Do you think it's possible to turn Dorne into the final base for the Seven Kingdoms to resist the other ghosts? The Princess of Dorne asked. I'm not sure how much of an impact the mountains that block the human army will have on the other ghosts. The ravens of the shapeshifters have investigated the steep mountains that the people of the north of the wolf spirit live in. Some of the people were exterminated, and some survived. They claimed that they relied on the caves and the dangerous mountain paths to repel the ghouls. Of course, it's more likely that their tribe survived because they sacrificed their baby boys. The experience of the people of the north proves that the steep mountain paths do have an impact on the other ghosts. But we don't know how much determination the other ghosts have when they attack the people of the north, and how much power they put in. Therefore, we can't be sure how the mountain terrain really affects the other ghost army. So, if the other ghosts pass through the next swamp, the valley might not be safe. The Blood Gate will become a decoration. Elaine said with a serious expression. There's no need to be so desperate. Danny shook her head and smiled. The ghouls and other ghosts are all transformed from humans. If humans can't walk on the road, they can't walk on it either. Unless they can find a secret path that can allow a large army to pass through, it's impossible for the ghouls to ignore the main road like the Blood Gate. Among the millions of ghouls, only a few hundred of them have brains. If they want to avoid the Blood Gate, they have to find the secret path themselves. The problem is, if there is a secret path, don't we humans know about it? Therefore, the scene of millions of other ghosts suddenly entering the valley probably won't happen. In the end, there will still be a siege and a defensive battle. In other words, the defense of Dorne can be done. The Princess of Dorne said happily. If you can seal all the secret paths, the Prince's Pass and the Bone Road will become as important as the Blood Gate. Danny nodded. Your Majesty, are you willing to provide us with assistance? If the north completely falls, Dorne can be the last base of the Seven Kingdoms and take in all the refugees from Hajin, the Land of Storms, and the King's domain. Only then did Yolien reveal the main purpose of her trip. Chapter 802. We'll deal with the king of deviant ghosts at Winterfell, Arya said calmly but firmly. Arryn's eyes flashed, and she said gently, we'll do our best to assist Winterfell, but we can't go wrong with the backup plan. I don't accept money for the dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. I'll provide them to any castle that's willing to fight the deviant ghosts. What kind of support does Dorne want? Dany asked curiously. Arryn's expression became strange. My father is willing to lead Dorne to pledge loyalty to you. You'll be the guardian of Dorne. You'll be in charge of all the Dorne troops to defend against the deviant ghosts. Not to mention Dany and Hound, even Arya, who was expressionless and cold, was stunned. If it was only the guardian of Dorne, this request would be rude. A Realm 7 guardian was equivalent to a Grand Marshal. Asking Dany to be the Grand Marshal of Dorne's troops was outrageous. If Dorne had only expressed his loyalty, there would not have been much practical value in changing the royal flag at the top of the city. After all, Dragon Queen didn't intend to fight for the Iron Throne. Didn't the Northern Territory Stark want to pledge allegiance to Dragon Queen? She rejected him without hesitation. However, when the two conditions were added together, the meaning was completely different. This meant that Dorne would completely submit to the Dragon Queen, the kind that would pour out his heart and lungs. However, even if Dorne was willing to pledge wholeheartedly, Dragon Queen was still hesitant. I can support Dorne with all my might, just like how I supported Winterfell. However, pledging loyalty to the Guardian of Dorne isn't necessary, Dany rejected tactfully. Arryn was taken aback and quickly said, we know that you built a shelter on the Crabclaw Peninsula, but you have the Megalosaurus. You can fly to both ends without delay. The Dorne defense line won't take up much of your time. Moreover, the Crabclaw Peninsula is so small that the number of refugees you can save will be smaller than Dorne. I can travel to both ends and provide suggestions for the Dorne defense line. However, I don't need the loyalty of Dorne or any other nobles. This is an oath. Dragon Queen said solemnly. Elaine had a pleading look on her face as she said, why don't you reconsider and discuss this after the Battle of Winterfell? When Prince Dowlang handed over the mission to his daughter and his niece, he explained the reason why Dwayne chose to side with the Dragon Queen. Firstly, the Dragon Queen had won the Battle of Meereen. Secondly, the Eternal Night had descended. Relying on the powerful Dragon Queen was the most effective way to protect the family and the people. Thirdly, looking at the battle records of the Dragon Queen, from her debut until now, no matter how strong the enemy was, she had never lost. In terms of military talent, there was no one in the Seven Kingdoms who was more suitable than her, let alone Dwayne, who lacked talented generals. To be honest, Princess Elaine didn't agree with her father's decision before. She felt that her ability to command troops wasn't weak, but she never had the chance to show it to the world. She deliberately ignored the incident at the Black River. Therefore, she hesitated and wanted to resist her father's plan. But now, she was continuously rejected by the Dragon Queen. For some reason, Princess Elaine's thoughts took a 180-degree turn. She was even more aggressive and desperate than her father. If she couldn't rely on the Dragon Queen, Dwayne would suffer a great loss. Looking at the Dragon Queen, who kept refusing, and then looking at the impatient Arya, Arya's expression was stupefied. She thought of her sister's ambition. If Dwayne said the same thing to Sansa, she would probably go crazy with excitement. But the Dragon Queen rejected her with a troubled expression. Why was there such a huge difference between people? What about you? Why are you looking for me? Arya was sighing for her sister when the Dragon Queen ended her conversation with Elaine and turned her attention to her. My brother Bran broke his spine. Can you help him stand up again? He also has fertility. Can he be cured? A hint of anticipation flashed across Arya's stupefied face. Danny looked at her playfully and asked, "Bran asked you to ask. Why didn't he come to me himself?" "It has nothing to do with Bran. I saw that you cured Jaime Lannister's leg and had some ideas," Arya said insincerely. "Actually, your brother and sister asked me the same question and I gave you the same answer. If Bran wants to stand up again, he can talk to me himself," Danny said meaningfully. "Bran? Is it Bran Stark? He didn't die. Is he in Winterfell now?" Yelaine was confused. No one answered her question. Danny didn't want to overstep her boundaries and Arya didn't want to reveal her brother's secret. Everyone was silent for a while. Danny waved to the hound. "Let's go. I'll cure your leg. If you can study anatomy and understand the human body's meridian structure, you can cure it yourself." Danny suddenly had a strange idea. Could she transform the first rugged hound in Game of Thrones into an elegant doctor in a white robe? "Are you a cleric? Have you cured injured civilians?" She turned around and asked the silent scar-faced man. "After I became a cleric, I've been treating the injured in Hajin. But the Holy Mother's healing spell isn't very effective." "It's only effective on bleeding wounds," the hound said honestly. "The holy healing spell is not ineffective. It's just that the way you apply it on the patient is too crude. Only with herbology and anatomy can the full effect of the holy healing spell be unleashed." The holy healing spell didn't have an immediate effect on common diseases such as colds, diarrhea, inflammation, and poisoning. But it didn't mean that it was useless. Take the flu as an example. Even with injections and medicine, many people could die from the flu. If the mortality rate was 1%, then the holy healing spell on the lungs could reduce the mortality rate to 0.001%. That was the correct way to use the holy healing spell. At the end of the day, the holy healing spell only enhanced the vitality of human cells. It didn't kill viruses or eliminate poisons. Seeing the hound's confused face, Danny didn't explain further. "Watch carefully when I treat your leg." Arya's eyes flashed as she asked, "Can I take a look? I want to watch too." "Can I?" a baby-faced viper asked with her eyes wide open. Danny hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Don't talk. Don't disturb me." The girls agreed very quickly, but in the end, they screamed for a while during the operation. Especially when they saw the Dragon Queen using her bloody right hand to pull the hound's white veins and blue nerves. The youngest baby-faced viper screamed and fainted. Then Danny told them to get lost. Arya wasn't afraid. She watched with relish, but she was still expelled. When Danny finished the operation and left the resting room, she found that everyone else had left. Arya was still standing in the corridor outside the door. But Arya wasn't alone. Danny in the gray cloak was standing opposite her. They were about the same age and height. Even their postures were the same. Right hand on the sword, body leaning forward, left foot half a step forward, as gentle as a cat's. Half of their feet touched the ground while the back foot hung in the air. Their right leg looked like it could step out at any moment. Both of them were the best among the water dancers. The only difference was that Danny's cheeks were pale and her forehead was sweating. Her expression was changing back and forth, and her body seemed to want to rush out uncontrollably. Arya was expressionless. Her eyes were like icicles under the eaves. She had an aura as calm as the abyss. Before they started fighting, Danny knew that Danny had lost. "What are you doing?" Dragon Queen wiped her hands with a towel and casually stood beside the two of them. Danny felt the pressure on her body disappear inexplicably. The cruel and hungry wolf lying in the ice and snow before her turned back to the cold-looking horse-faced girl. No, when she looked closer, the horse-faced princess of House of Stark had lost her previous indifference. Dragon Queen's actions were casual and her tone was calm. She didn't even have a sword with her. But when she came closer, Aria felt an extremely sharp giant sword pressing down on her. The sword pierced through heaven and earth like a towering mountain, like a huge wave in a tsunami. Thump, thump, thump. Aria was sweating profusely. She took 3 steps back and widened her gray eyes. She looked at Dragon Queen, who threw the towel to the Unsullied behind her. You, with that one word, Aria seemed to wake up from a nightmare. The divine sword that could split heaven and earth in her dream disappeared. In front of her was a calm and casual Night Queen. Was it an illusion? Aria shook her head hard. The divine sword that broke her death's clear mind was definitely not an illusion. What was that? She asked with a hoarse voice. It's a swordsmanship realm that you can't reach. I can't explain it with words. What are you doing? Danny asked with a smile. Is she the assassin protecting you? Aria pointed at Danny and asked. Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. Her name is Danny C., Danny said. Danny C. has been hiding beside you. But in my eyes, she's as conspicuous as a fly on a white porcelain plate. The fly was angry. Aria shrugged and her expression didn't change. Just like now. She lost the water dancers silent as a shadow, moving as a snake state of mind. When she realized that I was following her with a contemptuous gaze, she got angry and wanted to fight me one-on-one. I know where this is. I won't kill people for no reason. Aria's words were arrogant and made Danny C. feel extremely humiliated. I know this is Winterfell. I won't kill the sister of the king of the northern region, she retorted with the same words. Danny C.'s accent was heavy, and she wasn't fluent in Westeros. Aria replied with a look of disdain. Danny smiled and said to Aria, "Don't doubt me. Danny C.'s realm isn't as good as yours. But if we fight, you'll definitely die. If it wasn't an illusion, with your help, I would have lost." Aria didn't look at her defeated opponent. Instead, she looked solemnly at the Dragon Queen. If that's what you think, Danny C. will probably be able to kill you without any injuries. Danny shook her head and sighed. Whatever you say. I don't care what you think of her. Aria lifted her chin and looked indifferent. Why don't we give it a try? Danny suggested. You don't care about her life? Aria asked in surprise. Queen, don't worry. I know my limits, Danny C. said at the same time. Aria's gaze was sharp. Since Dragon Queen has the resurrection spell, I don't mind playing with you. In the next moment, the 2 girls, who were less than 1.5 meters tall, shot out like bullets and collided with each other. Danny C. was wearing a gray and black cloak, while Aria was wearing black leather armor. They were like 2 balls of shadows that were entangled with each other. Within the gray shadows, 2 black lightning bolts collided with each other, producing indistinct sounds in a series of sparks. One of the shadows flew out while the other stood proudly on the spot. Why did this happen? I clearly slashed her a few times. Aria supported herself with her left hand, her face pale. Danny C. is a pay-to-win gamer. How can you compare with her? Danny smiled faintly and didn't speak. Chapter 803. Water Dancer walked the path of lightness and speed. When they sparred with their swords, their bodies were like 2 dancing shadows. Their swords clashed so frequently that sparks never disappeared. However, the speed of the sword attack was fast, and the battle ended quickly as well. A moment ago, the 2 of them were still fighting like twins. In the next moment, Aria was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away and fell hard on the stone floor of the corridor. Danny C. stood on the spot with her head held high and a smile on her face. Arya supported herself against the wall and got up slowly. How did this happen? Arya's face was pale. She glanced at herself and Danny C. in confusion. There were 3 2-inch-long slashes on Danny C.'s cloak around her waist. There was an obvious footprint on Arya's chest armor. Arya touched her left leg that was burning and stinging. There was a wet patch on the back of her thigh. Arya's leg was cut. Her body suddenly lost coordination. The moment she stopped moving, Danny C. kicked her in the chest. Although I'm not as good as her in terms of skills and experience, I'm faster than her. I'm stronger than her. I'm calmer than her. My eyesight is also better than hers. I slashed her 3 times in the vitals. Why am I the one who fell? Arya asked in a hoarse voice. Danny C. lifted her chin at Danny C. Let her see. Danny C. sheathed her dagger and unbuckled her belt. She took off her thick gray velvet cloak and revealed a fine chain mail that outlined her flat body. Arya stared at the matte black light chain mail for a long time. Then, realization dawned on her. Steel. Are you convinced now? Danny C. asked with a smile. I'm not convinced. She's wearing steel chain mail. It's not fair. Equipment is also part of one's strength. Arya C. was silent. Do you need me to stop the bleeding? Danny C. asked while looking at her leg. No need. It's just a scratch. Danny took her to her lounge and asked, You're still here. Is there something you need from me? Actually, it was Bran who told me to come find you. I am Faceless, and I learned the Death Bible that Faceless stole from the City of Knowledge. Bran said that the meditation technique has a major flaw and asked me to be your guinea pig to help you study the dark laws of ice and death. In return, you'll help me find a way to overcome the ghosts of appearances and emotions. Arya was very straightforward. After she finished speaking, she stared at the Dragon Queen with her emotionless gray eyes. Ah, so you're practicing evil sorcery. No wonder your aura is so cold. I didn't think you were human. Danny exclaimed. Why can I solve the flaws in the Death God's Bible? Danny asked even though she already knew the answer. Actually, this matter couldn't be hidden from the three-eyed crow. Bran knew that the Dragon Queen gave a magic pot to Jia Kuan. Then, Arya told her brother that the Death God's Bible came from a Death God's magic pot that Jia Kuan stole from the City of Knowledge. Didn't this match make sense? Bran said that you have mastered many top-notch meditation techniques and are the world's #1 magic god. Arya was just repeating her brother's words, but the words, #1 magic god, made the Dragon Queen feel disgusted. He used the same nonsense to fool the red-robed woman, and now he used it to fool her. Did he forget that she was the one who invented the title Magic God? However, Danny C. was really curious about the evolution of the Death God scripture and its final effects. In the end, the Death God scripture of ice and death was the meditation technique that truly belonged to her. In the past, she wasn't even a demigod, and the Death God scripture she created was really crude. Now that her realm had increased and she even had the stranger godhood, she would surely be able to improve the Death God scripture. If she had Arya as a lab rat, she might really have a chance to comprehend the Song of Death. Don't forget that the fire of creation plus the ice of death is the complete Song of Ice and Fire. P.S. You didn't pay enough. Danny C. shook her head. Arya C. frowned. What else do you want? Answer a few questions for me first. Go ahead. Will you return to Bravos in the future? No, I don't mind killing people, but I don't want to be a killer controlled by others. My purpose in going to the black-white school is the same as the aristocratic children going to the City of Knowledge, purely to learn knowledge and skills. Danny C looked at her deeply and said, I'm afraid that the Black-White School doesn't think of itself as a technical school. I used to be worried about the reaction of the people of Bravos, so I hesitated to completely fall out with them. But Bran promised me that no faceless can get close to Stark from the Westeros. Personally, I'm not afraid of the faceless. The only thing I'm afraid of is that they can threaten my brothers and sisters. Don't you have any nostalgia for the people in the Black-White School? Danny C asked again. Arya C was stunned for a moment and said softly, there are companions who trained with me, and also mentors who taught me. I respect and appreciate them, and I will always remember them, but I don't want to become a tool without a will. Danny C nodded. This Arya C is not completely bad. I can help you, but you should know that no one wants to make a losing deal. Tell me about it. Arya C said. Danny C's eyes flashed, and she said in a low voice, if you can become a demigod, you must swear to be a stranger's subordinate god. A subordinate god to the Lord God was like the immortals in heaven to the Jade Emperor. Can I really become a god of death? Arya C's mouth was wide open in shock. I don't know. Danny C shrugged and said casually, if you can become a god, it means that I've helped you a lot, and you should repay me. If you can't become a demigod, I'll lose a little, and you won't gain much. Arya C calmed down and said slowly, what's a subordinate god? Danny C's eyes were deep, and she said meaningfully, it's like a feudal lord and a king, but a subordinate god's contract is more binding than a monarch's vows. It's not a verbal restriction, but real power to ensure that the vows are fulfilled. A subordinate god's faith and understanding of the laws are all within the authority of the Lord God. It's like a feudal lord paying taxes to the king, serving in the army, and disclosing all the information about the people and military in the territory. Arya seemed to be moved by this. If she was a modern person, she would have complained. But Arya C was a feudal princess born and raised in this land. Since she did not think that there was anything wrong with a feudal lord swearing loyalty to the king, she also did not think that the Dragon Queen's request was excessive. Just like what Arya C said, the more you get, the greater the price you have to pay. Becoming a demigod was such a great benefit. But I don't believe in the 7 gods. Arya C frowned. Do you believe in the Frost God? Do you know who the Frost God is? I know. Saigon of Karhold City sacrificed his son to the Frost God. But I believe in the old gods. Danny C smiled strangely. Normal believers of the 7 gods think that there are 7 gods in total. They often say things like, I believe in the Holy Mother, not the warrior. Most people in the north believe in the old gods, but they don't know who they believe in. In this regard, you people are much worse than the people beyond the Great Wall. The Inami and the storm god that Timon believes in are the old gods. The frost god, the ruler of the other ghosts, is still the old god. Even the Light King was once the old god. The old gods are a general term. Its meaning is simple, literally the ancient gods are called the old gods. The gods born in the history of human civilization are called the new gods. It's as simple and straightforward as the old and the young. Then who is the old god that my father and I believe in? Arya C was confused. She had believed in the old gods for so many years, but she did not know who she believed in. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Think carefully. Where did your father take you? Who did you pray to? Danny C reminded her. Under the weirwood. The heart tree in Winterfell's Godwood Forest is a weirwood. We prayed to the face on the tree there. Arya C felt that she had grasped something, but she still could not see through the last layer of mystery. It's the weirwood. All the people in the north and most of the people beyond the Great Wall believe in the main god of the Westeros who is made of weirwood. I see. I should have asked the Bran. Area C was enlightened. But the weirwood is dead. Danny C immediately revealed a piece of shocking news. The old god that I believe in is dead. Area C was shocked. He died 8,000 years ago. Recently, with the fall of the Great Wall, he completely disappeared. This. Area C's heart was in a mess. She was scared and lost. What should we do? The weirwood god chose a human as his successor, Danny C said softly. Do I have to believe in the Bran in the future? Area C was confused. No, your old god chose me as his successor, Danny C said calmly. Area C was shocked again. Her jaw dropped. If the Dragon Queen was really the successor of the old god, then it would be better to believe in the 7 gods than to believe in her. Area C was still suspicious. If you don't believe in the old god, how did you become his successor? You can ask your brother. Danny C turned her head and looked at the big crow standing on the balcony. Danny C, open the door and let Bran Stark in. Bran. Area C stood up and looked around. Caw, caw, caw. It's me. When the door connecting the bedroom to the balcony was pushed open, the crow flapped its wings and flew into the living room and landed on the table. Area, you can agree to Danny C's request. Keep believing in the old god and become the stranger's god. It's not a bad ending, Bran C said directly. Area C's expression changed. Bran C's words were equivalent to admitting the Dragon Queen C's words. She was the successor of the old god. Do you and Jon still believe in the old god? Are all the people in the north going to believe in the 7 gods from now on? She asked with a complicated expression. No, Danny C is only the successor of the mother god's power. The old god's belief will not change. Then who do the old god believers believe in now? Weirwood, forests, earth, rivers, mountains. They are all part of the mother god. As long as Westeros exists, the old god's belief will never disappear, the big crow said firmly. It seems more proper to believe in the 7 gods. Area C hesitated. Big Crow, Bran C and Erlu C knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the 7 gods, but they did not dare to tell anyone. That was because faith came from anticipation. The believers were looking forward to the Mother God's miracles, not the 7 pieces of wood that could not respond to them. If the truth was made public, the Church of the 7 Gods would collapse for a while. Then, when they saw the miracles of the Mother God, most of the 7 Gods believers would transfer their worship to the Dragon Queen. By then, the Church of the 7 Gods would lose a group of pure believers who believed in the Church of the 7 Gods, but the Dragon Queen would become the god of the land, the only god in the hearts of the people. Every word she uttered was an oracle, and every decision she made determined the course of action for millions of people. That scene was too scary. Danny C did not want it, and Erlu and Bran C could not accept it. Chapter 804. Do you want to recover your health? After Ariel left, Danny asked Bran. The reason why I went to the Great Wall to look for the 3-eyed crow was to treat my broken spine. The big crow's red eyes shone with sentimental emotions. You're the 3-eyed crow now, Danny reminded him. Bran said awkwardly, I know, but Mara is pregnant. My child, Duo, died in the shelter because he tried to stop the deviant ghosts. I need a healthy body to take care of her, satisfy her. In truth, Bran did not want to ask the Dragon Queen for help, because he knew that even if Danny could help him heal his body, she would ask for an exorbitant price. Bran had already fused with part of the Green Prophet Seal's fragments, and he did not want to sacrifice the 3-eyed crow's benefits for his own personal matters. But a man's life was always so tiring and helpless. The three-eyed crow was also a man. When Auduo was still alive, Mera was used to living a luxurious life. Now that Auduo was dead, she was not used to living a simple life. She could not help but show some resentment in her words and expressions. What could Bran do? Dany was shocked and confused when she heard this. Your spine was broken, and you can't give birth. How did you manage to make Mera pregnant? Also, you're only 12 years old this year. How did you manage to do it? Bran said softly, your suggestion. What suggestion? When? Dany was confused. Auduo, Dany came to a realization, and she was horrified. Then, she became stupefied. Did you say that he's your child? That's my child, the son of Auduo, Mera, and I. I've already thought about it, and his name will be Auduo Stark, Bran said firmly. Dany's expression became distorted. Bran looked at the Dragon Queen, whose expression was changing, and said coldly, Are you looking down on me? No, I admire you, really, Dany said sincerely. After a moment of silence, Bran sighed. You're much luckier than I am. We both wanted to fight against fate. You succeeded, but I... Actually, Jon and I should thank you. If you didn't break the framework of fate first, we wouldn't have been able to break free from the shackles of fate. Destiny is like a river. The first person to break the destiny will disturb the entire river. We've gained a huge advantage. All we need to do is guide the turbulence away from its original direction, which will be much simpler. But I'm still jealous of you. You're just like an experienced sailor, controlling your own ship of fate. I just want to let the turbulence that belongs to me flow in a better direction, but it takes a turn, and it seems to be the same as before. Now, I don't even know if my fate has become better or worse. What was your original fate? Dany asked curiously. Mera and I will forget each other in the pugilistic world, and I will never taste the taste of love in my life. Now, Mera and I will help each other in times of need, but... maybe this is love. There's sweetness and bitterness in it, Bran said in a weathered tone. You shouldn't be saying something like this at your age, Dany said in a strange tone. Don't use the age of my physical body to deduce the age of my soul. I've lived in the tree for hundreds of years. I've experienced the prosperity of the human world, and I've experienced the vicissitudes of life, Bran said faintly. Since you've seen the prosperity of the human world and experienced the vicissitudes of life, why are you still obsessed with your personal feelings? Why aren't you willing to completely become a three-eyed crow? Dany asked. I've seen other people's lives. The more I see, the more I desire to have my own life. That's true. Dany nodded. Then, she asked, but do you dare to let me heal your injuries? Or rather, do you dare to face me with your true body? Will you attack me? Will you go back on your sacred vow? Bran asked her back. Of course, there was no vow now. But when they reached an agreement, they would definitely make a sacred vow to each other. Dany hesitated. She didn't say, I won't righteously, nor did she say, I'll see frankly. It was because she really wasn't sure what she would do. What kind of price can you pay? Or rather, how many fragments of the Green Prophet seal do you have? Dany asked. If it's not enough, I'll take your life. If it's enough, I'll treat it as the price for your life. When she thought of this, she suddenly felt that she was quite shameless. I don't have the Green Prophet seal. That's the three-eyed crow's inheritance. It doesn't belong to me, Bran said. Then you'd better die. I think you can find Otto, Dany said mockingly. A duo equals hold the door, a duo equals open the door, B duo equals open the door, and Otto? Bran was confused. If you have Otto, why can't you have Otto? There are so many men in the world. It's enough for you to form a door group. You don't have to torment your small body. Anyway, you're a green prophet. You have green vision and green dream. The whole world is green in your eyes. Danny ridiculed in her heart. Caw. 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 The big crow flapped its wings angrily and cawed. What are you cawing for? Don't treat a patient if you don't have money. Danny was like an unscrupulous doctor. The big crow suddenly stopped cawing. Its red eyes looked deeply at her. It said in a deep voice, "Since you said so, I'm relieved." Relieved? Danny raised her eyebrows. This attitude at least proves that you won't go back on your vow and eat your words. Targaryen, words are like mountains. The reason why I was chosen by the door god is because I never go back on my vow. No matter what, I don't want his choice to be wrong, Danny said with a sigh. Bran heard this and fell silent. He had gone back on his vow to the Green Prophet. Jon had gone back on his vow to the Night Watchers. Thinking about it carefully, among the Westeros who had the right and opportunity to go back on their vow, only Danny and Rhys had persisted. He felt very uncomfortable. I won't go back on my vow, but I won't work for free either, Danny continued. What I'm giving you is more precious than the seal of the Green Prophet. Bran sighed. What other treasures does the Green Prophet have? Danny was interested. My life. Bran said seriously. You want to sell yourself to me? Danny's mouth twitched. Or do you want to be a subordinate god of the 7 gods? But you're different from your sister. Arya can help me study the law of death, but you, what can you do? Clairvoyance, clairvoyance. The crow shook its head. When you're dealing with the final enemy, I can risk my life for you once. The final enemy. Danny stopped smiling and said seriously, who are you talking about? No matter who it is, you saved my life, and I'll return it to you. Danny stared at the crow's eyes for a long time and sighed. You're very smart. If he risked his life for her once in the future, she would definitely not plot against him when she healed his wounds. Gotcha, gotcha. The gears turned and pulled the chain, which in turn pulled the rolling shaft at the other end. The rolled parchment was dragged forward, and the printed part moved forward, revealing the blank paper under the steel seal. Bam! There was a dull, rhythmic sound of hitting in the room. Jon, Erlu, Melisandre, and the others opened their eyes wide. They were shocked to see the steel seal fall and pull up, imprinting a clear rune and painting on the thin parchment. Upon closer inspection, they were sheets of atonement scrolls. The Dragon Queen was printing atonement scrolls with a printing machine. Gotcha, gotcha. The gears turned and the printed paper was pulled to the front. The scythe fell and cut into 10 pieces of paper of the same size. The paper was sent forward along the conveyor belt and finally into a wooden box. The 10 Unsullied stacked them neatly. Gotcha gotcha bang gotcha gotcha bang, the guest room was on the 3rd floor of the castle. In the spacious living room that was emptied of furniture and decorations, 3 machines the size of a bed made rhythmic sounds that never stopped. Every minute, every second, they produced atonement scrolls without stopping. Unbelievable, this is unbelievable. If it's used to print books, then. Perestan was the first to wake up from his shock. He looked at the Dragon Queen and shouted enthusiastically, Your Majesty, with your dragon paper, the printing machine and paper-making technology will definitely create a prosperous era of culture. You're the mother of a new civilization, the sage of all scholars and scholars. You're the god of civilization. Danny lifted her chin slightly and looked proud. She waved her hand and said, The long night hasn't passed yet. Keep a low profile and don't be so exaggerated. The red-nosed old professor was brought to Winterfell from Dark Castle by the winged dragon. From a technical point of view, the Battle of Winterfell could help the humans understand the deviant ghosts directly and accurately. Hence, the scholars were required to record the deviant ghosts' appearances, abilities, habits, and combat patterns. Then, they would send out letters to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. From a historical point of view, the Battle of Winterfell would occupy a very important position in the history of the human civilization. This was because this was the first long night that was clearly recorded. The previous long night ended the mythical civilization. The human civilization had just sprouted and only legends were left behind. After Scholar the Omer, Tyrion's uncle, the spy, was sent to the Great Wall, the position of Winterfell's scholar had been vacant. The crow's nest was only managed by a scholar's apprentice. Perestan was a history scholar and had worked under Jon for a period of time. He was the most suitable person to complete the 3 tasks. This machine that prints books can indeed change the world. Jon walked around the wooden and steel bed and sighed. Her Majesty is a genius, he said, to be able to invent such a machine. If it wasn't for the long night, it would have caused a sensation in the Westeros. Jichi pouted and said disapprovingly, the printing machine was invented by the Queen 2 years ago. The dragon's paper and white printed books from the Slave Bay have always been the favorite goods of the sea merchants. Many cities in the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea have used the dragon's paper and read cheap but high-quality printed books. Only the Westeros are remote and ill-informed. Aren't the Westeros the center of the world? How can a centaur maid speak like that? The nobles of the 7 kingdoms were unhappy, but they couldn't rebut. Why is this machine constantly rotating? Our city of knowledge is researching gear-driven machines, but we need a large windmill and a water wheel to power it. Perestan looked around and asked in bewilderment. This is a perpetual motion machine. Dany smiled slyly. It can move forever. Could it be witchcraft? Jon was bewildered. Though he didn't study modern physics, he didn't think that under normal circumstances, a machine could work forever without energy consumption. At least, he had never seen it before. To be honest, I also want to know how long it can keep moving. Dany glanced at her subordinate and said, open the floor and let everyone take a look. 7 levels of hell. What is this? Gods, why doesn't that cow have a head? What monster is that? After a while, the people who were bending over and looking down through the wooden windows screamed in horror. Chapter 805. The living room on the 3rd floor was empty except for a printing press that was the size of 3 beds. The stone floor behind the printing press was covered with an old, faded carpet with a wolf pattern. Unsullied lifted the carpet. Jon frowned and found that Miss Long had opened a small window between the 2nd and 3rd floors. This was his house, and she was just a guest. The Winterfell Lord was unhappy. However, when Unsullied lifted the red wooden window, the king of the northern region's previous fanciful thoughts disappeared. He was stunned by what he saw. Not only him, but the surrounding people were so shocked that they screamed. Ghoul, that cow pulling the mill is a ghoul. Jon turned around and looked at the Dragon Queen in disbelief. Dany smiled and nodded. She said casually, I've always wanted to know where the energy of a ghoul that doesn't eat or sleep but can run non-stop comes from. Melisandre looked away from the ghoul cow pulling the mill and said, what's there to be puzzled about? Deviant ghouls and ghouls are all magic creations. They can draw energy from the cold and darkness, just like how you use the magic of fire to build a mage tower. Indeed, energy is conserved, Dany nodded and said emotionally, I should have guessed it when I saw the blue light in the ghoul cow's eyes. That's the effect of the magic runes. They can draw the power of ice. However, I subconsciously didn't want to believe it, because this kind of inverse entropy magic is too illogical. Danny was indeed very emotional, but the others didn't understand her nonsense. Why did the ghoul cow listen to you and keep pulling the mill? Erlu was puzzled. Didn't you see? It has no brain. Erlu stared at her with a wooden face. Are you mocking me for having no brain? You cut the ghoul cow's head on purpose? John understood. Without a head, it will lose its memory and simple thinking ability. It can only rely on its body's instinct. No, it's the instinct of a ghoul cow to chase after living things. Who is it chasing? Peristan frowned. Shouldn't we get a live chicken and hang it in front of the cow's neck? But it's empty downstairs. There's only one cow. Even the door is tightly shut. Aunt May glanced at the Unsullied who was packing up the newly printed atonement scrolls. There's no need for a live chicken. The living people on the 3rd floor are its targets. Boom. Paw. G.A. While they were talking, something happened in the power room on the 2nd floor. The zombie ghost bull that had been running in circles suddenly fell to the ground, as if a running bison had been shot in the head. Black blood flowed out from the broken neck. After a while, the floor of the power room was wet. The corpse ghost cow stopped moving, and the transmission shaft stopped moving. The gears seemed to be stuck, and after a series of ear-piercing sounds, it came to a complete stop. After that, the guillotine, the printing steel plate, and the rotating shaft that pulled the paper all stopped working. The printing press on the 3rd floor stopped working. Corpse Ghost Bull also died of exhaustion. Elisa Mormont asked in confusion. Looks like I've reached my limit. But everything was fine before. Big Bear frowned. No. Melisandre's expression was solemn. She shook her head and said, the deviant ghosts noticed the situation in the castle and removed their control over the corpse ghost bull. After saying that, she returned to the window and pulled up the red wooden board. Her white fingers with bright red nail polish gently stroked it. Evil sealing array. The red-robed woman suddenly turned around and stared at the Dragon Queen. You sealed the entire lower floor. Danny nodded slightly and said helplessly, how long has it been since the window was opened? The deviant ghosts noticed the abnormality and removed the magic on the cow's corpse. What do we do now? Are there enough atonement scrolls? John asked. Take the cow below out and cook it. Then we'll change to another one and continue working. The Northern Territory lacks everything now, but not Corpse Ghost Bowl. Danny said casually. Cook and eat? Everyone's eyes widened in horror. The moment a corpse turns into a corpse ghost, its body will stop rotting. After the corpse ghost is killed, the corpse will continue rotting according to the rotting process when it turned into a corpse ghost. In other words, the cow on the 2nd floor is no different from a freshly slaughtered cow. Danny explained. But wouldn't a corpse ghost be too? Dragon Queen's words were clear and logical. But not everyone was like Fat Sam. Well, Fat Sam didn't even know what he had eaten. The children of the forest even used this method to preserve the freshness of their food. They've been eating it for thousands of years. What are you afraid of? Danny said nonchalantly. Have you eaten it many times? Erlu asked with a pale face. No, I never eat corpse ghost meat. Danny frowned and said with disdain, that thing sounds disgusting. How can I eat it? Then why do you let us eat it? Don't we feel disgusted? A Northern Territory noble with a goatee mumbled. Why don't you want to drink the brown soup but let the commoners eat it? Danny asked. The commoners are poor and will starve to death if they don't eat the brown soup. But we are nobles. The goatee said proudly. Since you know this, why do you still ask? Danny rolled her eyes. I have the Megalosaurus and the Winged Dragon Legion. Tonight, I'll eat deep-sea lobster. Tomorrow morning, I'll drink golden wine and taste live grilled squid steak. How can you compare to me? The goatee's eyes widened. His face was blank. The northerners around him were also stunned. They felt depressed but had nothing to say. Ahem, the long night will end soon. We need to save every portion of food. The king of the northern region coughed and broke the awkward silence. Drag the cow away and give the soldiers more food tonight. Nobles were always nobles. They didn't have the right to compete with Dragon Queen, but could they not compare to the commoners under their command? Everyone in the hall nodded slightly. They were very satisfied with Duke Stark's arrangement. Melisandre walked to the front of the printing machine that had stopped working and sniffed the stamp that was stained with ink. She suddenly said, "So that's how it is. Your ink is made with dragon's blood as the main ingredient." Dany glanced at her and didn't comment. Drawing the atonement scroll with one hand was too time-consuming. She couldn't do it alone. Furthermore, drawing runes required a high level of mental strength when moving the brush. Normal ink printing machines could only produce waste paper. These days, Dany often communicated with Kuei Shi of the Jade Sea and learned many effective runes drawing techniques from the blood of demon beasts. Then she used Big Black's blood, which contained the power of the stranger, to make the ink for mass printing of atonement scrolls. The ink of the Grey Light Warrior scroll contained the power of the stranger. The dragon's blood used to print the Red Light Universal scroll only contained the power of the ordinary Megalosaurus. Dragon's blood is so powerful that it can mass-produce atonement scrolls. Lord Eel was shocked. That's not an ordinary Megalosaurus. The red-robed woman glanced at the indifferent Dragon Queen and said meaningfully, "The blood of the stranger is of course extraordinarily effective." Her words hit the nail on the head. Who was Big Black? He was one of the 7 gods, the stranger. His blood was the blood of the stranger. What could be more suitable than the blood of the death god to draw atonement scrolls? Why is the blood of the Megalosaurus the stranger? Jaime's eyes flashed and he asked in surprise. You should ask the Pope of the 7 Gods Church. The red-robed woman looked at Dany with shining eyes. Lu frowned and wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing everyone's curious eyes on her, Dany said calmly, "Actually, my Big Black is the spokesperson of the 7 gods in the human world. It can also be said that he is the incarnation of the 7 gods in this world." "This, Your Majesty, is it appropriate for you to say that? Isn't the Black Dragon the great guardian of light?" The nobles nearby were shocked by the blasphemous words of the Pope of the 7 gods. However, there were a few knights from the south. Not only did they not exclaim, but they also looked thoughtful. A handsome young man with a fluffy gray beard said hesitantly, when the Holy Sparrow explained the 7 Stars Bible to the public on the podium, she seemed to have said the same thing. "The 7 gods are too far away from our world. Their will cannot descend into the human world, so there are very few miracles before. Megalosaurus is the medium of power between the gods and the human world. If the human world is a pool, the astral world where the gods are in is another pool. Megalosaurus is the conduit that connects the 2 pools. Any miracles that the 7 gods perform, even the most basic holy light, must use the body of the Great Guardian as a medium. It can be said that the will of the 7 gods is realized through the Great Guardian. Her Majesty's Black Dragon is the Great Guardian and also the incarnation of the 7 gods in the human world." "Yes, that's it." The old crab suddenly realized. He looked at the gray-bearded young man in surprise and praised, "Sir Dickens, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in martial arts and also so skilled in the teachings of the 7 gods." Dickonley smiled. "Count Sidega is overpraising me. I only went to a few of Holy Sparrow's masses to pick up the wisdom of others." Dany glanced at the red-robed woman with a proud look. The red-robed woman also looked at her with a faint expression. Your Majesty, can I learn the Death Bible of the Faceless One? That night, when Danny was practicing while burning the crows, Danny came out from the shadows in the corner and asked hesitantly. This morning, Ji-Chi replaced the Dragon Queen to distribute the Atonement Scrolls. It was also in the morning that the Dragon Queen booked Arya to be the stranger god. After lunch, Erlu, John and a group of nobles and knights were curious about why there were so many Atonement Scrolls. They came to the third floor of the guest room to see the printing press that blacksmith Danny made with a hammer and dragon flame. After they left, the lab rat Arya automatically reported to the Dragon Queen's training room. Throughout the afternoon and into the night, Danny used Arya's body to study the Book of Death. The effect was very powerful. It strengthened the body's constitution and mental strength, as well as the clear mind state that could erase emotions. The little assassin Danny was very envious. If I learned the Grim Reaper's Bible, even without the tile mail armor, I could defeat the Winterfell princess easily, Denise said resentfully. Danny extended a finger and poked her little head. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why did Arya volunteer to be my test subject? Isn't it because of the huge after effects of the Death Bible? Don't tell me you want to become a half-other ghost. So you're saying that Arya will test it first, and I'll learn it after the Reaper's Sutra is perfect? Denise laughed. In your dreams. You don't even have the talent of a transcendent. What's there to learn? Danny mocked. Ah. The smile on Denise's face froze. She also remembered that she couldn't light a glass candle. Then I'll never be as good as her. She said dejectedly. That's not necessarily true. You can become a stranger priest. Danny's expression was strange. Shadow assassin. Shadow priest. Or ghost. What are those? Danny was confused. Chapter 806. Woo woo woo. On the third night after Arya became Dragon Queen's magical experiment material, at around 1 a.m., 3 horns sounded from the Winterfell Gate Tower. According to the Night Watcher's customs, 1 horn meant allies, 2 horns meant enemies, and 3 horns meant deviant ghosts. Half a month after the collapse of the East Sea Great Wall and a week after the Dragon Queen waited in Winterfell, the deviant ghost army finally crossed more than 3,000 kilometers and arrived at Winterfell. Although it was already 1 a.m., the Winterfell garrison didn't panic. In fact, an hour ago, fully armed soldiers began to climb up the Winterfell wall. Looking down from the sky, a hexagonal fire circle appeared on the gray and white land. It was the torches held by the soldiers on the wall and the iron pots that burned coal or kerosene. Hoo hoo hoo, the north wind howled at the top of his lungs. It was as if the sky had become a lung disease patient and was breathing with all his might, causing the people on the ground to panic. It was already dark enough during the long night, and now it was dawn. The flames from the braziers almost pulled out a horizontal red line. Looking down from the wall, one could only see the trench about 10 meters away. The dark sky was like a devil that sucked in light and heat, sucking in all the warmth and light from the thousands of torches and braziers in Winterfell. At the top of the gate tower, the lookout Jurgrit put down the horn and took a few deep breaths to replenish the air that she had just blown out. Then, she took out her longbow from her back and picked up an arrow with a dragon crystal arrowhead, waiting for the deviant ghosts to approach. She was the lover of the king of the northern region and a female warrior who even led hundreds of barbarians. She didn't want to and couldn't hide in Winterfell Castle like Jon's pregnant sister. She would obtain the glory of a warrior in battle. She was the one who blew the horn just now. After the rocket flew for 200 meters, downwind, she saw a sparse army of ghouls wobbling over, so she blew the horn. The waiting time seemed to be extremely long. She couldn't help but look around. At this moment, there were so many companions around her. She was in the towering castle and John was behind the gate, but she felt extremely lonely and helpless. It was as though Winterfell was the only boat in the vast ocean. At this moment, the small boat was quietly floating on the dark surface of the ocean. It was extremely peaceful. But at a speed visible to the naked eye, a monstrous wave rose up in front of them. Strong winds blew, and torrential rain came crashing down on the small boat. Whoosh, whoosh, the cold wind seized her, penetrating her leather armor and woolen sweater, drilling into her bones. It was so cold that her teeth chattered, and her cloak fluttered behind her. Why aren't they here yet? Did they take so long to walk 100 meters? Also, the eyes of the deviant ghosts and corpse ghosts were emitting blue light. Why couldn't I see anything when it was so dark? Creak, the sound of the door opening brought Ygritte back from her lonely thoughts. The city gates below opened to both sides, and the northern wind carried the grayish-white cold mist into the city gate, causing the flames and shadows to sway. Ygritte lowered her head and saw Dragon Queen, who was wearing a silver breastplate and a blue skirt armor, raise her right hand, and an orange-sized incandescent fireball slowly rose. The white light pierced through the heavy night fog and reached 100 meters away. "Ah!" A low cry came from the crowd on the city wall near the city gate. With the light emitted by the small sun above Dragon Queen's head, everyone saw snowflakes the size of willow leaves in the strong wind. They saw the dense cold mist condensing into a rain of ice, and also saw the army of the dead walking neatly in the wind and snow. In their field of vision, there were only corpses and ghosts. There were northern farmers wearing hemp clothes and tattered leather jackets, women with disheveled hair, knights riding tall horses, armored lords missing half of their faces, decaying corpses with tattered skin hanging on their faces and sparse hair on their heads, and even skeletons. There were dire wolves whose fur was dyed red with dirty blood, livestock whose cold and stiff intestines were dragging on the ground, shadow lynx whose flesh was badly mangled. There were people, and also beasts. Their footsteps were very light, almost leaving no trace in the snow, but there were too many of them. The rustling sound of snakes slithering through the grass could be heard in the snow, and it was very creepy. Gradually, Ygritte saw the deviant ghosts' blue eyes. They emitted a weak blue light because the snowflakes were too dense and the cold mist was too thick, so it was not very eye-catching. Clang, 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 clang. 40 silver-armored shield-bearers rushed out of the city gate and lined up on the flat black ground in front of the gate to form a double-layered curved shield wall. Dragon Queen, Stannis, Jon, and Melisandre walked out together and slowly walked to the center of the curved shield wall. Jon stood out first and shouted in a hoarse and rough ancient language, "Where is the deviant ghost king? I am the Duke of the Northern Territory, the Guardian of the Northern Territory, Jon Stark. Please come out and meet me." The ghouls that were encircling Winterfell stopped uniformly 50 meters away from the city walls. Seeing this, Stannis took a deep breath, took off his helmet, and exhaled a cloud of white air. He said in a low voice, "Where is the deviant ghost king? I am the only lawful king of the Undols, the Loinars, and the Ancestors, and the guardian of the Seven Realms, the one who ended the long night in Asha's prophecy. I am willing to fight with you." Dragon Queen glanced at the king in the flaming red cloak and muttered, "It would be more accurate to call him the #1 war god of the Seven Realms." Stannis' blue eyes were cold as he stared at her expressionlessly. Dany shrugged and turned to face the darkness. She also said in the ancient language, "I am the child of the era. Where is the deviant ghost king?" Child of the era. What is that? It was a short sentence, but why did it sound so threatening? Ygritte was puzzled. Erlu opened his mouth and also wanted to ask, "What is the child of the era? Why don't you show all your titles together?" The red-robed woman's red eyes flashed as she looked deeply at the Dragon Queen. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Where the white fireball's light was scattered, the corpses and ghosts directly opposite the city gate could be seen moving to the sides to form a path. The deviant ghost rode on a dead horse and slowly walked to the front of the undead army. The warhorse seemed to have been bitten to death by some animal. Half of the flesh on its neck had been gnawed away, leaving only a pale spine that was as thick as a wrist to support its huge head. The rider on the horse's back carried a huge ice sword that was as wide as a palm and 2 meters long. Its body was also covered in a layer of ice armor that constantly changed colors under the flickering firelight. There were many deep wrinkles on its face, making it look like a shriveled apple. Its pale, sparse hair floated in the wind like seaweed. The 7 hells, so this is the deviant ghost king. How terrifying! Elaine's face was pale, and her right hand unconsciously tightened around the huge knife. The deviant ghost king doesn't seem that scary, but the corpses and ghosts outside, bless the Holy Mother. There are so many of them that I want to pee. The baby-faced sand snake on the side grimaced. That's not the deviant ghost king. Yrgrid couldn't help but remind them, don't be distracted. Try not to poke your heads out of the battlements and don't take off your masks. If an ice sword comes flying, Elaine obediently pulled down her mask and tilted her head to ask, how do you know it's not the deviant ghost king? Yrgrid frowned. I feel it. I've seen deviant ghosts before, and I feel it's similar to the one below the city. As expected, they soon heard the clear voice of the Dragon Queen floating in the wind. Is your king a coward who doesn't dare to face the challenge of the #1 war god of the 7 kingdoms, the reincarnation of Yasuo Yahai, and the child of prophecy? Erlu clenched her jaw. The deviant ghost on the other side spoke. If you want to see our king, you must first prove the strength of your race that has been eliminated. Hold on until noon tomorrow. If the city isn't broken, our king will appear. The sound was like an ice lake exploding. It was sharp, loud, and ear-piercing, and it felt like a saw cutting through one's front teeth. Ah, that monster's voice is so horrible. I'm disgusted. The baby-faced sand snake hugged the iron armor and cried. Elaine endured the pain in her head and asked, is this magic? Why is its voice so terrifying? What is it saying? The red-haired girl whispered, it's actually an ancient saying. The deviant ghost king won't appear until noon tomorrow. That's how deviant ghosts sound. Didn't your castle receive the messenger crow sent by the red-nosed old man? Elaine was just about to say that seeing was better than hearing, when she heard a roar from below the city. It was the voice of the Dragon Queen. Bastard, how dare a mere deviant ghost king be so arrogant? Boom! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the ground under the feet of the Dragon Queen trembled slightly. Then, her body leaped 2 meters into the air like a cannon, directly jumping over the shield wall in front of her. Wearing full heavy armor, she smashed into the ground like a stone, leaving 2-inch deep footprints on the ground. However, her body was very stable, and she didn't sway. After landing, she immediately drew the 4-finger-wide white greatsword from her waist. Ah, kill, kill, kill! She was like an angry heifer, roaring as she charged at the deviant ghosts on horseback opposite her. Every step she took was so forceful that it left deep footprints and thumping sounds on the ground. She raised her sword and charged at the million-strong army alone. Such fearlessness shocked the ordinary soldiers. The glowing white fireball was still above her head, following her as she ran, dispelling the darkness within a few hundred meters. Because of this, everyone on the city wall could see the terrifying number of corpse ghosts outside the city. They weren't crowded together, but were spaced 1 or 2 meters apart. They looked a little loose, but the army of corpse ghosts had no borders, and seemed to extend endlessly in all directions. Why is she so impulsive? Is she going to die alone? On the city wall, Jamie didn't cheer for the Dragon Queen's bravery. Instead, his expression changed drastically, and he was extremely anxious. Dragon Queen shouldn't have jumped out of the shield's protective circle. Since the opponent isn't a deviant ghost king, there's no need to risk being surrounded and charging at the enemy's front line, Dick and Tolly said with a frown. Clinton and Barristan exchanged glances. After confirming each other's gazes, their expressions became calm, and there was no longer any anxiety. Don't worry, this is Her Majesty's fighting style. It's just a deviant ghost. Back then, she was able to kill several of them under the Great Wall. She probably doesn't need to do that now. Old Bart was about to say that the Queen could kill the deviant ghost on horseback in less than 3 moves, but he immediately changed his mind. If it's a one-on-one fight, the deviant ghost's life will be taken within 100 moves. She has to let the deviant ghost king see her power so that it's easier for her to act later. Jamie didn't understand the main point of Old Bart's words, and said excitedly, "This is her style." What are the Gith alliance of Slave Bay and the allied army of the trading city-states doing? With such a reckless fighting style, Danny Rise hasn't lost even once. Ago frowned and asked Chui Luo beside him, "What is this knight from the land of the sunset talking about? I heard Calixi's name." Chapter 807. On this inconspicuous section of the city wall, there were many important people hidden. They had planned to watch the battle of the strange Ghost King. Other than the high-ranking generals of Winterfell, Chui Luo, Ag, and Ricarlo were also here. However, the 2 Blood Alliance guards didn't know Westeros and couldn't communicate with the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. They kept silent, but Danny Lilith was too piercing, and Ag recognized it. Chui Luo could barely understand the common language, but like Old Bart and Clinton, he understood the true intentions of the Dragon Queen. He remained calm and composed. After explaining to the 2 centaurs, Chui Luo loudly said in Westeros, "Watch quietly." Now that the strange Ghost King hasn't appeared, the situation has changed. The Queen has other plans, and with the Megalosaurus, nothing will happen to her. These words couldn't explain the reckless behavior of the Dragon Queen. A few Northern Knights whispered, "Does she rely on the Megalosaurus to fight? Looks like the Gith people and the World Alliance army are just a so-so." Back then, Aegon relied on the adult Megalosaurus to conquer the 7 kingdoms. Even so, he still couldn't take down Dorne. Dang! A shrill cry broke through the wind and snow. Everyone who heard the sound couldn't help but cover their ears and frown. The whispers about the Dragon Queen also stopped. They held their heads and looked over. They saw 2 large swords clashing, a white blade and an ice broadsword. After a short struggle, the man and the horse staggered away from each other. The Dragon Queen had already rushed to the front of the strange Ghost Knight, and the strange Ghost Knight didn't have the advantage. 1 man and 1 ghost, infantry against cavalry. It was like a competition between knights. Round after round, they charged back and forth. Cold mist spread around them. There were no sparks when the swords clashed, only ear-piercing and soul-piercing shrills. Jamie was shocked. He muttered, "Dragon Queen's swordsmanship is truly at the peak." It seems that the quality of the Honeywine River tournament was even higher than what was shown in the poem. Her strength and speed had already surpassed most of the knights, but she was still inferior to the deviant ghosts. Her charging power was even weaker than that of a knight with a ghoul warhorse. However, the 2 of them are evenly matched. She even has the upper hand because her swordsmanship is far superior to that of the deviant ghosts. Perhaps it is close to that of Daybreak swordsmanship from back then. Hiss. The surrounding noble knights were shocked. "Sir, aren't you exaggerating a little? The one below is just an ordinary deviant ghost, not a deviant ghost king." "If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Barristan," Jamie said calmly. Barristan's expression was strange. Perhaps Arthur Dane is not as good as Her Majesty the Queen. His voice was low and reluctant, but the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, including Jamie, looked at him in a new light. Had the just and fearless Barristan also learned how to flatter? Sir, have you forgotten the swordsmanship levels in the White Code? Right now, Dragon Queen was only able to lift heavy objects as if they were light and lift light objects as if they were heavy. She was half a step away from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. How can she surpass Sir Dane? Jamie frowned. Back then, among the 6 sworn brothers, White Bull Jello Hider was Jamie's guide, Fearless Barristan was his spiritual mentor, and Daybreak Swordsmanship was his swordsmanship coach and also his idol since he was young. Therefore, Jamie was particularly dissatisfied with Old Bart's flattery at this time. Old Bart's integrity and Dane's reputation as the best swordsman in the world were both destroyed by a single word of flattery. Good, long live the Queen, long live the Dragon Queen. There was a sudden burst of cheers on the city wall. In the middle of the battlefield, after 40 rounds of the blood-boiling night charge, Dragon Queen finally found a flaw in the enemy. She slammed her sword on the chest of the corpse ghost's ice crystal armor and knocked it off its horse. At this moment, her sword was like lightning, quickly cutting off the deviant ghost's right hand that was holding the sword. Her silver-high iron boots stepped on its neck and the tip of her greatsword was pressed against its forehead. Deviant Ghost King, come out. She was surrounded by the corpse ghosts and shouted into the darkness. Boom boom boom, the answer to Dragon Queen was a stampede of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers moving together. The wave of corpses covered her, and the 6 walls of Winterfell sounded at the same time, signaling the enemy's attack. The great battle of Winterfell had officially begun. Hiss-gaw-boom. A huge black shadow rose from behind the city gate and passed over the heads of Jeggert and the others. Dragon Flame Breath. The 40 to 50 meter long dragon flame was like a red flame waterfall, pouring down on Dragon Queen's position. With a slash of her sword, she split open the deviant ghost's skull under her iron boots. Dragon Queen didn't do anything else, she just looked coldly at the swarm of corpse ghosts. Boom, the red flame waterfall fell on her head, but it hit a reef 10 meters in diameter. The flame flow splashed, forming a huge bowl of fire around her. The corpse ghosts that rushed over were like moths to the fire. Their tattered clothes were ignited, their hair was burned, their skin melted, and their bones burned like firewood. Jamie heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the solemn Kaluo with a complicated expression. You were right. Dragon Queen has a dragon. Nothing will happen to her. The huge black shadow hovered above Winterfell. Its voice was like thunder, echoing throughout Winterfell and spreading for several kilometers. Deviant Ghost King cowardly hid in the corpse ghost army and refused the challenge of the Seven Kingdoms' #1 war god, Stannis. He arrogantly called us a race that will disappear. He also said that Winterfell couldn't even last a day and that humans had no right to challenge him. Now, he sent his weak and powerless subordinates to attack the city. Now, I want you to tell those ice dregs our great swords are thirsty. Long live the Megalosaurus, long live the Great Guardian. My great swords are thirsty. Thousands of warriors raised their dragon-tooth swords or dragon crystal spears, roaring wildly. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. The gods are with you, I am with you, the Dragon Queen is with you, the Seven Kingdoms' #1 war god, the world's #1 mage, the divine King Lalo is with you, the King of the North and the kings of the Seven Kingdoms are with you. After saying this, Blackie used its loudest voice and the most majestic dragon aura to roar, the living will never surrender. Kill deviant ghosts, go to heaven, kill kill kill. The atmosphere made its appearance. Kill deviant ghosts, go to heaven, kill kill kill. The tens of thousands of defenders on the city wall who were facing the corpse ghost for the first time were completely stirred up. They all wanted to imitate the Dragon Queen and jump off the city wall, roaring as they charged towards the corpse ghost army. Erlu, the red-robed woman, and John retreated to the city gate. Like the other generals, they were scattered on the city wall, taking the lead and commanding the soldiers to stabilize the defense line. Danny also returned behind the unsullied shield wall, while Little White was further back at the city gate. Its long neck stretched into the city gate opening, replenishing the Dragon Queen's dragon flames from time to time. Dragon Queen didn't return to the city, didn't go up the city wall, and didn't even close the city gate. She held up a dragon flame fireball and shot lines of fire at the densely packed corpse ghosts. The dragon flame fireball didn't shoot out fire snakes, but fire lines that flew horizontally. They were more than 10 meters long and as thick as chopsticks. They blocked a large number of corpses that opened their mouths wide to bite at them. If the corpse ghosts didn't wear leather armor, their corpses would be ignited upon contact with the fire lines. They would burn into a pool of flowing oil. Their skin was too easy to burn. If the corpse ghost was a knight, its flammable skin would be protected by iron armor. Danny could also separate a fire snake from the fireball to wash its face. Dragon Queen intended to open the city gate to attract more corpse ghosts to reduce the pressure on the other areas of the city wall. Who knew that in the face of the fully prepared Winterfell, millions of corpse ghosts weren't scary at all? In just half an hour, she was free. She even brought a high-back recliner and a coffee table over. She sat on the chair with her long sword inserted into the left side of the chair. The red clay stove on the coffee table was burning brightly, and mutton rolls and duck blood curd were boiling in a pot of chili oil soup. 20 meters in front of her, an arc of fire rose. It was filled with corpse ghosts that had been ignited by the dragon flame. Whether it was the swift shadow lynx corpse ghost, the tall and mighty bear corpse ghost, or the direwolf corpse ghost that hid in the shadows to prepare for a wave attack, they were no different from ordinary corpse ghosts in front of Dragon Queen. At most, the fire rope would turn into a fire snake, and one fire snake would turn into 2 or 3. Even the most cunning direwolf corpse ghost couldn't get close to Danny because there were 2 layers of steel shield walls in front of her. Danny wasn't the only one at the city gate who couldn't get close. The other people on the city wall were also doing the same. The baby-faced sand snake looked down from above and stabbed with her spear. The tip of the spear, stained with black blood, hit the eye socket of the corpse ghost knight on the wooden ladder below. Plop, the corpse ghost froze. Then, like a robot that had its power cut off, the corpse fell limply from the wooden ladder. It rolled down the 24-meter ladder and smashed into a bunch of corpse ghosts that were climbing the wooden ladder. However, this corpse ghost knight with the Umbo tribe emblem on its chest was a real knight. It had a helmet, breastplate, iron gloves, neck guard, leg guard, and iron boots. Its Babuta helmet only had a small eye slit. The baby-faced sand snake spear technique was as exquisite as her dead father's, but the dragon crystal was brittle and hard. Before the tip of the spear could be pulled out of the eye socket, it snapped in 2. The baby-faced sand snake threw the spear to her sister behind her. At the same time, she took another spear with a brand new tip from her sister. She was panting heavily and her forehead was covered with sweat, but she looked extremely excited. Ha ha ha, I've already stabbed 60 corpse ghosts to death, and 15 of them were knights with swords and armor. I didn't expect it to be so easy to kill deviant ghosts. She took off her mask and laughed. The tall and dark Abaya threw the broken spear tip into the wooden box and eagerly said, Obina, you've been fighting for almost an hour, and you're still sweating in such a cold weather. You must be tired, right? Take a break and let me do it. No, I'm not tired. I want to kill 100 of them. These corpse ghosts are as stupid as geese in the field. They're not dangerous. The baby-faced sand snake stuck her head out of the battlement and looked at the corpse ghosts on her wooden ladder. Don't stick your head out. If you're tired, back off immediately. Deviant ghosts aren't geese. On the other side, the red-haired Ygritte, who was also guarding a wooden ladder, warned loudly. She was the commander of this section of the wall. Several sand snakes, including Princess Elaine, were under her command. It had nothing to do with her position. The red-haired sand snake had killed deviant ghosts before. She had joined the Dragon Queen's suicide squad and was besieged by a corpse ghost army. She had rich experience in dealing with deviant ghosts. Don't worry. I'm already familiar with the moves of those dead people. Ah! The 14-year-old sand snake, who looked like a porcelain doll, was smiling and waving his hand. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced through the night from below the city. An ice crystal flew over like a meteor, and before anyone could react, it was nailed into the doll-faced sand snake's eye socket. Her petite body was like a goose that had been pierced by a crossbow. She flew 4 or 5 meters from the battlement and crashed into her elder sister, knocking down the wooden rack where the dragon crystal spear was placed. Obina, no. The Dornish princess and several sand snakes nearby cried out in grief. Burn the wooden ladder. Quick, throw the wildfire bombs. Ygritte's expression changed drastically as she shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was even angrier. The cold fog surged up this section of the wall like a tide. A few gray shadows jumped out of the group of corpse ghosts and onto the wooden ladder. They were so fast that they looked like fleeting shadows. Chapter 808. What was the point of defending Winterfell? It was Stark's castle. Was it special to the Seven Kingdoms, the Dragon Queen, and Erlu? Was it the only way to stop the deviant ghosts from invading the south? None of them. Dany and Erlu, and even Sansa didn't mind that Winterfell was temporarily occupied by the deviant ghosts. As long as Stark's forces were preserved, they would have a chance to reclaim their homeland. Without a doubt, Sansa's thinking was rational and correct. Hence, Winterfell didn't have any special meaning. Winterfell was blocking the King's Lane. Behind it were Savon City, Torrhen City, and White Harbor. It was also the only land route to the south the Neck. But the deviant ghosts could bypass Winterfell. Hence, Winterfell didn't have a strategic location. Why were Dany and Erlu willing to defend Winterfell? It was highly possible that the deviant ghost king would appear at Winterfell. Winterfell was the largest city that the deviant ghosts encountered when they invaded the south. It was also the first stronghold that was defended by a large number of humans. The deviant ghosts weren't like the conqueror Aegon 300 years ago. Conquering the Westeros was meaningless to them. Their goal was to kill the living humans. Dany, Erlu, Jaime, Hound, and Deacon came to Winterfell with a simple goal: to kill the deviant ghosts and the deviant ghost king. The goal of defending Winterfell wasn't to defend Winterfell. It was to eliminate the deviant ghosts and ghouls. It would be best if they could kill the deviant ghost king. Hence, Dany opened the gates and allowed the deviant ghosts to die. Hence, the guards on the city walls put down wooden ladders for the ghouls to climb up and stab them to death. Dany came up with the idea of putting down wooden ladders. Winterfell had 2 layers of city walls. The outer wall was 24 meters high and there was a dry moat in the middle. The inner wall was 30 meters high. The reason why the walls were so high was because the snow in the north was too thick during the winter. It was 7 to 8 meters deep on the plains and 15 meters at the foot of the city walls. Knowing that the deviant ghosts were coming, the Winterfell garrison had to clear the snow outside the city. When the Dragon Queen arrived, 3 Megalosaurus were sent to melt the snow within 100 meters of Winterfell into the White Blade River. If there were no wooden ladders, there would be 2 possibilities. First, the ghouls would not be able to climb the city walls, so they would just stand outside the city and not attack. The humans wanted to end the long night as soon as possible and clean up the deviant ghosts and ghouls that had crossed the Great Wall. If the deviant ghost army continued to stand outside the city and confront the humans on the city walls, it would be disadvantageous to the humans. This was because human warriors needed rest and mental pressure, while ghouls were never tired and did not need to eat. It was more likely that a portion of the ghouls would surround Winterfell and not attack, while the rest would continue south. This was the worst-case scenario. Of course, deviant ghosts weren't zombies. They belonged to the subhuman race and had high intelligence, especially when the deviant ghost king was present. Seeing that the city walls were too high, they might try to attack the city. With the number and mobility of the ghouls, it wouldn't be difficult to form a slope on the city walls. After all, including the outer city walls, Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. It was less than 2 kilometers in circumference. Would it take less time to dig a 2,000-meter river? Instead of waiting for the deviant ghosts to attack, it was better to provide a path for the ghouls to attack the city. The 14-year-old Obina was able to kill 15 night-level ghouls and more than 40 normal ghouls with her spear when she faced a zombie horde for the first time. She was even confident that she could kill 100 ghouls. If the 18,000 soldiers of Winterfell were able to kill 100 ghouls, no matter how many ghouls there were, they wouldn't last long. If the deviant ghosts were stupid and surrounded Winterfell, they would have to challenge the deviant ghost king to kill all the deviant ghosts and ghouls. This was the best wish. The tall city walls could only reduce the casualty ratio between the living and the dead. If more ghouls died, the garrison would also suffer losses. For example, the 14-year-old baby-faced little sand snake made use of the wooden ladder to kill 15 horseman ghouls. She looked down on the ghouls and was immediately taught a lesson. Ghoul. Due to the intense exercise, the little sand snake lifted its visor to get some fresh air. It even poked its head out of the battlements to see what was going on. The knight in full armor who had been stabbed to death earlier had rolled down the siege ladder, bringing the ghouls down with him. An ice sword flew out from the ghouls below and pierced through the baby-faced girl's left eye like lightning. It penetrated her skull and came out from the back of her head. She was killed instantly. The powerful kinetic energy sent her corpse flying back 4 to 5 meters like a cannonball. She knocked down Sister Sand Snake, who was acting as her attendant. No, Obina. Obina collapsed in the corner, her sister's corpse on top of her body. She wailed in pain. But since the deviant ghosts had attacked, they wouldn't just throw an ice sword. Swoosh, 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 3 grayish-red shadows leaped up the wooden ladder as though it was flat ground. And this was just the beginning. Like a flood that had found a hole in the dam, more deviant ghosts gathered toward the lost section of the city wall. Unfortunately, the wooden ladder tactic had already taken this situation into consideration. In addition to the battlements at the top, there was also a bull-sized observation hole in the middle of the city wall. Every wooden ladder was placed on the section of the city wall with the observation hole. The wooden ladder tactic allowed and even encouraged a small number of deviant ghosts to break through the city wall. But there couldn't be too many of them. Otherwise, the city wall would be in danger of being lost. So, when the people on the city wall felt tired, the guards guarding the observation hole would throw a small bottle of wildfire bullets. It was really small, about half a pound. Boom! When Ygritte called for wildfire bullets, there was a fierce explosion under the wooden ladder guarded by the baby-faced girl. Green flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, illuminating this section of the city wall in green. Ouch! The wooden ladder burned in the green flames. The more than 60 ghouls under the wooden ladder were ignited as if they had been splashed with gasoline. In the red and green flames, a deviant ghost was burning and screaming. Ghouls couldn't scream, but deviant ghosts were living people. They could speak and feel pain. Large patches of white mist were emitted from its body, weakening the ordinary flames on the corpses and wooden ladder. However, the green wildfire stuck to the deviant ghost's body was still burning. The flames at the base of the city wall were red and green. The small group of deviant ghosts that were about to climb up the ladder was stopped, and one of them even died. The 3 deviant ghosts that had already jumped onto the city wall didn't have a good ending either. They caught the baby-faced girl and big sister Sand Snake off guard. A white ghost even took a step forward and came to Obina's corpse. It grabbed the hilt of its ice sword and was about to press down hard to pierce through big sister Obina. However, more than 20 soldiers with thick oak shields had already surrounded them. The oak shields were thicker than the old chopping boards in rural kitchens. There were even a few horizontal bars added behind them to block slashes. More than 20 huge shield bearers knocked the 3 deviant ghosts to the ground. Then, they stabbed with their swords and spears. Light blue ice water flowed on the stone path of the city wall. Don't hurt her. She's my sister. Just as the shield bearers turned around and held down Obina, who was crazily biting Obina's throat, Arain walked over to block Ygritte, who had raised her dragon-tooth blade and was about to slash her neck. She used to be your sister. Now, she's a corpse ghost. This is the long night. This is the calamity of the dead. Ygritte's heavy breathing came through the gap in her helmet. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Arain lowered her head and saw Obina, who was behind her, opening her mouth wide and gnawing on her iron boots. Her beautiful baby face lost its redness and luster and became pale and dim. There was a large bloody hole in her left eye, and the beautiful brown pupil in her right eye flashed with blue light. Even with the shield bearers holding her hands, feet, and back, she twisted her neck awkwardly and gnashed her teeth at the living. She had really become a living dead, just like the endless corpse ghosts outside the city. Thinking of this, Princess Dorne's heart ached. She couldn't help but cry. Big sister Obina got up from the ground and knelt in front of her younger sister. She choked and said, "I'm sorry, Obina. I didn't protect you well." The other 2 sand snakes also cried silently. Ygritte curled her lips and calmly said, "Don't cry. She believes in the 7 gods and even has the atonement scroll. She's already gone to the 7 gods' heaven. You should be happy." Ga, the 3 snakes and Yulien stopped crying. Obina really went to heaven. Arain murmured as she looked at the sky. It was as if she wanted to see the heavens that would receive her younger sister's soul. Kill the deviant ghosts and go to heaven. Ygritte raised her dragon-tooth dagger and shouted. Arain felt much better. She turned around and squatted down. She raised her dagger and stabbed it into the hole in the right eye. The violently struggling corpse instantly stiffened and went limp. Obina went to heaven. "We'll reunite with her sooner or later," she said to her sisters. The shield bearers dispersed. Ygritte looked outside the city and saw that the green light was gradually weakening. She asked, "The fire is about to go out. Should we put down another wooden ladder? Or, should we go back to the castle and rest?" "No, we want to kill the deviant ghosts," the 3 sand snakes and Arain said in unison. The battle continued. The deviant ghosts continued to climb up the wooden ladder. Occasionally, there would be deviant ghosts mixed in and ambush them in an attempt to steal the city wall. Soon, 3 hours passed. During this time, the corpses of the deviant ghosts piled up like a mountain. Many of the guards on the city wall had also died. Most of them were like Obina. At first, they fought the dead with reverence. Gradually, the more deviant ghosts they killed, the less reverence they had in their hearts. Due to their carelessness, they were killed by the deviant ghosts that rushed up. Obina's side of the city wall was still fine. Because they knew the identities of the sand snakes and Arain, the shield bearers protecting them were all true knights. They were strong and skilled. On the other side of the city wall, the shield bearers were savage warriors. They were brave but lacked skill and experience. As a result, the deviant ghosts broke through the encirclement and suffered heavy casualties. 6 hours after the battle, when dawn broke, the eastern sky was still dark. The soldiers guarding the wooden ladder on the city wall took turns to rest. At the city gate, Dragon Queen still hadn't gotten off work. However, the shield wall in front of her had shrunk by 90%. Only 4 Unsullied raised their shields and squatted on the ground, protecting the queen. The remaining 36 Unsullied didn't go too far. They were in the barbican behind the city gate, leaning against Whitey as they slept. That's right. They were sleeping beside the battlefield. Whitey lay on the ground and extended his head into the city gate. When the fireball above Dragon Queen's head was about to be extinguished, he immediately provided support with a wave of dragon flames. Winterfell was cold, but Whitey was a megalosaurus. His body emitted scorching heat. Sleeping next to him was more comfortable than turning on the heater. Chapter 809. Dany was a wind and fire demigod. She could multitask. While absorbing the spiritual essence from the burning corpses around Winterfell, she could meditate and rest. At the same time, she could control the fireball above her head to ensure that the deviant ghosts and ghouls near the city gate would not return. However, the Unsullied were just normal humans. When they were protecting the Dragon Queen with their shields, even if they did not fight much, they had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. At around 9:00 in the morning, the battle had lasted for more than 8 hours. Woo woo woo! Suddenly, an urgent horn sounded from the west side of the city wall. Dany looked back. With the castle as a barrier, she could only see that the sky in the direction of the forest of heavenly trees was reflected in a demonic green color. Then, she entered her dragon spirit state. From Blackie's point of view, she could see the rolling green clouds on the city wall. They soared up to 2 to 3 stories high, and in the howling wind, they pulled out a green cloud that was 40 to 50 meters long towards the south. A large number of wildfire bombs detonated on the city wall. Under the green cloud, the defenders on the city wall bent over to avoid the flying sparks while resisting the surging corpse tide with all their might. That section of the city wall had already fallen. Nearly 30 deviant ghosts broke through the defensive line and waved their ice greatswords. They killed hundreds of defenders on the city wall, directly clearing out hundreds of defenders within 30 meters. Then, the wooden ladder tactic, the glory bomb, was activated by the defenders. The green flames were torrential, killing 7 or 8 on the spot. The remaining 20 deviant ghosts spread out and protected that section of the city wall while enduring the burning of the green flames. Even though the wooden ladders were ignited, countless ghouls surged forward. Like a torrent that could not be stopped by a torch, every deviant ghost and ghoul was a source of cold fog. Soon, the flames were extinguished, and they piled up a zombie slope under the city wall. Then, thousands of cows, wolves, lions, mammoths, and other non-human ghouls ran out of the darkness. They stepped on the zombie slope and quickly climbed up the city wall. The ferocious beasts and ghouls cleared the path in front, and behind them, the living dead squeezed together like sardines. It was like ink dripping into a clear pool. With the slope as the center, the corpse tide quickly spread out in all directions of Winterfell. The demonic green flames of the glory bomb were also suppressed by the cold air brought by the large number of ghouls and gradually weakened. In the end, the ghoul army that intended to invade Winterfell from the east was blocked by the second defensive line on the inner city wall. However, although they encountered resistance in the dried-up moat behind the outer wall, they did not stop spreading. Woo woo woo, the sound of the horn became more urgent. The fear and anxiety of the bugler was transmitted to everyone through the sound of the bugle. Melisandre and Erlu are defending that part of the wall. What's wrong with them? Dany was confused, but she still said to the little green dragon spirit, "Go and get rid of the source." Little White was lying behind the city gate as a super battery, Big Black was on guard in the sky, and Little Green was in reserve and had been napping on the clock tower. Screech, Little Green let out a deafening howl in the direction of the sound of the horn. It picked up a 300-kilogram giant wildfire bomb and leaped up. His figure continued to rise until it reached a height of 500 meters. Then, it fell vertically. Aiming at the mountain of zombies, he retracted his wings and descended straight down. When he was 300 meters away, he released his claws and spread his wings. His speed suddenly slowed down and he drew an arc in the air. Boom! It was as if a pile of fresh cow dung had landed on a landmine. The violent shockwave sent thousands of corpses flying. While they were still flying in the air, they were stained with demonic green sparks and began to burn fiercely. From afar, a 100-meter-tall green mushroom cloud could be seen rising from the west of the city. The entire Winterfell seemed to tremble slightly. The sky, the castle, the courtyard, and the ground were all illuminated in a gloomy green, just like the fate of the people of the northern region. Screech boom. The wildfire bomb was just the beginning. Little Green and Big Black were entangled like twin stars as they flew around the city, leaving streaks of bright red dragon flames on the city wall. Under the dual dragon spirit state, Big Black and Little Green shared vision. Their enemies were only the deviant ghosts beneath them. Only the deviant ghosts, flying swords, could hurt them. Hiss! In Little Green's blind spot, an icy blue lightning flew toward its left wing as if it had teleported. Little Green turned sideways and raised its wings, just in time, for Big Black to come closer and use its abdomen to block the attack. Bang! Like a normal ice spike hitting the front of a tank, the ice sword left a table-sized icy blue frost on the steel armor and shattered into pieces of crystal-clear ice shards. Big Black didn't even change its flying posture. The frost on the armor evaporated into water vapor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if it was unlucky enough to be hit by the ice sword, it wasn't a big deal. A hole in its leather wings didn't affect the flight of the Megalosaurus. Long live the Megalosaurus, long live the Dragon Queen. The Megalosaurus dragon flames washed the ground. After plowing the outer city wall and the moat behind the city wall 7 to 8 times, the Winterfell garrison general shouted his slogan and stepped on the ground that was scorched by the dragon flames. He started to clear the half-crippled deviant ghosts that had escaped the calamity. Even if they hid in the observation hole, the corpses were ignited by the dragon flames. Only the deviant ghosts could resist the heat and the dragon flames and survive. The western city wall was reclaimed, and Big Black and Little Green left. Winterfell had more than 5,000 soldiers in reserve. Jon deployed a group of soldiers carrying dragon crystal weapons, wildfire bombs, and wooden ladders to the western city wall to set up a new defense. What happened to the western city wall? Did Melisandre and Stannis fall? Dany retreated to the King's Gate and asked the soldiers who came to check on the situation. Winterfell's gate faced east. Outside the gate was King's Avenue, Winterfell Town, and the White Blade River. The inner city wall's gate was the eastern gate, while the outer city wall's gate facing King's Avenue was called the King's Gate. A small barbican was built between the eastern gate and the King's Gate. Little White was curled up and lying in the barbican, while Dragon Queen was stationed at the King's Gate to defend the eastern city wall. According to the previous plan, the hexagonal Winterfell had 6 sections of the city wall, and each section had a leader. Danny guarded the city gate and defended the eastern section of the city wall, while Aunt May and Erlu guarded the western section of the city wall. Jon, Barristan, Savage Tormund, and Ygritte were the commanders, and they led their men to guard the other 4 sections of the city wall. Now, Erlu and Melisandre were in charge of the city wall, and something big had happened. 2 hours ago, they went back to the castle to sleep. Embarrass looked tired, his voice was hoarse, and his grey eyes were bloodshot. His old plate armor and half-new direwolf cloak were stained with smelly, dirty blood, and charred by smoke. Sleep. Danny was deep in thought. They are preparing for the battle with the King of Mutated Ghosts at noon. Embarrass nodded and frowned. From last night until now, the battle has been going on for almost 9 hours. The soldiers can still take turns to rest, but the generals will be tired even if they don't fight. Moreover, Stannis killed nearly 200 ghouls. When I went to patrol the western section of the city wall, I found that he was almost exhausted, and his sword movements were out of shape, so I let him go back to rest, but I didn't expect. The person who replaced Stannis in command is Sir Dickon Tarley. I don't know how to explain this to Sam and Earl Randall. Embarrassed's voice was filled with helplessness and pain. He is a devout believer of the 7 gods, and he has an atonement scroll on him. Right now, he is in heaven enjoying the golden wine of the green pavilion island and the glorious summer beach. Thinking about the brave youth who had competed with her for the title of champion of martial arts, Danny felt pity. Princess Elaine's cousin, Obina, and 7 or 8 other knights also died in battle last night. Embarrassed sighed softly. Who doesn't die in battle? Moreover, it is a long night, and millions of ghouls are attacking the city. Who can guarantee that they won't die? None of your men seem to have died. Jon glanced at her, but didn't say what was on his mind. Dragon Queen guarded the gates of Winterfell alone, and the number of ghouls she burned and killed was more than all the noble knights combined. If the Ghoul King keeps his promise, he will appear in about 3 hours. Why don't we close the gates, and you go and rest for a while, he said with concern. Danny looked back and shook her head. I can't leave. The gates are made of wood. If the ghouls rush over, will the guards on the gates throw wildfire bombs? If not, the ghouls will pile up like the western section of the city and form a zombie hill to attack the castle. If we throw kerosene bombs to burn the ghouls, even if it doesn't blow up the king's gate, it will set the wooden gates on fire and collapse. Maybe we should completely block the gates, just like the Hunter's Gate in the west, Jon said with a frown. Let's talk about blocking the gates later. I can still hold on for 3 hours, she said casually. Jon glanced at the red dates and white fungus soup simmering on the stove. His eyebrows twitched a few times, but he didn't try to persuade her. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them were talking, but the ghouls in front of them didn't stop. At this moment, a nearly 2-meter-tall black-furred bison opened its bright blue eyes and charged at them like a small train at full speed. Danny's expression didn't change. She just stared at it. A line of fire flew out from the bison's head, and as far as the eye could see, the line of fire flew out. The line of fire was like a red needle in Invincible East's hand. With a whoosh, it shot into the bison's big eye socket. Boom! In an instant, the bison's 7 orifices spat out fire. Its skull seemed to have been lit up by a light bulb. Its stiff and powerful limbs immediately went limp. It slid on the ground for 7 or 8 meters and didn't stop until it hit the huge steel shield in front of it. Smelling the burnt beef from the burning bison, Danny's heart skipped a beat. She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the air. The flames on the bison's corpse seemed to have encountered the smoke from a range hood. It turned into a fire python and flew towards the zombies behind them. Do you smell it? She asked. Your white fungus soup is so sweet. John swallowed his saliva. Danny rolled her eyes and pointed at the burnt bison corpse in front of the shield wall. She said, "That's a living bison that was killed by a ghoul. It's very fresh and has the fresh aroma of roasted beef. There must be more than one bison living in a herd. You should send someone to wait for them at the city gate. Maybe they can find a herd of bison." "You mean, we should carry this bison back and eat it?" he asked with an awkward expression. "In my opinion, except for the human corpses, all the beasts and ghouls don't need to be burned. They are your enemies, and also food sent by your enemies," Danny said seriously. John frowned and said, "Actually, Winterfell doesn't lack food as much as you think. Including the commoners, Winterfell has a population of more than 20,000. How long can your food last? I used the taxes of the entire northern region as collateral and borrowed millions of gold royals from the Iron Treasury to exchange for food. More than 300,000 tons is enough to feed the people of Winterfell for decades," John said with a proud smile. "More than 30 tons have been transported to Winterfell?" Danny asked. "No, 250,000 tons are stored at White Harbor, and 100,000 tons are in Bravos." Chapter 8:10. Your Stark has already surpassed Lannister to become the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms, Danny said with a complicated expression. "The Riverbend Court has more than 400,000 tons of grain. I can't compare." John shook his head. "Sansa inherited Aegon's inheritance. Did you know that?" Danny asked with a strange expression. Could it be those two winged dragons? Danny looked closely at his expression and eyes, and was sure that he really didn't know what his sister was doing and what she had done. "Strictly speaking, it's Illyrio's inheritance, including but not limited to 500,000 tons of wheat, butter, and smoked meat." John was shocked. "She didn't tell me." "But she told me. She also told me that she didn't want the 200,000 tons of grain Aegon left on Dragonstone Island. She gave it all to me to help the people of the Three River Valley," Danny said with a playful expression. With Dragonstone Island accepting the gifts, Sansa's inheritance from Illyrio was completely legalized. Not only could she use it openly, but she could also gain Danny's aunt's protection to a certain extent. Danny really admired her niece's magnanimity. 200,000 tons. John's expression changed several times. Even if the inheritance was an unexpected surprise, he still felt some heartache. "It's different from leaving the grain in Bravos. You definitely won't be able to get the 100,000 tons back. I'm a woman of my word. I won't take Aegon's things. If you can't bear to part with it, let Sansa tell me." Danny smiled, her tone very friendly. John glanced at her, suddenly understanding his sister's intentions. A glint flashed in his gray eyes behind his helmet as he said in a deep voice, "I'm not going to lie to you, but I deliberately left the grain in Bravos there." Danny's expression froze, and she said in surprise, "You left the grain in Bravos on purpose, waiting for them to steal it? Could it be, in the contract you signed with Bravos, there's a harsh breach of contract?" Nodding his head, John proudly smiled. "It's not too harsh. It's just 30 times the penalty. I knew that the long night was coming. I also knew that there would be a worldwide shortage of food. I also knew that people could do anything when they were starving. Therefore, even if I had the ability and enough time to transport all 370,000 tons of food to the northern region, I deliberately left a batch in Bravos." Danny's expression changed. "I didn't expect Tai Jean Kong to be fooled by you this time." John stopped smiling and said bitterly, "Do you know about the loan contract I signed with the Iron Treasury? Using all the forests, mines, manors in Stark's territory, as well as the Northern Territory's taxes for 1,000 years as collateral. The annual interest would be tens of thousands of gold royals. Normally, it would take at least 2,000 years to pay off the debt of the Iron Treasury. 2,000 years. In the next 2,000 years, Stark would have to scrimp and live a life worse than an ordinary merchant. If I don't use some means, if I don't pay off the debt while I'm still alive, Stark's descendants will probably curse me to death. 30 times the liquidated damages, you can earn at least 30 million gold royals, right? Your descendants should learn from Lannister and call you Jon the Golden Shit. Perhaps, the Stark called Jon can surpass Brandon. Dany said sarcastically. No, Jon blushed and waved his hand. I don't expect to get all the liquidated damages. It's enough to pay off the loan and then get a few million gold royals as compensation to rebuild the homes of the northern region people who survived the long night. Why? Dany asked curiously. Alas, after the long night, the northern region will inevitably be broken and withered, while the other side of the narrow sea will not be disturbed by the deviant ghosts, and its power will be well preserved. Braavos, who raised the faceless ones from the school of black and white, has never been a kind person. Will they pay a huge amount of liquidated damages to a weak creditor? I'll be satisfied if I can get some benefits. Jon said helplessly. Sell the defaulted contract to someone who has the ability to collect debts from Braavos, and you can split it 50-50. It was like a country in South America that owed a lot of debt, declared bankruptcy, and planned to be a deadbeat. But when the Wall Street villains bought a large number of debt contracts, the trick of making a scene and rolling on the ground would not work. They even dared to seize warships. How dare you not pay back the money? Sell it to you. Jon's eyes lit up. I don't want it, I don't care about that small amount of money. Dany shook her head. Small amount of money. Even if we split it 50-50, it's still more than 10 million. He exclaimed. Do you know how much the Iron Treasury owes me? Dany said lightly. Jon's heart moved, and he recalled that the Dragon Queen and the Iron Treasury also had a 50 million gold royals for grain contract. How many times did you pay the liquidated damages? He asked with a trembling voice. Not as much as you, only 20 times. 20 times of 50 million, how much is that? Is the Iron Treasury bankrupt? Jon asked blankly. That's not necessarily true. Except for the Iron Treasury themselves, no one knows how much gold is hidden in Braavos. Moreover, they don't need to take full responsibility for the compensation. After signing the contract with me, they split the grain purchase contract into several parts and sold them to the major grain merchants around the world. The major grain merchants then split the large contract into medium contracts, and the medium contracts into small contracts. Jon's eyes widened, and he looked at the Dragon Queen strangely. Even if the world didn't die in the long night, it will most likely be destroyed in this debt crisis. Dany was about to say something, but suddenly, her face was solemn, and the dragon flame fireball above her head rose quickly, forcing the darkness further away. On the snowy plain that was like a white rag that had been used once, the embers of the corpses rose into the air. As far as the eye could see, there were charred bones and blackened snowdrifts everywhere, as dense as the pockmarks on Sir Richard's face. But there were no deviant ghosts, no ghouls. It was also at this moment that Dany suddenly realized that she had been talking in front of the gate for so long, and no enemy had come to disturb them. This was the battlefield. The ghouls have retreated, she said with a serious face. Jon also noticed the abnormality after the dragon flame fireball rose. He frowned and said, the ghouls are not afraid of death, and the corpse tide is endless. I thought they would never retreat. Dany entered the dragon spirit state, and Dahaith circled around the city wall. It was surprised to find that only the battle on her side had stopped, and the siege was still going on. They didn't retreat, but Dany was about to guess that the deviant ghost army had changed tactics, and a figure slowly came from the darkness in front of her. The dead horse was covered in a layer of white frost, like frozen sweat, and its black and dead intestines were falling from its cracked abdomen. On its back, a rider as pale as ice was sitting. However, it didn't have thin and fragile white hair floating like seaweed. There was a circle of horn-shaped ice crystals on its wrinkled forehead, and it was as thick as a thumb, like a long sword, circling the top of its head. Danny didn't feel anything about the deviant ghost's horn, but John was surprised. The circle of ice crystal horns was very similar to the iron sword crown of the King of the North, Stark. The crown was made of bronze, engraved with the runes of the ancestors, and 9 black iron spikes in the shape of swords stood upright. The iron sword crown didn't have gold, silver, or any jewelry decorations, only steel and bronze. It was dark and hard, and it was the metal of winter that could resist the cold. Perhaps it was a coincidence, for some reason, seeing the deviant ghost walking slowly with an ice sword on its back, John panicked, as if something bad was happening. The deviant ghost knight's appearance was very different from the greatsword messenger that Danny had killed before the battle, but it was difficult for humans to see the difference just by looking at it. It was like how people in the Celestial Empire looked at African Americans, they were all the same. However, as it approached, Danny, John, and even the 4 shield-wielding Unsullied looked solemn, and they felt a great pressure. Because the cold wind was cheering for it, the sound was almost ear-piercing, and John's cape flew horizontally, as if it was pulling him towards the south. Snowflakes surrounded it like little fairies, and the frost seemed to have a life of its own, extending in front of the horse's hooves. The remaining sparks on the charred corpses on the ground quickly extinguished, and there was no smoke. Huff, huff, huff. When the deviant ghost was 30 meters from the shield wall, the dragon fireball above Danny's head was like an oil lamp that had run out of kerosene in the wind. The flame shook violently, and then it dimmed bit by bit. Why did the torches go out? The wind is too strong, and the firewood in the braziers can't burn. On the wall behind Danny, the torches and braziers went out from east to west, one after another, just like at midnight, when the dormitory master pulled the switch, and the brightly lit dormitory lost power from the bottom to the top. The darkness was like the drape on the morgue in a funeral parlor, slowly pulling up and covering the entire Winterfell. At this moment, except for the slightly dimmed, shriveled dragon fireball above Dragon Queen's head, all the fire in Winterfell disappeared. The candles couldn't be lit, the torches couldn't be lit, and the firewood couldn't be burned. To put it more directly, within a radius of a few kilometers, there was no longer any fire element in the world, and no fire element was allowed to exist. There was a terrified clamor on the wall of Winterfell. The torches were extinguished, but the ghouls were still attacking the city. The panic lasted until Blackie roared, "Wildfire bomb! Burn the wooden ladder!" Bam, bam, bam. The once arrogant wildfire bomb seemed to have become a shy young lady waiting to be married, bashful and shy, wishing she could hide under the red veil. The deviant ghost stopped 20 meters in front of the tile steel shield, and its icy blue eyes rested on the embarrassed face for a moment. It said calmly, "I am the king of the white ghouls, and you have proven your qualifications. I am here." There was no ear-piercing sound like an ice lake, and it was just speaking in the common language. Other than its tone being too cold, it was no different from an ordinary person. Oh, that's not right. At this moment, the cold wind was howling, as if thousands of malicious ghosts were wailing in their ears, but its voice was not affected by the wind at all, and could be heard clearly. Danny could do it too, because she was the wind god. What about it? The Deviant Ghost King is really here. It is the Deviant Ghost King, John said with a trembling voice. It's too early. Danny frowned. Looking at the lonely horse, the pretty face behind the mask was conflicted. Should she shout, "Let me verify your qualifications," and then the three Megalosaurus would pounce on it together? Or should she shout, nice to meet you, and then invite the other party to enter the city for a discussion, and then close the city gate and have 5,000 axemen wait on it? Or should she call the tile steel guards at the city gate to welcome the deviant Ghost King, and then surround it while it was unprepared, and crush it with 40 tile steel shields? Or should she say to it, wait for a while, I will enter the city to call for the challenger, and then sneak out from the back door, and go behind it? Previously, everyone thought that the deviant Ghost King would be surrounded by hundreds of deviant ghost minions, and an army of hundreds of thousands of ghouls. Now that she saw it riding alone, Dani couldn't help but be tempted, and all kinds of tricks popped up in her mind. I will challenge you. Just as she was thinking about which trick would be more foolproof, Erlu's loud voice came from behind. Chapter 8:11. It was a great opportunity for the King of Strange Ghosts to come alone. At this moment, the Dragon Queen's mind was filled with thousands of schemes. Her little brain was filled with them. She wandered in the sea of intrigue, hoping to find the most vicious, most efficient, and most secure way to deal with it. I'll challenge you. A loud voice came from behind. Dani turned around and saw Erlu, who was excited and nervous, and the red-robed woman, who had a serious expression. 5 Red Heart Knights, including Sir Richard, followed behind the 2 bosses. Besides them, Old Bart, Big Bear, Clinton, Jamie, Brittany, and dozens of other true knights walked out of the city gate against the wind and snow. 2 Blood Alliance guards and the Megalosaurus General Caro also appeared behind the King of Cow. The back of the battlements on the city gate was also crowded with people. Chi and Nellie, 2 centaur maids, wore light steel mail armor, had scimitars at their waists, and held dragon bone bows in their hands as they watched from behind the battlements. Lien Sansa also had a big belly and was wrapped in a thick white lion fur robe. With Theon's help, she stood in the crowd and talked calmly with Elaine and the other women. The charcoal braziers on the city wall were splashed with wildfire, and the flames rose again. The enchanting green light reflected on everyone's shocked and excited faces. Green city walls, green land, green flags, green blades, and even the snowflakes falling from the sky seemed to have become transparent green crystals. The King of Strange Ghosts is alone. If we don't swarm him, are we really going to fight him alone? Jamie whispered. 40 steel guards held shields and built an arc-shaped shield wall in front. On the left and right sides, there were also knights holding thick oak and steel shields to protect them. Winterfell's side was extremely serious. The King of Strange Ghosts was riding alone. He didn't even pull out his ice sword from his back. His hands hung empty by his side as he sat defenselessly on the horse. Jamie wanted a group of people to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts alone. John cautiously expressed his agreement. Erlu frowned and hesitated, but Old Bart's face was burning. We were the ones who proposed the challenge. It's not good to go back on our words, right? I'm not pedantic, but since King Guaig dared to come, he must have something to rely on. If we let it leave this time, the credibility of our human race will be completely ruined by our actions today. In the end, he reminded him seriously, don't forget that there are many kings here who can represent the whole Westeros. After listening to Old Baw's words, everyone followed his example and gradually felt a little ashamed. Jamie's expression was firm as he said in a deep voice, not only can we represent the honor of Westeros, but our team also represents the strongest power of Westeros. If we can successfully kill the deviant Ghost King, it will be equivalent to saving the world. Compared to that, what is the sin of breaking a promise? If I can end the long night, I'm willing to fall into the 7 levels of hell. Similarly, if all of us failed, then there was no need to worry about the loss of honor. Because we humans might not have a future. In other words, in the future, humans will not be able to defeat the deviant Ghost King with honor. That made a lot of sense. Everyone followed his example again, and their faces showed signs of eagerness. Old Ba's face was conflicted. He cared about honor and regarded it as more important than life, but he was not pedantic. If he could save the world, he was willing to pay the price of no longer serving the king in the future. Your Majesty, what do you think? He looked at the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen did not answer. In fact, she had been using Blackie's eyes to observe the deviant Ghost King on the opposite side. She was not in the mood to participate in the discussion of Old Ba and the others. Your Majesty. Old Ba called again. It can hear your conversation. Danny turned around and said helplessly. What? Old Ba said uncertainly, you're saying that it heard our previous conversation. But our voices were very low. Melisandre glanced at the Dragon Queen and said, the wind brought our voices to the deviant Ghost King's ears. Magic? Jaime frowned. Erlu let out a long breath, pulled down his helmet, held the hilt of his sword tightly, and said, no need to discuss anymore, I will duel with it. Are you sure? Big Bear was worried. Who knows if we don't fight? But I am not afraid of death, this is my advantage, if I fight to the death, I can at least severely injure it. When Erlu said this, his expression was very strange, as if there was a deeper meaning. Danny noticed it, but did not know why. And the red-robed woman's red eyes flashed with sadness very quickly. Everyone was in awe, bowed their heads in a knight's salute, and made way for him. Erlu walked out of the shield wall with his head held high, paused, and turned to the Dragon Queen, remember our agreement, remember, you must seize the opportunity. Danny nodded in a daze. Agreement. If Erlu showed signs of weakness during the battle with the deviant Ghost King, the Dragon Queen and the three-eyed crow would attack with all their strength, together with the Megalosaurus. If Erlu died in battle, the Dragon Queen would pick up his sword and continue the battle. Before that, he would really go all out, and fight to the death. We need to pray to the Light King one last time. The red-robed woman looked at everyone and said, what do you want to do? John frowned and asked. You wait. Professor Paristan, who was wrapped into a ball in a thick sheepskin coat, suddenly reminded them, you forgot one thing, the deviant Ghost King's identity. It was a human before, with a name and a surname. If we know its identity, we might be able to find its flaws. For example, its fighting skills and habits. That's right. Jaime's eyes lit up. I almost forgot about that. Seeing its ghostly appearance, I subconsciously forgot that it was a normal person before. The Dark Star rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, how stupid do you think it is? It can hear us. Who are you? They were still discussing, but the Dragon Queen asked directly. Everyone was surprised to find that even though the wind was howling, her clear voice sounded like it was right beside their ears. The deviant Ghost King didn't answer, and even its eyes and expression didn't change. All right, from the moment it appeared until now, the deviant Ghost King seemed to have only one expression and one gaze, cold and indifferent. Danny said loudly, before the battle, shouldn't you announce your name and origin first? Speaking of which, there has to be a purpose for the battle between two armies, right? You are the deviant Ghost King, and you were once a human, so you should know what a declaration is. Why don't you say your ideals in front of everyone? Hypocrite, arrogant. The deviant Ghost King said slowly, fallen humans are like the trash of the world, why do I need a declaration and reason to clean you all up? It was good that it was willing to talk. This meant that they could still communicate with it. The deviant Ghost King's words were cold and didn't leave any room for negotiation, but everyone was excited. Danny continued, have you forgotten the memories of your past as a human? Or are your memories so painful, ashamed, and regretful that you don't even want to be a human anymore? The deviant Ghost King's indifferent eyes flickered slightly. Almost no one noticed this almost undetectable change. It couldn't be helped, the wind was too strong, and the dragon fireball and wildfire were flickering. The light wasn't stable, so no one could see the change in the other's eyes. Seeing that the deviant Ghost King didn't answer, Danny had a thought and asked, "There are many people here now. Are there any of your family, friends, acquaintances, or enemies?" The deviant Ghost King was silent. "As long as you are a human, you must have interacted with this world. The frontier is the closest to the north, so you are either a noble of the north or a night watcher from the south. Why don't you tell me about your past? It's so embarrassing." Danny's words were meant to provoke the deviant Ghost King, but John seemed to have been reminded of something important. His eyes widened in horror, and he stumbled over the shield wall, even walking step by step towards the deviant Ghost King. "What are you doing?" Everyone was bewildered. Baristan even reached out to grab him, but he was stopped by the quick-witted Dragon Queen. Seeing the emblem on the horse's head and saddle, the deviant Ghost King's pupils contracted, and then he knelt on the ground, holding his head and howling, "No, no, impossible, this is impossible." Ta-ta-ta. The corpse ghost warhorse moved. Frost spread on the ground in front of the horse, and the horse's hooves made crisp sounds on the ice, and it arrived in front of the deviant Ghost King in a few steps. The knight on the dead horse didn't move, looking down at the deviant Ghost King, blue light flashing in his eyes. This time, they were too close, and everyone noticed the change in his mood. "The seven hells." Pereston's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "That's the Night Watcher's warhorse. It has the emblem of a ranger, it is. Bunyan Stark, it is Bunyan Stark, he is Bunyan Stark." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Bunyan Stark. Danny was shocked, but at the same time, felt that it was natural. It wasn't that she knew what Bunyan did, but, other than the King of the North, Stark, the main character of Wandering Power, Stark, who was qualified to be the deviant Ghost King. "No, my uncle is dead, he's dead." A shrill voice rang out in the crowd. The hound was shocked, and when he saw Arya, he loosened his grip on his sword and shouted, "Where did you come from?" When they left the city, they didn't see her, and when they were talking, she didn't come over either. Why did she suddenly seem to have come out from a crack in the ground? The others were also shocked by the little princess of the House of Stark, and then turned their attention to the deviant Ghost King. The red-nosed old doctor smiled bitterly. "Bunyan Stark is not dead. He was the commander of the Rangers, and he went missing during a patrol mission 6 years ago. I don't know him, but since Duke Stark reacted like this, he must have seen something." "Uncle Bunyan, what happened to you? Why did you become the deviant Ghost King?" John calmed down and got up. He stepped back cautiously, and asked loudly with tears in his eyes. The deviant Ghost King's cheeks were trembling, and the blue light in his eyes flashed fiercely. It seemed that Bunyan's weak humanity was struggling in the depths of his soul. Whoosh, 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 the howling north wind seemed to have calmed down, and the dragon fireball above Dragon Queen's head suddenly expanded, emitting waves of heat and blinding white light, like a light bulb suddenly going from undervoltage to overvoltage. Rustle, 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 in the screams of the guards on the city wall, the green wildfire in the brazier suddenly jumped 4 or 5 feet high, and then fell back to its normal state of burning. Danny felt it the most. Previously, there was no trace of fire element within a 5-kilometer radius around the deviant Ghost King, as if it had become an anti-magic area that specifically prohibited fire element. Now, the anti-fire area was broken, and the fire element returned, rising suddenly and then falling quickly. Danny clenched the hilt of her sword, eager to try. She glanced sideways at the red-robed woman, who was also excited and looked over. "This is the time, hurry, whoosh, 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 Danny, Erlu, and Melisandre had already taken half a step forward, and were hanging in the air, about to fall. The next moment, the north wind came again with piercing cold air, and the dragon fireball above their heads suddenly dimmed. The anti-fire area was reactivated. Fuck. Dany's face turned red, and she slowly spat out a word, and then slowly retracted her foot. The red-robed woman didn't have as much control as she did, so she couldn't control herself and staggered to the ground. Fortunately, it was crowded here, and she grabbed Big Bear's cloak to prevent herself from falling. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.